Nawab Malik, both who are under arrest, to go to the Vidhan Bhavan and vote in the Rajya Sabha elections. Amid the rise in targeted killings in Jammu and Kashmir, Kashmiri Pandits have put forth 11 demands, including relocation to Jammu for at least 3 years. In their 11 demands put forth, the Kashmiri Pandits have focused on the centre's measures for the Prime Minister's package employees and have sought a fixed tenure as well as concrete and sufficient accommodation. As all political parties in the run-up to the Rajya Sabha elections begin to hoard their MLAs in resorts and safe havens, the leaders of the ruling Maha Vikas Aghadi in Maharashtra held a meeting at Mumbai's Trident Hotel to discuss their strategy for the polls, with Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar being joined by Mallikarjun Kharge from the Congress side. The police has arrested 8 people for providing logistic support, conducting reconnaissance and harboring the shooters of renowned Punjabi singer and Congress leader Sidhu Moosewala, who was shot dead in broad daylight on May the 29th. The ADG of Punjab briefed the media and said that the SIT that has been working strategically and efforts are also being made to nab the identified shooters of Sidhu Moosewala and other accused persons involved in the crime. According to the Punjab police, 4 shooters have been identified up until now. As the investigation over the Kanpur violence is currently underway, the Yogi Adityanath-led Uttar Pradesh government has ordered the transfer of 21 IAS officers, including the district magistrates of Lucknow, Kanpur, Gorakhpur and Prayagraj. The BJP has accused Tamil Nadu Minister Annabrasan of issuing a death threat to its state party president K. Annamalai. BJP's Tamil Nadu Vice President Narayan Tirupati claimed that the exact words of the DMK minister were, and I quote, "If you utter any more words against our government, we will eliminate you." Observing that Bihar's road network has seen tremendous improvement in the last few years, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari on Tuesday asserted that the road infra of the state will be at par with that of the United States by December 2024. The Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways launched and laid the foundation stone of national highway projects worth 13,585 crore rupees in the state of Bihar. The National Women's Commission or NCW has sought a report from the Telangana officials over the case of gang rape of a teenage girl in Hyderabad. Taking cognizance of the case, the commission has urged the DGP to submit a report on the same.
बड़ा दुखदाई है कि एक तो लोगों की सेंसिटिविटी कम होती जा रही है और एक कहीं ना कहीं पुलिस फेल है माइनर्स को और लड़कियों को सिक्योरिटी प्रोवाइड करने में। मैंने पहले केस में ये कॉग्निजेंस लिया था और डीजीपी को लिखा था, तेलंगाना डीजीपी को, कि उसमें जल्दी अरेस्ट हो।
NCW chairperson Rekha Sharma has written to the Director General of Police of Telangana to directly intervene in the matter and to send a detailed report within 7 days on the steps taken by the state of Telangana to ensure safety and security of girls and women so that such horrific incidences can be prevented in the future. A copy of the letter has also been sent to the Commissioner of Police of Hyderabad. The Union Defence Ministry has issued a notification amending the regulations of 3 defence forces related to the appointment of the Chief of Defence Staff. For appointing a new CDS, the government may consider officers who are serving as Lieutenant General or equivalent or General equivalent, or officers who have retired in the rank of Lieutenant General or General but have not yet attained the age of 62 years on the date of appointment. Shortly after a threat was issued to blow up multiple offices of the RSS, Indresh Kumar, a top RSS functionary, has placed the blame on religious and political leaders. Indresh Kumar stated that they had been pointing fingers, defaming and abusing the RSS, even when it is a well-known fact that it is a cadre-based organization dedicated to the development of the country and society. Congress interim President Sonia Gandhi will skip the Enforcement Directorate summons in connection with a money laundering case in the National Herald case, as she has not yet tested negative for COVID-19. She was summoned by the probe agency on June the 8th along with other party leader Rahul Gandhi. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai on Tuesday confirmed the arrest of a Hizbul Mujahideen terrorist in Bengaluru. A suspected Hizbul Mujahideen terrorist was finally arrested in Kishtwar in what was the culmination of a joint operation between the police forces of Karnataka and that of Jammu and Kashmir. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, in his address on Tuesday after launching a slew of development projects in the Hosakote Assembly constituency, also said that the state government is mulling over developing Hosakote as a satellite town. As informed by the Prime Minister's office, PM Modi will inaugurate the Biotech Startup Expo 2022 at Pragati Maidan in New Delhi tomorrow, which will be followed by his address on the occasion. According to the PMO, the Biotech Startup Expo 2022 is a two-day event being held on June 9th and 10th. It is being organized by the Department of Biotechnology and the Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council. Fearing horse trading and the use of black money in the upcoming Rajya Sabha elections in Rajasthan, the BJP has written to the Enforcement Directorate and the state's Chief Election Officer. The BJP has claimed that some disgruntled MLAs were openly slamming the government till recently, but they later went to Udaipur in a chartered plane with Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot. Union Home Minister Amit Shah on Tuesday said that the National Tribal Research Institute will become the backbone of development of the tribal society in the next 25 years. Amit Shah inaugurated the National Tribal Institute in the national capital as part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations by the Ministry of Tribal Affairs. The Ministry of External Affairs organized a program on the completion of 8 years of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government at the Sushma Swaraj Bhavan, where External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar spoke on India's foreign policy.
Takes place as the Narendra Modi government completes 8 years in office. It also provides an occasion to reaffirm a return to normalcy after 2 difficult years of the COVID pandemic. Since you all live here, the scale and intensity of change that India has experienced in these 8 years is perhaps more evident than it may be to others more distant.
Heavy rains and floods on Monday affected over 800,000 residents in China's Jiangxi. According to local authorities, the torrential rains and rain-induced floods since May the 28th have wreaked havoc in 80 counties of the province. The Pakistan rupee has breached the 200 mark against the US dollar once again in interbank market. According to the so-called State Bank of Pakistan, the local currency was down again against the greenback. The Pakistani rupee plunged to 200 rupees and 0.6 rupiah, and the downtrend is expected to continue till the next budget. Pakistan's Interior Minister, the new minister Rana Sanullah, has sarcastically said that he would take responsibility if any of the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf law members tried to take their own lives. This comes after PTI party lawmaker Ataullah threatened Shehbaz Sharif's government that he would himself carry out a suicide attack if even a hair on party chairman Imran Khan's head was harmed. Ukraine's ambassador to Israel urged his host country on Tuesday to provide its coveted Iron Dome missile defense system that he said would help protect civilian lives in its war with Russia. The ambassador said that he wanted the Israeli government to back up its verbal support of Ukraine with military assistance. A court in Russia's Vladimir region on Tuesday rejected an appeal by opposition leader Alexei Navalny over a penal colony's decision to label him as a person inclined to commit crimes of a terrorist or extremist nature. Navalny, who took part in the proceedings via video link, argued that he was put out on register illegally, both procedurally and by definition. Germany's top diplomat expressed concerns during a visit to Pakistan that neighboring Afghanistan's new Taliban rulers are leading that country into a complete downfall and bringing about incredible suffering and hunger. Italian agents confiscated 4.3 tons of cocaine with a street value of nearly €250 million in the northeastern port city of Trieste, dealing a blow to Colombia's feared Gulf clan in one of the largest drug busts ever in Europe. Arrest warrants were being executed for 38 people on suspicion of international drug trafficking in Italy, Slovenia, Croatia, Bulgaria, the Netherlands, and in Colombia. Sri Lanka's new Prime Minister has said that the country will need $6 billion over the next 6 months to stay afloat. Ranil Wickremesinghe said that the next 3 weeks will be tough in obtaining fuel and cooking gas and urged the people to be united and patient and to use the scarce fuel and gas carefully as possible to avoid non-essential travel. China accused the US of bullying Cambodia and ignoring its denials that it will allow any Chinese military presence at a port where Cambodia and China are beginning an expansion this week. A Cambodian government spokesperson described the expansion of the Ream naval base as cooperation between China and Cambodia. The Russian defense minister has said that Russian forces had established control of significant parts of Ukraine. Speaking to army officials, he said that cities on the left bank of the Siversky Donetsk and 15 other settlements had been liberated. He added that residential areas in Severno Donetsk had also been fully liberated. The Kremlin has said that Ukraine needs to remove sea mines near its Black Sea port of Odessa to allow grain exports to resume. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov also said that Ukraine's removal of mines would allow commercial vessels to arrive at Odessa to load up on grain. Advisors to the US Food and Drug Administration will meet to debate the addition of another COVID-19 vaccine to the US roster. If authorized, shots from Novavax would be the nation's first protein vaccine that protects against the coronavirus. It's said to be late in the pandemic for a new choice, but with millions still unvaccinated, the Maryland-based company is hoping to find a niche. A caravan of between 4,000 and 5,000 migrants, most of them hailing from Venezuela in Central Africa and the Caribbean through southern Mexico, was headed towards the United States. The group was some 30 kilometers north of Tapachula, a Mexican city bordering Guatemala and one of the main stops for thousands of migrants arriving in Mexico. In the world of golf, two-time major winner Dustin Johnson has said that he has resigned his PGA Tour membership to participate in the new golf series backed by Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund. Johnson said that he had to think long and hard about leaving the PGA Tour, seemingly ending his hopes of competing in the Ryder Cup for the United States. And lastly, a total of 11.93 million students attended China's college entrance exams this year, which started just yesterday. Across China, exam sites have been set up with 1.02 million invigilators and other personnel on duty to ensure that the exam runs smoothly. Stringent COVID-19 control measures have been put in place at all the exam sites.
एग्जिट किया कि उसमें बहुत से बच्चे भी थे, लड़के भी थे, और जो पुलिस उसको उठा रही है झूठ मूठ फंसाने के लिए, अपना काम करने के लिए लोगों को उठाती जा रही है, एक एक करके डेली उठाती जा रही है। ये इसलिए उन लोगों को हटाया।
केजरीवाल जी, उनकी क्या ऐसी मजबूरी है कि आज तक वो दिल्ली के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से बने हवालात मिनिस्टर सत्येंद्र जैन का इस्तीफा नहीं ले पा रहे?
Kanpur police has been very swift in acting against the entire incident. Through hours of CCTV footages, now 40 people have been identified and action has been taken against them. An inquiry has also been put in place. All India Muslim Personal Law Board has given out a statement. Central government is being extremely biased in taking the action. These two organizations have been raising similar objections ever since the central government is trying to nab the perpetrators who are behind such violence.
एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आपको कोतवाली पुलिस स्टेशन से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर इस वक्त इसको रोमानी को रखा गया है और इससे कल देर रात तक पूछताछ भी की। आपसे हाशमी ने क्या कहा था? हाशमी आपसे मिला था?
हमसे उन्होंने कहा 20-20 ये निकाल, रोमानी निकाल दी।
तो हाशमी से आप पहले मिले थे? आपकी मुलाकात पहले भी है?
एक बार पहले हुई है बस।
More
than 100 firefighters were battling a wildfire near the city of Hesperia in Southern California. According to San Bernardino County Fire, the fire started from about 50 acres and then spread to about 95 acres. The fire was burning in thick fuel and growing at a moderate rate. The department has dispatched more than 115 firefighters, 23 engines, and several aircraft to battle the fire. One person was taken to hospital with burns as firefighters battled to contain the wildfire. Conditions of the injured is still unclear at this time. Video showed flames flickering in farmland along Highway 173 and threatening several structures nearby. Helicopters could be seen dropping water onto the fire while a significant operation was also taking place on the ground. As of Tuesday morning, crews reported that the blaze was 50% contained, with one outbuilding destroyed. The California Highway Patrol closed roads and diverted traffic near the fire, and the city of Hesperia urged people to avoid the area. Agency report, Republic TV.
Australia trained at the Ahmed Bin Ali Stadium in El Rayyan on the eve of the World Cup qualification playoff against United Arab Emirates. For Graham Arnold's men, it's the first of the two steps towards a place at a fifth straight World Cup. For the UAE, it's a chance to get one match closer to the first World Cup appearance since their debut in 1990. Netherlands held an open training session ahead of their upcoming trip to Belgium in Group A4 of the UEFA Nations League. The Dutch travelled to Brussels for the first of the 4 matches in just 11 days. Between 3rd and 14 June, the 2019 runners-up take up Roberto Martinez's side before facing Wales, Poland and Wales again in the return fixture. Australian players have arrived in Sri Lanka for their tour in Sri Lanka without new coach Andrew McDonald, who has tested positive for COVID. Pat Cummins captains the side, which will play 2 tests, 5 ODIs and 3 T20 internationals. UEFA Champions League finalists from Real Madrid and Liverpool arrived at Brazil camp in Seoul ahead of their friendly match against South Korea. Alisson and Fabinho from Liverpool and Vinny Jr., Casemiro and Rodrigo from Real Madrid landed yesterday. Brazil will play 2 matches at this Asian tour during the FIFA international window break against Japan in Tokyo this month. Andy Murray advanced to the second round of Stuttgart Open following a massive victory over Christopher O'Connell. Murray lost the first 3 sets in the opening before launching a comeback to secure a victory in the 1 hour and 36 minutes on the central court.
केजरीवाल जी, उनकी क्या ऐसी मजबूरी है कि आज तक वो दिल्ली के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से बने हवालात मिनिस्टर सत्येंद्र जैन का इस्तीफा नहीं ले पा रहे?
Kanpur police has been very swift in acting against the entire incident through hours of CCTV footages. Now 40 people have been identified and action has been taken against them. An inquiry has also been put in place. All India Muslim Personal Law Board has given out a statement. Central government is being extremely biased in taking the action. These 2 organizations have been raising similar objections ever since the central government is trying to nab the perpetrators who are behind such violence.
एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आपको कोतवाली पुलिस स्टेशन से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर इस वक्त इसको रोमानी को रखा गया है और इससे कल देर रात तक पूछताछ भी की। आपसे हाशमी ने क्या कहा था? हाशमी आपसे मिला था?
हमसे उन्होंने कहा 20-20 ये निकाल दो, मैंने निकाल दिया।
तो हाशमी से आप पहले मिले थे? आपकी मुलाकात पहले भी है?
एक बार पहले हुई है बस।
इसलिए एग्जिट किया कि उसमें बहुत से बच्चे भी थे, लड़के भी थे, और जो पुलिस उसको उठा रही है झूठ मूठ फंसाने के लिए, अपना काम करने के लिए लोगों को उठाती जा रही है, एक एक करके डेली उठाती जा रही है, ये इसलिए उन लोगों को हटाया।
केजरीवाल जी, उनकी क्या ऐसी मजबूरी है कि आज तक वो दिल्ली के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से बने हवालात मिनिस्टर सत्येंद्र जैन का इस्तीफा नहीं ले पा रहे?
Kanpur police has been very swift in acting against the entire incident through hours of CCTV footages. Now 40 people have been identified and action has been taken against them. An inquiry has also been put in place. All India Muslim Personal Law Board has given out a statement. Central government is being extremely biased in taking the action. These two organizations have been raising similar objections ever since the central government is trying to nab the perpetrators who are behind such violence.
Top headlines at 7 a.m. Republic forces Hyderabad police to make more arrests. 10 days since Gangrape, 6 accused arrested in Hyderabad. Hyderabad police response to Republic does not deny political link to 6th arrested accused. From cash stash to gold bar, sensational seizures from Satyendra Jain's aides. Amid targeted killings in J&K, Kashmiri Pandits put forth 11 demands, seek fixed tenure for PM package employees. 4 Pakistani terrorists neutralized in less than 24 hours after Home Minister Amit Shah reviews security situation in J&K. Good morning viewers, thanks for tuning in. You're watching 7 a.m. this morning and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Starting with breaking news coming in now, this one with respect to the Gyanvapi case. The Varanasi police has stated that 10 police personnel have been deployed for the security of the district judge Ravi Kumar Divakar, who had ordered the Gyanvapi survey. Now this development comes after he received a threat letter from a registered post this afternoon. So the judge who had ordered the Gyanvapi survey has received a death threat letter, and after which the Varanasi police has stated that 10 police personnel have been deployed for the security of the district judge, who is Ravi Kumar Divakar, after he received a death threat letter. So 10 police personnel have been deployed for the security of the district judge, and Varanasi Chief CP has also said that the security has been beefed up in wake of the threat letter that has been received by the district judge. So the district judge who had ordered in fact the survey of the Gyanvapi mosque has received this threat letter, after which the judge has wrote to additional chief secretary demanding action, and following which the security has been heightened. He's been given 10 police forces have been deployed. In fact, that's the threat letter on your screens right now, which has been received by the district judge, following which he's been given a security of 10 police personnel. Who remember, he's the judge who had ordered the Gyanvapi survey, and he had received in fact this threat letter from a registered post last afternoon. And that's in fact the letter on your screens as well, the threat letter that was received by the civil judge Ravi Divakar, who received this threat letter that was, we are told, issued by Islamic Agaz movement, and following which the judge wrote to additional chief secretary demanding action, and now the Varanasi police has increased the security of the judge. Moving on then, in Hyderabad's Jubilee Hills gang rape case, the Telangana police has unravelled important details surrounding the gang rape of the minor in a press briefing that was held. Now, in this briefing, the commissioner of the police has confirmed that 6th arrest has been made in the case.
7 days after the complaint was filed, 6 accused, including 1 adult, have finally been nabbed in the Jubilee Hills gang rape case.
We have arrested one of the accused. His name is Saduddin Malik, 18 years. He is a major. We have evidence against 3 juveniles and 1 more major. His name is Umair Khan. He is also 18 years old. Other 3 are juveniles.
7 days of relentless questioning. 7 days of exposing the shocking lapses. 7 days of police dragging its feet.
Actually, we don't capture any road, and we capture only inside the.
But there are 2 cameras outside also.
We capture only this part.
That is enough. I mean, that is still. They didn't come and take it. No verification, nothing of that sort.
And still, the press conference by Hyderabad CP CV Anand has only left us with doubts.
We also see that there is a lot of anger which has been growing day by day as the opposition parties have been slamming the TRS government and also the police department over why there is a delay in investigation and why all the 5 accused have not been arrested in this case. But also at the same time, there were protests which took place at various locations in Hyderabad.
How did the police claim 5 accused and now have arrested 6?
Juveniles involved in the offence, along with 1 major, they have been arrested. They have been taken into custody, and we have to now produce them. 4 have already been produced before the juvenile home. The remaining 2 also will be produced today. This all started on March 28th with 1 juvenile from Bangalore wanting to host a party.
Was there a change in the age of the accused when the police was on the lookout for 2 major accused in the case?
All that you have to conclude from your... No, I cannot tell because this involves minors.
The police continues to remain mum on the seemingly government-owned Innova for 4 days.
The offence happened in the government vehicle. Sir,
because sometimes these vehicles are hired, sometimes they are bought. So those things will be looked into, but it's an official vehicle.
But people are demanding answers on whether political links have emboldened the accused.
Now, a day after the Enforcement Directorate conducted raids at the properties of Satyendra Jain and his aides as a follow-up in the money laundering case against him, the ED has made stunning recoveries from the aides of Satyendra Jain. The visuals that surfaced of the recoveries show bundles and bundles of hard cash amounting to over 2.8 crore rupees, 133 gold coins and biscuits that were also among the recoveries from the alleged aides and business partners of Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain, who is currently in custody.
Gold bars, stacks of gold coins, and bundles of cash. A day after the Enforcement Directorate conducted raids at the properties of Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain and his aides, Republic has accessed pictures of the stunning recoveries that have been made. The raids were conducted as a follow-up in the money laundering case against Satyendra Jain, Delhi Health Minister in the Arvind Kejriwal government. And what they recovered was hard cash to the tune of 2.85 crore rupees and more than 130 gold coins weighing 1.8 kilograms. However, the Aam Aadmi Party jumped to Satyendra Jain's defense.
5 दिनों तक सत्येंद्र जैन से पूछताछ हुई, कुछ नहीं मिला सत्येंद्र जैन के पास, कोई भ्रष्टाचार नहीं खोज पाई मोदी जी की एजेंसी ईडी, और हाई कोर्ट में जब पूछा गया तो कह दिया सत्येंद्र जैन के खिलाफ तो कोई एफआईआर ही नहीं है.
But the BJP is asking some serious questions.
Mr. Kejriwal plays the victimhood card and indulges in ABCD. A for advertising, B for bhrashtachar, C for cover-up of corruption, and D for deviation from the real issues. Did Mr. Kejriwal see these documents that were put out, the questions that were raised by Smriti Irani ji before giving a clean chit to Mr. Satendra Jain? Or has he, after seeing these documents, after seeing the court indictment, given this clean chit?
But as claims and allegations fly, should an independent central agency be targeted for doing its job? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, lodging MLAs in resorts appear to be new method of preparation for elections, as MLAs lined up at posh resorts ahead of the Rajya Sabha polls, which is slated to take place on 10th of June. From Maharashtra to Rajasthan and to Haryana, here's how the resort politics is playing out just ahead of the Rajya Sabha elections.
From Maharashtra to Rajasthan to Haryana, MLAs in Chhattisgarh. Ahead of the Rajya Sabha elections in 15 states on the 10th of June, resort politics is in full swing. In Maharashtra, MLAs of the Mahavikas Aghadi lined up at the Trident Hotel in Mumbai as the state holds its first elections for the upper house in 22 years. Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray and NCP President Sharad Pawar were also present at the strategy meet ahead of the elections. In Maharashtra, the Mahavikas Aghadi has picked 4 candidates for the 6 seats on offer, while the BJP has picked 3 candidates, forcing an election for the upper house of the parliament. The Mahavikas Aghadi is holding talks with smaller parties as it prepares for the elections. The BJP, meanwhile, has summoned all their MLAs to Mumbai ahead of the crucial vote. In the state of Rajasthan, the Congress has shifted their MLAs to Udaipur, while BJP has their MLAs lodged in a Jaipur resort. While the Congress is claiming the support of 123 MLAs for the 3 candidates they have picked for the Rajya Sabha polls, the BJP meanwhile claims the support of 71 MLAs and has named 1 candidate for Rajya Sabha. The Congress party has also shifted their MLAs from Haryana to Chhattisgarh. In Haryana, 3 candidates have been named for the 2 seats available, with 1 from each the Congress and the BJP. But with the race picking up steam ahead of the crucial vote, more and more parties are parking their MLAs in posh resorts to prevent any cross-voting on the 10th of June. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, amid the spate and targeted killings in Jammu and Kashmir, the pundits have put forth 11 demands, including relocation to Jammu for at least 3 years. Now, in the 11 demands that have been put forward by the pundits, these pundits have focused on centre's measures for PM package employees and have sought a fixed tenure as well as concrete and sufficient accommodation. Take a look at this report.
Kashmiri Pandits have been protesting for a long time now. Many have already packed their bags and geared up to leave. And now they have laid down their demands. Previously, 36-year-old Kashmiri Hindu teacher Rajni Balla was shot dead days after she had written multiple letters seeking security.
हाँ सर, ये चिट्ठी मेरे पास, मैंने इसका फ़ोटो खींचा है। तो ये रजनी बाला ने लिखी है इस सैटरडे को, जो पिछले सैटरडे था ना, इससे पहले लगभग 12-15 दिन हो गया इसको लिखे हुए। इससे पहले हमने मेमोरेंडम दिया था डीसी साहब को, उसके बाद ये चिट्ठी लिखी है। रिसेंटली इंसिडेंट्स ऑफ टारगेट किलिंग हैव क्रिएटेड ए फीलिंग ऑफ फियर एंड इनसिक्योरिटी बिकॉज माई स्कूल is situated in orchard area in an open field with no boundary wall. So your good self is requested deploy me in a safe area as SC Gaon town nearby roadside so that I can perform my duty and fearlessly. It would be great favor.
Families of those like Rahul Bhatt, who was shot dead in Chandora last month, say no part of Kashmir makes them feel safe anymore.
भैया आपको लगता है श्रीनगर में कोई सेफ जगह है? रास्ते में तो जाओगे ना, तो रास्ते में कैसे जाओगे? वो तो वहीं पे खड़े होके रास्ते में खड़े हो जाएंगे, तो जैसे गोलियां वो उधर से भी चला सकते हैं। वहाँ पे कैसे कोई सेफ रह सकता है?
It remains to be seen what measures the centre is likely to take in light of these demands.
Now on to more news from J&K. The annual Kheer Bhavani Temple Mela in the valley starts from today. In fact, now the usual rush that is seen in this Mela is missing. This amidst the targeted killings that have been taking place in J&K. Now amidst the tight security, over 200 Kashmiri Pandits left yesterday to attend the annual Kheer Bhavani Temple Mela in the valley, which is one of the biggest religious functions of the Pandit community. We have Gursimran live reporting from the very location where the annual Kheer Bhavani Mela takes place. Gursimran, the usual crowd that we see every year is missing this year. Of course, this in the backdrop of the targeted killings that are happening in recent days. If you could talk to us more about what these Kashmiri Pandits really have to say while they have not, the usual attendance is missing in this Mela which starts today.
See, right now we are in the Kheer Bhavani temple in Jammu, and this time in Jammu the crowd is way more than the expected number, as the people haven't gone to Kashmir Valley, and in Kashmir the Kashmiri Pandits have resisted due to ongoing civilian killings that we have seen in the Kashmir Valley. We have seen that how in the past the civilians were targeted in the Kashmir, and that's why the Kashmiri Pandits resisted to go to Kashmir Valley. But here the people have come here in large numbers. I am joined by the Mahant of this entire ashram. He's one of the senior priests. Sir, मुझे इसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए, इसके जो जी मुझे इसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए, इसकी महत्ता क्या है और कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय सुख शांति के लिए प्रेयर कर रहा है.
I am Dr. S.K. Vatal. I am trustee of this shrine, one of the shrines. This is a replica of a shrine. हिंदी में बोलना, अंग्रेजी में बोलना, English में. Basically, after the exodus of Kashmiri Pandits from valley in 1990, this replica of the Mata Kheer Bhavani came into the existence. This is managed by Ardharatri Maharajya Seva Sanstha. Exactly what we used to do in Kashmir at the lotus feet of the Mata Kheer Bhavani, known as Mata Ragnya. Mata Ragnya belonged, basically, was at Sri Lanka. She was with the Ravana. Because of their ill attitude towards the Mata, she shifted to the Satisar, called the Kashmir, on the shoulders of the Hanumanji, having 360 serpents along with. That is the Kal. And there is a spring. The spring, only one spring in the world, whole world, is that changes the color according to the conditions prevailing in the world as well as in the country.
We have seen Kashmiri Pandit community praying for the well-being of all as well as resettlement to the Kashmir Valley. This time situation is somewhat different, that the targeted killings are taking place. How do you see this?
Don't mix the spirituality or religious things with other things. That is another topic. We should not discuss that. It is a religious function. It is a spiritual function. We are connected with the roots. With them, we are rejoicing the Pradurbhava of Mata Kheer Bhavani. So it is okay. We have nothing to do all this.
Kashmiri Pandit community is praying for all well-being.
For whole world. For the whole world. First of all, for the community, state, Bharat, and for whole world. Namaskar.
So they are saying that the Kashmiri Pandit community is praying for the entire world. We have some more Kashmiri Pandits here who have lined up here. सर आपसे जानना चाहूँगा इस बार जो हमने देखा 2 साल के बाद कोविड के बाद यहाँ पर बेला भी हो रहा है, कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय भगवान के दर्शनों में क्या मांगेगा भगवान से?
क्या मांगेगा? हालात ठीक होना चाहिए और क्या?
हालात ठीक होने
और क्या बात है?
हर साल जो है खुशी मांगते हैं, इस बार भी मांगते हैं कि सब ठीक है।
सब ठीक है और क्या?
So they are saying that they will be praying to God for the well-being. I'll request Sir Jeevan to keep showing you the visuals that how hundreds and thousands of the Kashmiri Pandits, they have lined up here in large numbers, and what they are praying to God is that all is well here in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. The prevailing situation that we have seen in the Kashmir Valley, and we will continue this rolling coverage on Mata Kheer Bhavani's Mela. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. Now, I never thought that doing great law and order management would be such a problem with the lobby. They seem to have a real problem with Yogi. But across the country, you and I, people across the country are utterly delighted with the way in which Yogi has arrested 50 rioters of Kanpur. He deserves to be congratulated. The pincer-sharp process, the release of their photographs, the visual identification using unquestionable technology, fantastic by the Yogi government. In fact, these rioters, they've got such a lesson, ladies and gentlemen, that they who were strutting around trying to burn Kanpur down on Friday are forced to quietly, meekly surrender in front of the Uttar Pradesh police on their own. It's just marvelous. It's absolutely marvelous. The way in which Yogi has taught these rioters a lesson. But oh, these hypocrites, the same hypocrites who were absolutely roaring in support when 70 people had criminal charges framed against them for the Capitol Hill riots in Washington, saying, we must learn from this. Saying, this is the kind of law and order that we don't have in India. This is the kind of law and order. Look at America, how great America is. We need to learn from America. We need this kind of law and order in India. That same lobby, which was loquacious with joy, utter, uncontrollable joy, when the police in America shot dead a protester.
Welcome back. Now, it's a big win for the Jammu and Kashmir forces. 4 terrorists have been neutralized in the last 24 hours in Jammu and Kashmir. This comes shortly after Union Home Minister Amit Shah convened a high-level meeting with top officials in wake of a spate of targeted killings in the valley.
Crackdown on terror in the Kashmir Valley in less than 24 hours. 4 terrorists have been neutralized by J&K police along with Indian Army in North as well as in South Kashmir. The operation was launched in Sopore, Kulpwara and also in Shopian. 4 terrorists were neutralized and out of 4, 2 are Pakistani terrorists. Meanwhile, multiple raids are being conducted by the Jammu and Kashmir police when it comes to detaining OGW network. They are being questioned for their involvement in the target killings in the Kashmir Valley. As for IGP Kashmir, there are multiple number of people who are directly in contact with the active terrorists, who are actually in contact with the Pakistani handlers, who are directing them how to carry the attacks, and also these Pakistani handlers are trying to radicalize the Kashmir youth.
एसएसपी शोपुर को इन्फॉर्मेशन मिला था कि जलोरा फॉरेस्ट पर कुछ मूवमेंट है। उसके बाद पुलिस आर्मी मिलके एरिया में कॉर्डन डाला। जब सर्च शुरू हुई तो इनकाउंटर शुरुआत हो गया, जिसमें एक पाकिस्तानी टेररिस्ट मारा गया, जिसके डॉक्यूमेंट से उसका नाम हंजला पाया जाता है। ये लाहौर का रहने वाला है। उसके पास से AK-47 5 मैगजीन मिला है, काफ़ी हथियार, और वहाँ से 2 पाकिस्तानी टेररिस्ट भागने में कामयाब भी हो गया है, लेकिन उसका दोनों का पिट्ठू गिर गया। उसमें बहुत सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स मिला है, जिस पर हम लोग और स्टडी कर रहे हैं। दूसरा इनकाउंटर कुपवाड़ा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हुआ है। कुपवाड़ा का जो कंडी बेल्ट एरिया है, फॉरेस्ट एरिया है, वहाँ पर कुपवाड़ा पुलिस और आर्मी मिल के ऑपरेशन लॉन्च किया था, जिसमें 2 टेररिस्ट मारे गए हैं लश्कर तैयबा का। एक पाकिस्तान टेररिस्ट है, एक त्राल का है। त्राल का जो इश्तियाक लोन है और रिसेंटली ज्वाइन किया था, और पाकिस्तान टेररिस्ट जो है इसका तोफेल कोड नाम है। वहाँ से बहुत सारे 2 AK-56 राइफल मिला है, बहुत सारे सामान मिला है।
We are seeing the encounter in the south and the north Kashmir, and meanwhile Shopian police was able to crack the case of IED blast. IED blast was reported in Sidhu of Shopian, where the 3 Indian Army soldiers received injuries, and out of which one succumbed to the injuries. With Vijay Firdoswani, I'm Zinat Zishan Fazil for Republic in Srinagar.
News in brief, a day after the ED conducted raids at the properties of arrested Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain's aides, the agency has shared pictures of stunning recoveries that have been made. The visuals, which were first accessed by Republic, show bundles of hard cash amounting to over 2.8 crore rupees, along with 133 gold coins and gold biscuits weighing about 1.8 kgs that were recovered by the ED. After the stunning recovery by the Enforcement Directorate from the aides of Satyendra Jain, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal pinned the blame on Prime Minister Modi and backed his own arrested minister. Taking to Twitter, Kejriwal said that Prime Minister Modi was after the Aam Aadmi Party, especially the governments in Punjab and the national capital. After the ED's raids on Satyendra Jain's aides, BJP national spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla went further and slammed the Aam Aadmi Party, saying that the ruling party in Delhi should be given gold medal on top of the gold seizures, and that Arvind Kejriwal will have to answer for his minister.
Mr. Satyendra Jain should have resigned long back. He deserves the gold medal for Ghotala. He is not just the health minister, now he has become the Hawalat minister. But when Punjab, the health minister becomes Hawalat minister, Mr. Kejriwal takes his resignation. In Delhi, when health minister becomes Hawalat minister, Mr. Kejriwal is feeling hesitation. This hesitation shows that there is some majburi because of which Mr. Kejriwal is not able to take the istifa of Mr. Satyendra Jain.
A short break. World this morning. Coming up on the other side, Boris Johnson rallies cabinet after tight win, tries to patch up his tattered authority after surviving a no-confidence vote. And battle for Donbass intensifies after Moscow claims control over Luhansk.
एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आपको कोतवाली पुलिस स्टेशन से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर इस वक्त इसको रोमानी को रखा गया है और इससे कल देर रात तक पूछताछ भी की। आपसे हाशमी ने क्या कहा था? हाशमी आपसे मिला था?
हमसे उन्होंने कहा 20-20 ये निकाल, रोमानी निकाल दी।
तो हाशमी से आप पहले मिले थे? आपकी मुलाकात पहले भी है?
एक बार पहले हुई है बस।
इसलिए एग्जिट किया कि उसमें बहुत से बच्चे भी थे, लड़के भी थे, और जो पुलिस उसको उठा रही है झूठ मूठ फंसाने के लिए, अपना काम करने के लिए लोगों को उठाती जा रही है, एक एक करके डेली उठाती जा रही है, ये इसलिए उन लोगों को हटाया।
केजरीवाल जी, उनकी क्या ऐसी मजबूरी है कि आज तक वो दिल्ली के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से बने हवालात मिनिस्टर सत्येंद्र जैन का इस्तीफा नहीं ले पा रहे?
Kanpur police has been very swift in acting against the entire incident through hours of CCTV footages. Now 40 people have been identified and action has been taken against them. An inquiry has also been put in place. All India Muslim Personal Law Board has given out a statement. Central government is being extremely biased in taking the action. These two organizations have been raising similar objections.
Boris Johnson rallies cabinet after tight win, tries to patch up his tattered authority after surviving a no confidence vote. Battle for Donbas intensifies after Moscow claims control over Luhansk. Imprisoned Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny, an appeal contesting the decision to label him as inclined to commit crimes of a terrorist. As the countdown begins to the FIFA World Cup this December, FIFA World Cup made its stop in Lahore as part of its 51-nation tour. Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu said Tuesday Russian forces had established control of significant parts of Ukraine. Speaking to army officials in Moscow on Tuesday, he said that cities on the left bank of Seversky Donetsk, such as Krasny Liman, Sviatorhist and 15 other settlements were liberated.
Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu said that the Russian forces had established control of significant parts of Ukraine. Speaking to army officials in Moscow, he said that the cities on the left bank of Seversky Donetsk and 15 other settlements had been liberated.
Свидетельства местных жителей и монахов в освобожденном Светогорске Донецкой Народной Республике подтверждают факт умышленного поджога 5 июня украинскими националистами деревянного скита всех святых земли русской. По словам очевидцев, еще 2 июня сего года на территорию расположенного южнее через реку от города Светогорского историко-архитектурного заповедника приезжали украинские военные. Целью было обследовать местность для размещения на высоком берегу, где расположен архитектурный заповедник, артиллерийских позиций вооруженных сил Украины.
According to Shoigu, Russian forces had established control over 97% of Luhansk region.
Потушить загоревшийся скит безуспешно пытались не только монахи, но и прибывшие к ним на помощь члены местной территориальной обороны. Националисты этому препятствовали, открыв огонь на устрашение. Несмотря на проходившие в Светогорске боевые действия, никаких повреждений исторических и православных памятников на территории Свято-Успенской, Светогорской лавры российскими военнослужащими не допущено.
Russian Defense Ministry chief spokesman said that the Ukrainian forces had damaged a historical monastery, but he added that despite military operations, Russian armed forces prevented any damage to historical Orthodox monuments.
Также полностью освобождены жилые кварталы города Северодонецка. Продолжается взятие под контроль его промышленной зоны и ближайших населенных пунктов. Развивается наступление на Попасинском направлении. В целом, на сегодняшний день освобождено 97% территории Луганской Народной Республики.
Russian Defense Ministry also shared footage showing self-propelled artillery howitzers in action. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Imprisoned Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny has lost an appeal contesting the decision by OVA, a penal colony's decision to label him as inclined to commit crimes of a terrorist or extremist nature.
A court in Russia's Vladimir region rejected an appeal by the opposition leader over a penal colony's decision to label him as a person inclined to commit crimes of a terrorist or extremist nature. The opposition leader, who took part in the proceedings via video link, argued that he was put on that register illegally, both procedurally and by definition. The 46-year-old, most determined political foe of Russian president was arrested in January 2021 upon returning from Germany. He had been recuperating from nerve agent poisoning that he blames on the Kremlin and handed a 2.5-year sentence for a parole violation.
Судебная коллегия определила решение Петушинского районного суда Владимирской области от 1 февраля 2022 года оставить без изменения апелляционную жалобу Навального Алексея Анатольевича без удовлетворения. На данное апелляционное определение может быть подана кассационная жалоба через суд первой инстанции в течение 6 месяцев со дня вынесения апелляционного определения во второй кассационный суд общей юрисдикции. Также можно ознакомиться с протоколом судебного заседания, аудиопротоколом, установленный законом срок 5 дней, принести свои замечания, если таковые.
In March, he was sentenced to 9 years in prison on fraud and contempt of court charges he rejected as politically motivated, a move that signaled an attempt by the authorities to keep him behind bars for as long as possible. Agency report, Republic TV.
And the Sri Lankan Prime Minister has appealed to the International Monetary Fund for immediate monetary aid, saying the government will require $6 billion to keep the country afloat. The Sri Lankan Prime Minister has also warned that the next 3 weeks will be difficult for citizens as far as fuel supplies are concerned.
From the capital city of Colombo to the smallest towns in Sri Lanka, these long queues for fuel and cooking gas are becoming increasingly common as the government struggles to meet the needs of its citizens. The government says it needs an immediate infusion of cash into the economy to keep the country afloat.
ඉදිරි මාස 6 තුල අපේ රටේ ජන ජීවිතය සාමාන්‍ය මට්ටමින් පවත්වාගෙන යාම සඳහා අඩුම තරමින් ඩොලර් බිලියන 5ක පමණ මුදලක් අපට අවශ්‍යයි. එදිනෙදා ජන ජීවිතය පවත්වාගෙන යද්දී ඊට සමාන්තරව රුපියල ශක්තිමත් කළ යුතුයි. රුපියල ශක්තිමත් කරලීම සඳහා තවත් ඩොලර් බිලියනයක් මුදලක්වත් අපට අවශ්‍ය වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ ඉදිරි මාස 6 රට නොවැටි පවත්වාගෙන යාම සඳහා ඩොලර් බිලියන 6ක් මුදලක් සොයා ගැනීම අවශ්‍ය වෙනවා. We cannot find this money from within. We have to get help from outside.
The Sri Lankan Prime Minister has appealed to his citizens to limit all non-essential travel as the nation is reeling under a severe shortage of food, medicine and fuel.
ඒ වගේම ඉන්ධන හා ගෑස් සම්බන්ධයෙන් ඉතිරි සති 3ට අපට ඉතාමත් දුෂ්කර කාල සීමාවක් වෙනවා. අප සියලු දෙනාම හැකිතාක් පරිස්සමින් ඉන්ධන සහ ගෑස් පරිභෝජනය කළ යුතු කාලයක්. ගමන් බිමන් හැකිතරම් සීමා කරගත යුතු කාලයක්. ඒ නිසා මේ කාල සීමාවේ Taman ගැන පමණක් සිතා අනවශ්‍ය ලෙස ඉන්ධන සහ ගෑස් රැස් කර ගැනීමෙන් වළකින ලෙස මම සමස්ත පුරවැසියන්ගෙන් ඉල්ලා සිටිනවා. ඒ දුෂ්කර සති 3න් පසු ඉන්ධන සහ ගෑස් හිඟයක් තොරව බෙදා දීම සඳහා අපි වෙහෙස වෙනවා.
The Sri Lankan government is looking for an international group of lending partners, including India, to pull the country out of the crippling financial crisis.
අපට ණය දෙන මිත්‍ර රටවල් එක්කොට ආධාර සමුළුවක් පවත්වන මෙන් අප ජාත්‍යන්තර මූල්‍ය අරමුදලෙන් ඉල්ලා සිටිනවා. ඒ ඉන්දියාව, චීනය සහ ජපානයේ ප්‍රධානත්වයෙන් මෙවැනි සමුළුවක් පැවැත්වීම අපේ රටට විශාල ශක්තියක් වෙනවා. චීනය සහ ජපානය ණය ලබා දීමේ අනුගමනය කරන ප්‍රවේශයන් වෙනසක්.
The Sri Lankan government has suspended repayment of $7 billion in loans this year as part of the $26 billion to be repaid by 2026. With a total foreign debt of $51 billion, it's a long road ahead for the embattled Sri Lankan government. Agency report, Republic TV.
And while the country was celebrating Queen Elizabeth's Platinum Jubilee reign on the British throne, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson was facing infighting among his own party members. While Johnson has won the no-confidence vote, the rebellion has badly dented his image.
British Prime Minister Boris Johnson met his cabinet trying to patch up his tattered authority after surviving a no-confidence vote. Johnson vowed to get on with the job after Conservative Party lawmakers voted 211 to 148 to support him as a leader. Johnson needed the backing of 180 of the 359 Conservative lawmakers in Monday's secret ballot to stay in power. He got more than that, but although he described his win as convincing, the rebellion was larger than some of his supporters had predicted. It was also a narrower margin than Johnson's predecessor, Theresa May, got in a 2018 no-confidence vote. She was forced to resign 6 months later.
Good morning, Cabinet. Thank you all very much. Very good to see you all. And I think thank you, by the way, everybody, for all your good work yesterday, because which was a very important day, because we were able now to draw a line under the issues that our opponents want to talk about, and we are able to get on with talking about what I think the people in this country want us to talk about, which is what we are doing to help them and to take the country forward. And that is what we are going to do. We're going to focus exclusively on that.
Under party rules, Johnson is now free from another challenge for a year. But the previous prime ministers who have faced a no-confidence vote have been terminally damaged. The rebellion was a sign of a deep conservative divisions, less than 3 years after Johnson led the party to its biggest election victory in decades. The vote followed months of brewing discontent over the Prime Minister's ethics and judgment that centered on revelations of law-breaking parties in the Prime Minister's office when Britain was under lockdowns during the coronavirus pandemic. Agency report, Republic TV.
Authorities in the northwestern Italian port city of Genoa are executing arrest warrants on 14 Pakistani citizens linked to the 27-year-old Pakistani who stabbed 2 people in September 2020 outside the former offices in Paris of the Charlie Hebdo satirical magazine.
Authorities in the northwestern Italian port city of Genoa were executing arrest warrants on 14 Pakistani citizens linked to the 27-year-old Pakistani who stabbed 2 people in September 2020 outside the former offices in Paris of the Charlie Hebdo satirical magazine. In footage released by the police, officers are seen carrying out a morning raid of at least one property and several suspects are detained. The anti-terrorism investigators said that the suspects were accused of criminal association with an international terror group and are suspected of belonging to a terror cell called Gabar Group with direct links to the attacker Hassan Zahir Mahmood. Mahmood, now 27 and in French custody, told investigators that he acted out of anger over caricatures of Prophet Muhammad that had been recently republished by a weekly paper. 2 people were seriously wounded in the stabbing, which took place outside the newspaper's former offices, where Islamic extremists killed 12 people in January 2015. The 2 brothers involved in the 2015 attack targeted Charlie Hebdo because they believed the newspaper had blasphemed Islam by publishing the same Muhammad caricatures. Agency report, Republic TV.
South Korea and the United States held an air power demonstration on Tuesday. Reportedly, the drill held in the sea off South Korea's western coast was in response to North Korea's unprecedented launch of 8 ballistic missiles.
South Korea and the US military conducted a combined air power demonstration on Tuesday to display their readiness to North Korea. South Korea's military launched 16 warplanes including F-35A stealth fighters, and the US launched 4 F-16 fighters. The joint air drill came during a visit by US Deputy Secretary of State Wendy Sherman, who said there would be a strong and clear response if North Korea were to conduct a nuclear test. The US and the South Korean militaries also launched 8 ballistic missiles off the country's coast on Monday, in response to a North Korean missile display a day earlier that extended a provocative streak in weapons demonstrations. South Korea's military on Sunday detected North Korea firing 8 short-range missiles over 35 minutes from at least 4 different locations, in what appeared to be a single-day record for the country's ballistic launches. Meanwhile, South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol, who took office last month, has vowed to take a tougher line against the North and agreed with the US President Joe Biden at a May summit in Seoul to upgrade joint military drills and their combined deterrence stance. Agency report, Republic TV.
And the massive wildfire in South California has spread across 90 acres near the city of Hesperia. More than 100 firefighters have been battling to douse the flames. The department has dispatched more than 115 firefighters, 23 engines, and several aircraft.
More than 100 firefighters were battling a wildfire near the city of Hesperia in Southern California. According to San Bernardino County Fire, the fire started from about 50 acres and then spread to about 95 acres. The fire was burning in thick fuel and growing at a moderate rate. The department has dispatched more than 115 firefighters, 23 engines, and several aircraft to battle the fire. One person was taken to hospital with burns as firefighters battled to contain the wildfire. Conditions of the injured is still unclear at this time. Video showed flames flickering in farmland along Highway 173 and threatening several structures nearby. Helicopters could be seen dropping water onto the fire while a significant operation was also taking place on the ground. As of Tuesday morning, crews reported that the blaze was 50% contained, with one outbuilding destroyed. The California Highway Patrol closed roads and diverted traffic near the fire, and the city of Hesperia urged people to avoid the area. Agency report, Republic TV.
Sweden is ready to defend Gotland as NATO military exercises got into full swing. More than 7,000 sailors, airmen and marines from 16 nations, including 2 aspiring to join the alliance, Finland and Sweden, are taking part in the 2-week US-led Baltic operations drill. Forces performed an airdrop and an amphibious landing on Gotland. EU Commissioner for Trade stated that the European Union will continue to provide significant military support to Ukraine in a speech in the European Parliament in Strasbourg. On the other hand, member of the European Parliament David McAllister called the EU to grant Ukraine candidate status. San Francisco voters cast their ballot in primary elections, choosing a variety of state and local office holders and weighing the call of the city's controversial district attorney. California voters are choosing candidates for governor, attorney general, U.S. senator, and a variety of local races. The Dallas City Council has decided to celebrate the LGBTQ community by raising a specially made flag on different public facilities. Following a vote by the City Council, it was decided that a flag combining the city's flag and the flag of the LGBTQ community would be created. Two people were found dead after a shooting in a supermarket north of Frankfurt. According to sources, gunfire was reported at the premises at around 1 p.m. Based on witness statements, a man first shot a woman in the grocery store and then apparently took his own life. The motive behind the killing was not immediately clear. And coming up next on World This Morning, the countdown begins for the FIFA World Cup. The Cup made its stop at Lahore as part of its 51-nation tour.
एग्जिट किया कि उसमें बहुत से बच्चे भी थे, लड़के भी थे, और जो पुलिस उसको उठा रही है झूठ मूठ फंसाने के लिए, अपना काम करने के लिए लोगों को उठाती जा रही है, एक एक करके डेली उठाती जा रही है। ये इसलिए उन लोगों को हटाया।
केजरीवाल जी, उनकी क्या ऐसी मजबूरी है कि आज तक वो दिल्ली के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से बने हवालात मिनिस्टर सत्येंद्र जैन का इस्तीफा नहीं ले पा रहे?
Kanpur police has been very swift in acting against the entire incident. Through hours of CCTV footages, now 40 people have been identified and action has been taken against them. An inquiry has also been put in place. All India Muslim Personal Law Board has given out a statement. Central government is being extremely biased in taking the action. These two organizations have been raising similar objections ever since the central government is trying to nab the perpetrators who are behind such violence.
एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आपको कोतवाली पुलिस स्टेशन से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर इस वक्त इसको रोमानी को रखा गया है और इससे कल देर रात तक पूछताछ भी की। आपसे हाशमी ने क्या कहा था? हाशमी आपसे मिला था?
हमसे उन्होंने कहा 20-20 ये निकाल, तो मैंने निकाल दिया।
तो हाशमी से आप पहले मिले थे? आपकी मुलाकात पहले भी है?
एक बार पहले हुई है बस।
एग्जिट किया कि उसमें बहुत से बच्चे भी थे, लड़के भी थे, और जो पुलिस उसको उठा रही है झूठ मूठ फंसाने के लिए, अपना काम करने।
And the sixth film in the Jurassic franchise, Dominion, is the first to bring together stars of the 1993 original Jurassic Park and the leads of the Jurassic World trilogy, which debuted in 2015 and continued with the 2018 Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom.
The stars of the Jurassic franchisee came together to celebrate the sixth installment of the dinosaur franchisee in Los Angeles. Stars of Jurassic World Chris Pratt and Bryce Dallas said that having Jurassic Park actors Laura Dern, Jeff Goldblum and Sam Neill in the newest blockbuster was incredible.
In a word, incredible. Yeah, it's incredible.
And it also, it makes it so real. I'm like, oh my God, I'm in a Jurassic movie because we're on screen with Laura Dern and Sam Neill.
Yeah, and
Jeff
secretly
Goldblum.
we're always hoping that maybe they would be okay with what we had done with Jurassic World, but them joining the Jurassic World Dominion is like the ultimate validation. It's like not only are we so excited, but it's an affirmation that they were okay with what we had done, which is pretty great.
B.D. Wong, who was in the original 1993 Jurassic Park and subsequently joined the Jurassic World trilogy, and said that he loves the cast expansion.
And at some point, almost everyone is together, and there's something really moving about it to me. It's almost as if this diverse group of people represents the world facing this this time in our history which feels impossible, like what overwhelming, and how do we deal with the world going down the toilet or whatever, or however you want to characterize it. It's all of us kind of like desperately clinging to one another and trying to figure out the solutions to something that seems impossible.
And the FIFA World Cup trophy was unveiled in Pakistan on Tuesday, the latest stop on a tour of 51 countries and territories ahead of Qatar 2022 in November. After flying into Lahore from Uzbekistan, the 6.1 kg solid gold trophy was unveiled by French former World Cup winner Christian Karembeu, alongside the captain of the Pakistan national women's team, Hajra Khan.
As the countdown begins to the FIFA World Cup this December, the trophy made its pit stop in Lahore as part of its 51-nation tour ahead of the Qatar World Cup 2022.
Today we are here at the FIFA World Cup Football Trophy Tour in Pakistan. We just unveiled the World Cup trophy, and being part of the national team representing Pakistan, it's always been a dream to be close to the World Cup, be able to represent Pakistan in the World Cup. But the trophy is home, and I hope it strengthens the belief of all the followers and fans and football players in the country that there is hope and there's a goal we can reach in the future, which is the World Cup.
After flying into Pakistan from Uzbekistan, the 6.1 kg gold trophy was unveiled by former French World Cup winner Christian Karembeu, alongside the captain of the Pakistan national women's team, Hajra Khan.
It's great to have the trophy here in Pakistan, given the fact that Pakistan itself, the team is not being represented in this tournament, but the balls from Pakistan are going to be we played with it in Doha, and it's good that the trophy is there so the fans can feel the excitement as well, and Pakistan can also be part of the entire festive event and tournament.
The trophy was put on display for the public, after which a concert was held. The trophy will head to Saudi Arabia next as part of the FIFA World Cup Trophy Tour. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Well, that's all we have for you in World This Morning. Coming up next is the Morning Express, in which we'll be telling you all about how the trip was made from cash stash to gold bars. Sensational seizures from Satyendra Jain's aides. Also, we'll be telling you about how amid targeted killings in Jammu and Kashmir, Kashmiri pundits have put forth 11 demands seeking fixed tenures for PM package employees.
केजरीवाल जी, उनकी क्या ऐसी मजबूरी है कि आज तक वो दिल्ली के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से बने हवालात मिनिस्टर सत्येंद्र जैन का इस्तीफा नहीं ले पा रहे?
The Kanpur police has been very swift in acting against the entire incident through hours of CCTV footages. Now 40 people have been identified and action has been taken against them. An inquiry has also been put in place. All India Muslim Personal Law Board has given out a statement. Central government is being extremely biased in taking the action. These two organizations have been raising similar objections ever since the central government is trying to nab the perpetrators who are behind such violence.
एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आपको कोतवाली पुलिस स्टेशन से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर इस वक्त इसको रोमानी को रखा गया है और इससे कल देर रात तक पूछताछ भी की। आपसे हाशमी ने क्या कहा था? हाशमी आपसे मिला था?
हमसे उन्होंने कहा 20-20 ये निकाल दो, मैंने निकाल दिया।
तो हाशमी से आप पहले मिले थे? आपकी मुलाकात पहले भी है?
एक बार पहले हुई है बस।
इसलिए एग्जिट किया कि उसमें बहुत से बच्चे भी थे, लड़के भी थे, और जो पुलिस उस
People across the country are utterly delighted with the way in which Yogi has arrested 50 rioters of Kanpur. In fact, these rioters who were strutting around trying to burn Kanpur down on Friday are forced to meekly surrender in front of the Uttar Pradesh police. Now, I never thought that doing great law and order management would be such a problem with the lobby. They seem to have a real problem with Yogi. What does this lobby really hate more? Yogi Adityanath or the law itself? You can call this model anything. What matters is that the Yogi model works. That's all that matters.
Republic explosive forces Hyderabad police to make more arrests 10 days since gang rape. 6 accused arrested in Hyderabad. The Hyderabad police response to Republic TV doesn't deny political link to the 6th arrested accused. From cash stash to gold bars, sensational seizures from Satyendra Jain's aides. Amid targeted killings in Jammu and Kashmir, Kashmiri pundits put forth 11 demands, seek fixed tenure for the Prime Minister package employees. 4 Pakistani terrorists neutralized in less than 24 hours after the Home Minister reviews security situation in Jammu and Kashmir. The RBI's monetary policy today is likely to hike the repo rate by 25 to 50 basis points. Good morning and welcome. You are watching the Morning Express on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with news that's just coming in. Well, we are now learning that a UP MLA has sustained injuries in a road accident. The BJP MLA from Chakia has been injured in a road accident that took place. Now, news just coming in seems to suggest that Kailash Kharwar, the BJP MLA from Chakia, has been injured in a road accident. We are, of course, still awaiting more details as to what happened, but this is a news that we are just getting. A UP BJP MLA, Kailash Kharwar, has been injured in a road accident. So that's news that's just coming in. It is right now, of course, very, very preliminary what we are sharing with you, but all we know for now is that MLA from Uttar Pradesh of the BJP has sustained injuries in a road accident. The UP MLA over there, Kailash Kharwar, he's the MLA from Chakia, has been injured. Well, we are still trying to get more details of what really happened, but for now, we are just getting inputs that seem to suggest that the UP MLA has sustained injuries in a road accident. He's the UP MLA from Chakia. His name is Kailash Kharwar. He's been injured in a road accident. Now, a day after the Enforcement Directorate conducted raids at the properties of Satyendra Jain and his aides as a follow-up in the money laundering case against him, the ED has made stunning recoveries from his aides. The visuals of recovery show that bundles and bundles of hard cash, 133 gold coins and biscuits have also been amongst the recoveries from the alleged aides and business partners of the Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain.
The ED recovered stashes of cash along with gold coins and bars from the aides of Satyendra Jain.
Enforcement Directorate made a massive seizure in the Satyendra Jain case, recovering cash as well as gold coins. In fact, what we are given to understand is that these were seizures that were essentially made from aides of Satyendra Jain. 7 locations were raided in the national capital. These were properties belonging to Vaibhav, Ankush Jain and several others, including GC Matharu, who is considered to be an accomplice of Satyendra Jain.
The Aam Aadmi Party said that the rumors of cash and gold coins being seized from Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain are being spread by the centre to save their face, as nothing was recovered from him. Aam Aadmi Party said that 2.70 lakh from the Aam Aadmi Party leader's house was not seized because it was accounted cash. This is after the ED shared pictures of the almost 2.8 crore cash and 1.8 kgs in gold coins seized from the aides of Jain who were raided on Monday.
The Aam Aadmi Party, on the other hand, hit out at the Enforcement Directorate as well as the BJP, saying that not a single penny was found from Satyendra Jain's residence. In fact, they've also cited the punch number. Sources, on the other hand, indicated that these seizures were basically made from Satyendra Jain's accomplices, people who were controlling the companies on the behalf of Satyendra Jain. In fact, there are 2 other documents that have been accessed by Republic TV. One of the Income Tax Department and the other is the charge sheet that has been filed by the Central Bureau of Investigation, in which Vaibhav and Ankush Jain both have been charged. Interestingly, in the Income Tax Department document that we have accessed, Ankush as well as Vaibhav Jain have basically admitted, saying that the accommodation entries in the garb of share capital or premium in fact belong to Satyendra Kumar Jain, and that it was at his direction that the entire transaction was orchestrated. Now, the Enforcement Directorate is essentially basing their investigation on these 2 investigations done by one by the Income Tax Department and the other the Central Bureau of Investigation, and then they are essentially saying that this money that was recovered actually belonged to Satyendra Jain. That's what the Enforcement Directorate is essentially claiming.
The 57-year-old leader was arrested on May 30th under sections of Prevention of Money Laundering Act. He is to remain in the Enforcement Directorate's custody till June 9. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, the annual Kheer Bhavani Temple Mela in the valley is going to be beginning from today. Now, the usual rush is seeming to be missing due to the targeted killings that have taken place in the valley. Now, amidst tight security, over 200 Kashmiri Pandits left yesterday to attend the annual Kheer Bhavani Temple Mela in the valley. It is one of the biggest religious functions of the Pandit community. Gursimran is reporting live on this. Gursimran, this is something that is one of the most important festivals in the Pandit community's calendar each year. But this year it seems that very few of them are visiting the Kheer Bhavani temple.
Yes, in Kashmir Valley, very few Kashmiri Pandits are visiting the Kheer Bhavani temple, but in Jammu, the Kashmiri Pandits and thousands are coming to the Kheer Bhavani temple, which is a replica of the original temple here in Jammu that was established post-exodus of the Kashmiri Pandits from the Kashmir Valley. This is an epitome of faith for the Kashmiri Pandit community as they come here to pay obeisance at Mata Kheer Bhavani. They pray for the well-being of the humanity, and this time the situation is somewhat different, a tense situation, especially for the Kashmiri Pandit and the Hindu community of Jammu and Kashmir, where the people are being killed, the people are selectively being targeted. We have some Kashmiri Pandits with us. We'll try to speak to them also that how and what they actually feel. They are performing the puja. We'll try to speak to some of the Kashmiri Pandits. Sir, आपसे बात करना चाहूँगा माता के लिए दर्शनों के लिए. So many people they are into the puja. They are not speaking, but yes, one thing is very sure that they have come here to pray for the humanity, to pray for the peace in the entire community. We have seen how the things have unfolded in the recent past in the Kashmir Valley, especially when we speak how we have seen the targeted killings in the Kashmir Valley, due to which the Kashmiri Pandits have resisted to go to Kashmir. Those 200 to 250 Kashmiri Pandits left yesterday for the Mata Kheer Bhavani shrine, and now others are performing the puja here in the Kheer Bhavani temple in Jammu.
Right, as Gursimran is reporting, of course, you can see those pilgrims at the Kheer Bhavani Mela that takes place in Jammu. Now, Gursimran, now this particular temple visit, of course, comes amidst high security concerns that the Pandit community has been voicing over the past week or so. Now, you have, of course, been speaking to a lot of these people who are visiting earlier. Now, what's the sense that you are getting from them?
See, one thing is very clear, that the Kashmiri Pandits have made it very clear that faith has won over terrorism, and that is the reason that the Mela Kheer Bhavani is also being held in the Kashmir Valley. We have seen, despite tough situation in the Kashmir, these Kashmiri Pandits have come here in large numbers. I request Sir Jeevan to pan in to show you that how large number of people have come here from different walks of the society. We'll try to speak to some of the people. Sir, मुझे ये बताइए, माँ के दर्शनों के लिए आए हैं, मैडम आप भी माँ के दर्शनों के लिए आए हैं, क्या माँ से प्रार्थना की?
माँ से यही प्रार्थना करें, सुख शांति हमारे जम्मू कश्मीर में हो, इसीलिए हम यहाँ आए, क्योंकि हम इस टाइम श्रीनगर नहीं जा सके, अब हमने जम्मू में ही दर्शन किया। जय माता दी।
So they have paid obeisance here at Jammu. They say that they could not go to Kashmir Valley, to Srinagar due to the prevailing situation, but they are saying that we have prayed to Ma Kheer Bhavani for the well-being of the humanity.
All right, Gursimran reporting on that from the Kheer Bhavani temple over there. So Gursimran, you were of course trying to speak to all those people who are around you, and we understand that this is an important time for them to be praying inside the temple. But what I wanted to also ask you was that give us a sense of the security arrangements outside, because this is something that the central government will not want to take any chances with.
See, the security has been beefed up. We are inside the premises of the temple. There is a multi-level security grid that has been put in place in Jammu as well. 3-layer security. The vehicles, those who are coming outside, are not being allowed to enter to 500 meters distance. This has been done to ensure the security and safety of the temple, where the Kashmiri Pandits, thousands in number, are thronging in, and they are praying for the well-being and peace in the country, as well as for the Kashmir Valley, which is their homeland. But due to what happened in 1990s, they have to leave the Kashmir Valley, and the situation that has prevailed over some weeks has led to similar kind of situation. Though the government is making the efforts to improve the situation, but what Kashmiri Pandits are saying, that they are going to pray for the peace and prosperity in the entire world.
All right, Gursimran reporting on that. Thank you very much for joining us. Well, the Kerala gold scam accused has spoken to Republic TV. In her first interview, she has made some sensational claims about the Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, in which she has refuted in this particular interview.
She was named the accused in the Kerala gold scam, and she's made a series of new revelations. Joining us live on the broadcast is Swapna Suresh, who was the gold scam accused. Swapna, thank you for joining us. You've made a new claim now, saying that you're saying that a bag, I saw your statement there, you said that a bag was delivered to the Chief Minister, a bag of cash. Is that correct?
Yes.
What was in that bag?
You just said it. Way back in 2016, the Chief Minister had travelled to Dubai, and his secretary, Mr. Shiv Shankar, had contacted us, asking us to arrange the protocol arrangements and the facilitations at the airport. Following that, Shiv Shankar had called up requesting that the Honorable Chief Minister has left out a very, very important bag, and that has to reach the Honorable Chief Minister with immediate effect. And he sought our assistance from the consulate. So I actually informed the Consul General regarding the same, and the Consul General assigned a diplomat, a UAE national diplomat, a UAE national diplomat to fly the very same night to UAE carrying this baggage. So one of the officers from the consulate actually brought the baggage to the consulate, and there is a protocol or a procedure that any parcel from outside comes to the consulate has to be scanned from the scanning machine of the consulate. And he identified that there was cash in that, but then it was taken and handed over to somebody, somebody assigned by Shiv Shankar in the UAE to hand it over to the Honorable Chief Minister.
Now, why do you think? Why did he want the cash? Now, you were named the accused in this case. Why did he want the cash delivered in a bag in Dubai, what was it meant for?
Well, I cannot get into the details like that because I have restrictions from the Honorable Court. All I could just tell was, or just mention about the two incidents so that, you know, the media can actually investigate as well. You know, these statements have been given already to the investigating agencies prior to this. I have already given my 164 statement in the customs case. And I don't think I have said anything different. I have said the same thing, but nothing has seen the light of the day. So I want to live without threat. And I just want to take care of my children. So whoever has, whatever role it is, whether it's small or big, should come to light, or the Honorable Court should know it. And the investigation should go further in a proper manner. And that's all what I want. And that is why I took this decision of going voluntarily to the Honorable Court and the Enforcement Directorate and give all the details that I know about the incidents that has taken place. That's it.
Well, dramatic pictures over there coming in from Rajasthan. An elderly woman is being allegedly thrashed brutally in Ajmer's Kishan Nagar. These visuals are coming to you from ANI. So what you see on your picture screens right now are these dramatic pictures of an elderly woman who's being thrashed in Rajasthan. So these dramatic pictures are coming in from Ajmer's Kishan Nagar. Let's go back to on the phone line to Amardeep. Amardeep, give us more details, please.
अजमेर के किशनगढ़ में स्थित आजाद नगर में एक बुजुर्ग महिला को मारने पीटने का मामला सामने आया, जिसमें एक सीसीटीवी निकल के आया, जिस सीसीटीवी में साफ तौर से दिखाई दे रहा है कि लोग किस तरीके से एक बुजुर्ग महिला को पीट रहे हैं। फिलहाल किशनगढ़ थाना जो है उसने पुलिस ने संज्ञान लेते हुए अभी मामला दर्ज किया है और स्थिति को स्पष्ट करने के लिए इन्वेस्टिगेशन जारी है। लेकिन इस तरीके की तस्वीर ये बताती है कि यहाँ पे खुलेआम किस तरीके से ना किसी सरकार और ना लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का अभी अपराधियों में डर है।
All right, Amardeep, thank you very much for joining us with those details. Now, amid the spate of targeted killings in Jammu and Kashmir, Kashmiri pundits have put forth a list of 11 demands, including relocation to Jammu for at least 3 years. Now, in the 11 demands that have been put forward, Kashmiri pundit associations have focused on the centre's measures for the Prime Minister's package employees and have sought a fixed tenure as well as concrete and sufficient accommodation.
Amid the spate of targeted killings in Jammu and Kashmir, Kashmiri pundits have put forth 11 demands, including relocation to the Jammu for at least 3 years. In the 11 demands put forward, Kashmiri pundits have focused on the centre's measure for PM package employees and have sought a fixed tenure as well as concrete and sufficient accommodation. They have also requested the old pension system for PM package employees along with a single window system for disbursement of salaries.
Not satisfied with the government response, Kashmiri pundits have now come up with a new set of demands so that they can work or continue to work in the valley. Remember earlier, after the Home Ministry meeting in New Delhi, the government had taken a clear position that none of the Kashmiri pundits working in the valley as part of Prime Minister's package would be transferred to Jammu, because that would defeat the entire purpose of having them there in Kashmir, and that the designs of terrorists to homogenize the population of valley would succeed, and it's essentially against the idea of India. But then the Kashmiri pundits believe that till the spate of targeted killings subside, they should not be allowed to work in the valley and that they should be transferred to Jammu at least for 3 years or till the time that this spate of killing subsides. Also, they want Kendriya Vidyalayas near the transit camps. They also want permanent accommodation, concrete accommodation, at least 2 BHK for the Pandit families working in the valley. There are other set of demands which they have come out with. We'll have to see how the government responds, but sources tell us that all those demands would be looked with empathy, except for perhaps permanent transfer to Jammu.
So far, 177 Kashmiri Pandits teachers have been transferred to safer location in Srinagar in the wake of terrorist attacks. The move came after the high security meeting chaired by Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who directed that intelligence and security coverage should be heightened at the local level. The Home Minister also asserted that those spreading terror news should be dealt with strictly and not spared at any cost. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A look at some international news in brief. Sweden is ready to defend Gotland as NATO's military exercise got into full swing. More than 7,000 sailors, airmen, marines from 16 nations, including those aspiring to join the alliance, Finland and Sweden, are taking part in the 2-week US-led Baltic operations drills. Now, forces performed an airdrop and an amphibious landing on Gotland. The EU's Commissioner for Trade has stated that the European Union will continue to provide significant military support to Ukraine in a speech in the European Parliament in Strasbourg. On the other hand, members of the European Parliament, David McAllister, called the EU to grant Ukraine candidate status. San Francisco voters have cast their ballots in primary elections, choosing a variety of state and local office holders and weighing the call of the city's controversial district attorney. California voters are choosing candidates for governor, attorney general, U.S. senator, and a variety of local races. Dallas City Council has decided to celebrate the LGBTQ community by raising a specially made flag on different public facilities. Now, following a vote by the City Council, it was decided that a flag combining the city's flag and the flag of the community be created. 2 people have been found dead after a shooting in a supermarket north of Frankfurt, according to sources. Gunfire was reported at the premises at around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, based on witness statements, a man first shot a woman in the grocery store and then apparently took his own life. The motive behind the killings is not immediately clear. Well, news just coming in. We are now learning that in the follow-up to the arrest that we have seen in the Kanpur violence, the Kanpur police have now arrested the BJP's youth wing leader Harshit Srivastav over his controversial tweet in view of clashes in the district that broke out recently. Now, we are also given to understand that a case has been registered against him. Do remember that there have been several arrests that have been made with regards to the clashes that we saw in Kanpur, which left several people injured. This particular BJP youth wing leader also arrested now. What we understand is that it was an inflammatory post that he made, which led to his arrest. An FIR has been lodged by the local police over there, and he has also been arrested. This is Harshit Srivastav. He has been arrested over an alleged controversial tweet that he made in view of the clashes that broke out in Kanpur. Now, the Hyderabad police has made its 6th arrest in the Gangrape investigation, and more questions are emerging over the political links to one of the minor accused, something that the police also has not denied. Republic TV's executive editor Niranjan gets you more.
As the Hyderabad police made announcements about the developments in the Jubilee Hills Gangrape case, there was a surprise in store, because the police has confirmed that 6 arrests have been made. Now, on last Friday, when the Hyderabad police addressed a news conference, they claimed that there were 5 accused, 5 named.
We have arrested one of the accused. His name is Saduddin Malik, 18 years. He is a major. We have evidence against 3 juveniles and 1 more major. His name is Umair Khan. He is also 18 years old. Other 3 are juveniles.
A 6th accused has been arrested, and Republic TV has learned in the course of our reporting that the 6th accused arrested, who is a minor, is linked to a political party. Now, because there are restrictions when it comes to minors, and because it's a case of POCSO, there are restrictions in revealing the identity or details of the accused in this particular case. So, we are holding back the information, but we have details of a political party leader's son who has been arrested, and he's been perhaps on the run for 10 days now since the crime took place on the 28th of May. It happened on the 28th, and for almost 10 days, some of them were not arrested, and the police had claimed that they were looking for these people who were on the run, and they have now been arrested.
All that you have to conclude from your... No, I cannot tell because this involves minors.
In all, 6 arrests, 5 minors. We are told that there's just one adult, and that is Sadadullah Khan. Pictures of whom we have reported and broadcast on Saturday. And the story is getting more interesting also because even now, there is an attempt to sully the victim, to shame the victim. But one revelation that came about in what the police said on Tuesday is that the videos that were released, by one of the accused. And one of the accused who was in the car shot those videos and later released those videos in public. Does that explain why some of the accused were on the run in the Hyderabad Jubilee Hills gang rape case?
Well, there was among the series of cases that were there against the RJD chief and former Bihar Chief Minister Lalu Yadav, there was a case of 2006 related to the violation of the Model Code of Conduct. Now that case has been closed. He has been fined an amount of 6,000 rupees, and what we understand is that that case has been closed. Now he was supposed to visit Palamu from the 6th to 8th of June to appear before the special MP MLA court in this 27-year-old case of alleged Model Code of Conduct violation. But what we are given to understand is that this case has now been closed. This is an old case on him. Now, just to tell our viewers about what this particular case was, we understand that this was a Model Code of Conduct violation case that was filed against Lalu Yadav.
ने इनके सारी बातों को सुना और सारे बात को पिटीशन को देखते हुए सारे जो लॉ है, लॉ के अंतर्गत कोर्ट ने इनको फाइन लेकर और इनको मुक्त किया गया। फाइन हुआ मात्र 6,000 रुपए का फाइन हुआ। केस मुक्त मतलब डिस्पोज हो गया, केस समाप्त, निष्पादित किया गया। आने की आवश्यकता उनकी नहीं है। ठीक है, मतलब केस खत्म, केस निष्पादित किया गया।
The security has been beefed up of the civil judge Ravi Kumar Divakar, and in fact the responsibility has been given to 10 policemen who ordered the probe of and survey of Gangrape Mosque. Keep watching Republic Media Network to know more on this story.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. Now, I never thought that doing great law and order management would be such a problem with the lobby. They seem to have a real problem with Yogi. But across the country, you and I, people across the country are utterly delighted with the way in which Yogi has arrested 50 rioters of Kanpur. He deserves to be congratulated. The pincer-sharp process, the release of their photographs, the visual identification using unquestionable technology, fantastic, by the Yogi government. In fact, these rioters, they've got such a lesson, ladies and gentlemen, that they who were strutting around trying to burn Kanpur down on Friday are forced to quietly, meekly surrender in front of the Uttar Pradesh police on their own. It's just marvelous. It's absolutely marvelous. The way in which Yogi has taught these rioters a lesson. But oh, these hypocrites, the same hypocrites who were absolutely roaring in support when 70 people had criminal charges framed against them for the Capitol Hill riots in Washington, saying, we must learn from this. Saying, this is the kind of law and order that we we don't have in India. This is the kind of law and order. Look at America, how great America is. We need to learn from America. We need this kind of law and order in India. That same lobby, which was loquacious with joy, utter uncontrollable joy, when the police in America shot dead a protester. People across the country are utterly delighted with the way in which Yogi has arrested 50 rioters of Kanpur. In fact, these rioters who were strutting around trying to burn Kanpur down on Friday are forced to meekly surrender in front of the Uttar Pradesh police. Now, I never thought that doing great law and order management would be such a problem with the lobby. They seem to have a real problem with Yogi. What does this lobby really hate more? Yogi Adityanath or the law itself? You can call this model anything. What matters is that the Yogi model works. That's all that matters.
Well, the annual Kheer Bhavani Temple Mela is taking place in Jammu even as we speak. You can see those pilgrims throng the temple to pay their respects and pray over there. Now, there is, of course, tight security that has been maintained outside the premises of the temple. But the number of pilgrims who you see is really down to a trickle this year over the security threats that we have seen in the valley. Pictures on your screen, of course, are of the mega celebrations at the Kheer Bhavani Temple. Gursimran is reporting on this. Gursimran, to begin with, give us a sense of the security that has been deployed. Now, this is extremely critical, given as it does, as it does come at the back of those targeted killings in the valley.
Yes, the security has been beefed up. Right now, we are inside the premises of the temple. There has been
we are inside the premises of the temple. There has been a 3-layer security that has been deployed outside the temple. No vehicle is being allowed to move 500 meters near to the temple so that there is no security threat. This has been done to ensure that this one of the epitome of faith for the Kashmiri Pandit community, Mela Kheer Bhavani, is held very peacefully here in Jammu. We'll be continuing with this rolling coverage right after this short break.
एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आपको कोतवाली पुलिस स्टेशन से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर इस वक्त इसको रोमानी को रखा गया है और इससे कल देर रात तक पूछताछ भी की। आपसे हाशमी ने क्या कहा था? हाशमी आपसे मिला था?
हमसे उन्होंने कहा 20-20 ये निकाल दो, मैंने निकाल दिया।
तो हाशमी से आप पहले मिले थे? आपकी मुलाकात पहले भी है?
एक बार पहले हुई है बस।
Headlines at 8:30. Republic expose forces Hyderabad police to make more arrests. 10 days since Gangrape, 6 accused arrested in Hyderabad. Hyderabad police response to Republic does not deny any political link to 6th arrested accused. From cash stash to gold bars, sensational seizures from Satyendra Jain's aides. Amid targeted killings in J&K, Kashmiri Pandits put forth 11 demands, seek fixed tenure for PM package employees. 4 Pakistani terrorists neutralized in less than 24 hours after Home Minister reviews security situation in J&K. And all eyes on RBI monetary policy today, likely to hike repo rate by 25 to 50 basis points. Good morning, viewers. Thanks thanks for tuning in. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. You're watching the Morning Express. Starting with the news on Gangrape. Now, the Varanasi police has stated that 10 police personnel have been deployed for the security of the district judge Ravi Kumar Divakar, who ordered the Gangrape survey. Now, the development came after the judge received a threat letter from a registered post last afternoon.
Last month, on the 13th of May, the judge hearing the Gangrape mosque case said that his family feared for his safety. He said there were concerns over his safety for hearing this highly controversial case. And 1 month after he made that claim, Judge Ravi Divakar has received death threats. And he has raised the death threats and escalated the threats to the government under Yogi Adityanath. The Chief Secretary has been forwarded the letter. Now, about the threat itself, we are hearing that the threat letter was sent by a group called the Azad Islamic Group. We don't have too many details about this group, but the letter that was sent to him, it was a death threat, and that letter has now been forwarded. A highly controversial case, and it's been in the news for the last 1.5 to 2 months, as the Hindu side claims that it was a shivling inside the Wuzukhana of the Gangrape mosque, and they want access to the shivling to pray. And as the hearing continues in Uttar Pradesh, the story of the judge receiving the death threat is getting a lot of reactions. And was it a genuine death threat? Was it a death threat sent by a terror group? We don't have too many details, but it's all a matter of investigation now. Here's what we know so far.
Now, the South African government said that law enforcement authorities in the UAE have arrested Rajesh Gupta and Atul Gupta of the Gupta family. Now, the fugitive Gupta brothers are accused in South Africa of using their relationship with former President Jacob Zuma to profit financially and influence senior appointments as well, charges that the Gupta brothers have denied.
There's been a massive development with the arrest of Gupta brothers in Dubai. Remember, Gupta brothers were wanted when the names surfaced during the investigations that were carried out in South Africa involving the former President Jacob Zuma. Who are the Gupta brothers? Remember, this is the family which had left India back in the 90s. In fact, they set up a shoe shop in South Africa, and thereafter their business actually widened. In fact, they expanded at such a rapid rate, especially because of their proximity to Jacob Zuma, that a lot of questions were essentially raised whether at all they were misusing their proximity to the political leaders in South Africa. Back in 2018, there were massive protests that took place. In fact, there were several witnesses that had testified against the Gupta brothers. In fact, in 2018 only, they went on a self-exile in Dubai. But today, there was a dramatic change of events where Atul as well as Rajesh Gupta both were arrested. One of the brothers are yet to be arrested. But South Africa has now confirmed that the extradition process is already underway. They are in touch with the authorities in UAE. Experts, however, suggest that this entire process of extradition perhaps is going to take much more time. Republic TV is the only Indian channel to have tracked down Gupta brothers' properties here in सहारनपुर
का यह मकान उस बात का गवाह है जब अजय गुप्ता एंड कंपनी ने अपने करियर की शुरुआत की थी। मैं अपने कैमरा पर्सन से कहना चाहूँगा कि इस मकान को दिखाए। सहारनपुर के पुराने बाजार से निकलकर जब गुप्ता फैमिली के अच्छे दिन आए तो वे सहारनपुर के पास कॉलोनी मिशन कंपाउंड में आकर बस गए। अजय गुप्ता के इस मकान से उनकी अनोखे यादें जुड़ी हुई हैं। यह मकान गुप्ता एंड कंपनी के लिए दुख और सुख का भी साथी रहा है, लेकिन आप देख सकते हैं कि अब यह मकान वीराना पड़ा हुआ है और अब इस मकान में उनकी फैमिली का कोई भी सदस्य नहीं रहता। दूसरी ओर चौकीदार द्वारा बताया गया है कि इस फैमिली में जितने भी मेंबर थे वे सारे के सारे देहरादून में रहते हैं।
This is a story of rags to riches. The fact that they started with a very small company and then leading to that kind of an expansion, be it in various other sectors, mining, aviation. These were some of the sectors in which Gupta brothers were meddling into, and they managed to have a pretty successful empire in South Africa. The question is that there is also an Indian bank that came under the scanner. In fact, that bank had given had given the opportunity to the Gupta brothers to open their accounts in South Africa when other banks in South Africa had stopped doing any sort of business with the Gupta brothers.
Now, news coming in from the national capital. In the visuals, you can see the clashes that broke out between people in national capital. These are the CCTV visuals, in fact, that we've accessed, in which we are told in the scuffle that broke out, stone pelting was also reported. Meanwhile, the police has also verified the CCTV footage that has surfaced. So this is the incident that is coming to light from the national capital. So stone pelting that has been reported in the national capital, where the CCTV footage also shows around a dozen suspects pelting stones and damaging several vehicles as well last night. We have Anuj also joining us to give us more details. Anuj, what more can you tell us about these clashes that broke out in the national capital?
Well, this is the CCTV footage, what we are showing at this point in time, what happened last night in Jahangirpuri. What we have been told, there were dozens of miscreants who has done this stone pelting. Rather, if we talk about the latest from the police side, that the situation is under control. But this is again in the right affected area, what we have seen earlier, what happened in the national capital. But this is something what we have been told, that these were some people, some locals who were trying to show their dominance, and that is why this happened. Rather, the police is doing the investigation that who all were the people who were involved. But these are the visuals speaking themselves, how this has created a damage to the public property, to the vehicles there. So that is something what have been reported. And at this point in time, the major important part to mention is the situation is under control. That is something which has been reported by the Delhi police. But on the other hand, this is again witnessed at affected area in Jahangirpuri, where this stone pelting happened last evening.
Well, absolutely, Anuj, and like you're pointing out, Jahangirpuri, as we know, has been the epicenter of the clashes also that broke out a few weeks back between two communities. Anything known so far about who these people are, in which on the CCTV we can see the people clashing and pelting stones at one another?
Well, this would be early to say, because at this point in time, the police is doing the investigation. Arrest has been not made in yet, but as the CCTV has been also recovered by the Delhi police, so they are looking into the angle, they are looking into the CCTV and trying to understand who all these people are. But as per the locals there, this has been told, this has been reported to the Delhi police also, that these were the local gundas. These are the local people who were trying to show their influence. They might be the people who were earlier also involved. But this would be early to say until and unless we get the official confirmation from the Delhi police. But the investigation in the same is on, as the CCTV is clearly showing who all are the people that are involved.
All right. So, Anuj, stay with us while we just apprise our viewers of the visuals, what has happened late last night. So, this is in fact the CCTV footage from late last night, the clashes which broke out in Jahangirpuri area. In the CCTV, you can see a group of people pelting stones at one another. And what we are told is that the suspects have not been arrested yet, but the Delhi police has confirmed that this incident in fact took place last night. This is in fact on the CCTV, you can see the clashes clearly, people pelting stones at one another. This is the Jahangirpuri area in the national capital, the same place where the clashes also broke out a few weeks back. We are yet to get more information, but we are told that the situation is under control as of now, and that teams have been formed to arrest the suspects. So that is the latest that is coming in. Thank you, Anuj, for getting us all those details. Now, more breaking news coming in. We are told that Anna Hazare is set to launch his own organization. Anna Hazare is set to announce his organization on his birthday. And that is in fact a big news break that is coming in. We are also told that Anna Hazare will visit the national capital on June the 19th to begin his Rashtriya Lok Andolan. Anna Hazare organization is said it would be working against corruption. So Anna Hazare again coming to the limelight, and this time we are told that he would be launching his own organization and that he would be visiting the national capital on June the 19th, when he would also begin his Rashtriya Lok Andolan. Anna Hazare organization, we are told, would work to fight corruption. And so that's the news break coming in. Anna Hazare to float his own party, entering the political fray. Anna Hazare entering mainstream politics is what we are told, set to launch his own outfit. And in the backdrop of this, we have the news. It's an organization that Anna Hazare is set to launch on June the 19th. He is set to visit the national capital on June the 19th. We will get more information on this, but that is the latest that is coming in. We have Sumi also, who's tracking all the latest on that. Sumi, what more can you tell us?
Yes, the social activist Anna Hazare is to launch his own organization, and in fact he has announced this his own organization he would launch on his birthday, and he would also visit the national capital on June 19th. And Anna Hazare to begin the Rashtriya Lok Andolan, and that is what his organization will be, and the organization will constantly work against corruption, and that is what's going to be agenda of the organization, which will be launched by the social activist Anna Hazare, and he is going to do that from national capital. Remember, he had gained a lot of momentum during his indefinite strike as well before a few years ago, and in fact he had also fought against the farm laws. He stood up against the centre, so he has been known as a person who stands up with his strong protest, with his strong voice. But now he's going to launch an organization of his own, and he's going to do that on his birthday, and for the same he's going to visit the national capital on June 19th.
Sumi, just stay with us. We also have a guest joining us. We have Bhopal Singh joining us on the phone line. Sir, thanks for speaking to us. If you could tell us more about this organization, the outfit that Anna Hazare is set to float very soon. सर, आपको अगर हमारी आवाज़ आ रही है, भोपाल सिंह जी, अगर आप हमें कुछ बता सकते हैं, अन्ना हजारे इज एक्सपेक्टेड टू, वो अपनी एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन लॉन्च करने वाले हैं बहुत ही जल्दी, उसके बारे में आप हमें कुछ बता सकते हैं?
जी 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 देखिए, आज तक अन्ना हजारे जी ने अपना कोई संगठन नहीं बनाया था। जो भी संगठन थे, जैसे अरविंद केजरीवाल के थे और अन्य, उन लोग अपना खुद का कोई संगठन ऐसे आंदोलन करने के लिए अन्ना ने कभी आज तक नहीं लॉन्च किया था, न बनाया था। पहली बार अभी अन्ना जी ने एक राष्ट्रीय लोक आंदोलन, एक संगठन बनाया है, जिसके स्वयं में अन्ना जी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं। और अन्ना जी, लोगों का कहना है कि अन्ना जी सो गए हैं, अन्ना जी बाहर नहीं निकल रहे हैं। अन्ना जी भाजपा का एजेंट बोलते, कभी कांग्रेस का एजेंट बोलते हैं अन्ना जी को, जबकि अन्ना जी एक सोशल है, कोई राजनीतिक नहीं है। सड़कों पे वही दिखता है जो राजनीति करता है, राजनीति नहीं करते हैं। लेकिन जब जब देश को अन्ना की जरूरत होगी, तब अन्ना अपने घर से बाहर निकलेंगे, रालेगंज निकलेंगे, और अन्ना जी पहली बार अब जो है इतने वर्षों के बाद बाहर निकलने जा रहे हैं। किंतु जो संगठन होगा वो अपना खुद का अन्ना का संगठन होगा। उस संगठन में अभी हम 10 लोगों की टीम अन्ना जी ने बनाई है पूरी उस राष्ट्रीय लोक आंदोलन के अंदर, और वो टीम का काम पूरे देश के अंदर इस संगठन को बनाने का अन्ना जी ने दिया है, और उसकी शुरुआत हम लोगों ने कर दी है। और सबसे पहली पर्सनल मीटिंग अन्ना जी की दिल्ली में 19 तारीख को होने जा रही है, उसमें अन्ना जी स्वयं मौजूद रहेंगे।
जी, और एक और सवाल भोपाल सिंह जी, अगर आप हमें कंफर्म कर सकते हैं, ये जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जो लॉन्च करने वाले हैं अन्ना हजारे, ये एक मेन स्ट्रीम पॉलिटिक्स में एंट्री नहीं है, एक सेपरेट है टू फाइट करप्शन?
नहीं, राजनीति में, इसमें राजनीतिक के लोगों को इसमें कोई जगह नहीं है। इस टीम में कोई हम जगह नहीं देंगे उनको, किसी भी राजनेता को, किसी को, पार्टी को भगाए हुए लीडर को हम उसमें शामिल नहीं करेंगे, ना उसकी हम सदस्यता दिलवाएंगे उसको। ये सिर्फ एक सामाजिक संगठन है देश का। इसमें देश के जो अन्य सामाजिक संगठन है, संस्थाएं हैं, वो इसमें जुड़ेगी, अन्ना जी के टीम के साथ जुड़ेगी पूरे भारत की।
ऑल राइट, भोपाल सिंह जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। सो दैट वाज अन्ना हजारे's aide भोपाल सिंह स्पीकिंग टू द पब्लिक। News in brief, BJP's youth wing leader Harshit Shrivastava has been arrested and sent to jail in Uttar Pradesh over his controversial tweet in view of clashes in the Kanpur district that broke out recently. Now, according to sources, Shrivastava has been arrested for trying to vitiate the atmosphere through his posts. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar is scheduled to hold talks with his visiting Iranian counterpart, Hossein Amir Abdollahian, today amid the widespread anger over controversial remarks on Prophet Muhammad. Iranian Foreign Minister is paying a 3-day visit to India with an aim to further enhance bilateral ties. Several people sustained injuries after a gallery collapsed during a football match at Pukati Dam in Malappuram district. A part of the gallery collapsed in the middle of the match. Now the injured people were admitted to the district hospital, Nilambur, and nearby private hospitals. Congress leaders held a meeting at Congress Bhavan, Chandigarh. Notably, the meeting happened after the Vigilance Bureau arrested former Punjab Minister Sadhu Singh Dharmsot under the Prevention of Corruption Act in an alleged corruption case. Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister Jairam Thakur took stock of the arrangements for the All India Chief Secretaries Conference, which is scheduled to be organized on 16th and 17th of this month at Dharamsala, which is likely to be attended by Prime Minister Modi. The Chief Minister directed the district administration and authorities concerned to complete the arrangement in all aspects well in time.
Kashmiri Pandits have gathered here in large numbers to pay obeisance at Mata Kheer Bhavani Temple on the eve of Mata Kheer Bhavani Mela. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
The security has been beefed up of the civil judge Ravi Kumar Divakar, and in fact the responsibility has been given to 10 policemen who ordered the probe of and survey of Gangrape Mosque. Keep watching Republic Media Network to know more on this story.
एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आपको कोतवाली पुलिस स्टेशन से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर इस वक्त इसको रोमानी को रखा गया है और इससे कल देर रात तक पूछताछ भी की। आपसे हाशमी ने क्या कहा था? हाशमी आपसे मिला था?
हमसे उन्होंने कहा 20-20 ये निकाल दो, मैंने निकाल दिया।
तो हाशमी से आप पहले मिले थे? आपकी मुलाकात पहले भी है?
एक बार पहले हुई है बस।
एग्जिट किया कि उसमें बहुत से बच्चे भी थे, लड़के भी थे, और जो पुलिस उसको उठा रही है झूठ मूठ फंसाने के लिए, अपना काम करने के लिए लोगों को उठाती जा रही है, एक एक करके डेली उठाती जा रही है। ये इसलिए उन लोगों को हटाया।
केजरीवाल जी, उनकी क्या ऐसी मजबूरी है कि आज तक वो दिल्ली के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से बने हवालात मिनिस्टर सत्येंद्र जैन का इस्तीफा नहीं ले पा रहे?
The Kanpur police has been very swift in acting against the entire incident through hours of CCTV footages. Now 40 people have been identified and action has been taken against them. An inquiry has also been put in place. All India Muslim Personal Law Board has given out a statement. Central government is being extremely biased in taking the action. These two organizations have been raising similar objections ever since the central government is trying to nab the perpetrators who are behind such violence.
एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आपको कोतवाली पुलिस स्टेशन से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर इस वक्त इसको रोमानी को रखा गया है और इससे कल देर रात तक पूछताछ भी की। आपसे हाशमी ने क्या कहा था? हाशमी आपसे मिला था?
हमसे उन्होंने कहा 20-20 ये निकाल दो, मैंने निकाल दिया।
तो हाशमी से आप पहले मिले थे? आपकी मुलाकात पहले भी है?
एक बार पहले हुई है बस।
एग्जिट किया कि उसमें बहुत से बच्चे भी थे, लड़के भी थे, और जो पुलिस उसको उठा रही है झूठ मूठ फंसाने के लिए, अपना काम करने के लिए लोगों को उठाती जा रही है, एक एक करके डेली उठाती जा रही है। ये इसलिए उन लोगों को हटाया।
केजरीवाल जी, उनकी क्या ऐसी मजबूरी है कि आज तक वो दिल्ली के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से बने हवालात मिनिस्टर सत्येंद्र जैन का इस्तीफा नहीं ले पा रहे।
The Kanpur police has been very swift in acting against the entire incident through hours of CCTV footages. Now 40 people have been identified and action has been taken against them. An inquiry has also been put in place. All India Muslim Personal Law Board has given out a statement. Central government is being extremely biased in taking the action. These two organizations have been raising similar objections ever since the central government is trying to nab the perpetrators who are behind such violence.
एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आपको कोतवाली पुलिस स्टेशन से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर इस वक्त इसको रोमानी को रखा गया है और इससे कल देर रात तक पूछताछ भी की। आपसे हाशमी ने क्या कहा था? हाशमी
Now it's all-out resort politics ahead of the Rajya Sabha polls. Now Haryana Congress MLAs have been moved to resort ahead of the Rajya Sabha polls, which is slated to take place just in a few days' time. And these are the visuals, in fact, also that we are getting the visuals from outside the resort, where MLAs, the Congress MLAs have been shifted to ahead of the Rajya Sabha polls, as Congress now fears poaching of its MLAs. So all-out resort politics, which is taking place just ahead of the Rajya Sabha polls. Remember, resort politics is also being seen in Maharashtra, in Rajasthan, where Congress has been shifting all its MLAs to resorts, and similar situation now being seen in Haryana as well, in where Congress in Haryana has moved its MLAs to the Mayfair resort in Haryana. So we will go across to our reporters as well to get us more information. We are tracking the story very closely of how this all-out resort politics is in focus just ahead of the Rajya Sabha elections. And these are the live visuals also that we are getting from outside the resort, where the MLAs are huddled inside just ahead of the Rajya Sabha polls, which are slated to take place in a few days' time. Similar situation also unfolding in Maharashtra and Rajasthan as well, where the Congress leaders have been moved to resorts and hotels ahead of the Rajya Sabha polls. Just a few days left for the Rajya Sabha polls, and as you can see in those visuals, these are the live visuals from outside the resort, where the MLAs have been moved ahead of the polls.
The security has been beefed up of the civil judge Ravi Kumar Divakar, and in fact the responsibility has been given to 10 policemen who ordered the probe of and survey of Gangrape Mosque. Keep watching Republic Media Network to know more on this story.
एग्जिट किया कि उसमें बहुत से बच्चे भी थे, लड़के भी थे, और जो पुलिस उसको उठा रही है झूठ मूठ फंसाने के लिए, अपना काम करने के लिए लोगों को उठाती जा रही है, एक एक करके डेली उठाती जा रही है। ये इसलिए उन लोगों को हटाया।
केजरीवाल जी, उनकी क्या ऐसी मजबूरी है कि आज तक वो दिल्ली के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से बने हवालात मिनिस्टर सत्येंद्र जैन का इस्तीफा नहीं ले पा रहे?
The Kanpur police has been very swift in acting against the entire incident through hours of CCTV footages. Now 40 people have been identified and action has been taken against them. An inquiry has also been put in place. All India Muslim Personal Law Board has given out a statement. Central government is being extremely biased in taking the action. These two organizations have been raising similar objections ever since the central government is trying to nab the perpetrators who are behind such violence.
एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आपको कोतवाली पुलिस स्टेशन से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर इस वक्त इसको रोमानी को रखा गया है और इससे कल देर रात तक पूछताछ भी की। आपसे हाशमी ने क्या कहा था? हाशमी आपसे मिला था?
हमसे उन्होंने कहा 20-20 ये निकाल दो, मैंने निकाल दिया।
तो हाशमी से आप पहले मिले थे? आपकी मुलाकात पहले भी है?
एक बार पहले हुई है बस।
इसलिए एग्जिट किया कि उसमें बहुत से बच्चे भी थे, लड़के भी थे, और जो पुलिस उसको उठा रही है झूठ मूठ फंसाने के लिए, अपना काम करने के लिए लोग।
Quick wrap of all that's making news from the world of sports. India coach Rahul Dravid has defended the decision to rest some of their premier players for the 5-match T20 series against South Africa that starts later this week. Speaking in Delhi ahead of the first match, Rahul Dravid said that it would be unreal to expect all of them to be able to be available in every single game, every single time.
It is unrealistic to expect all of them to be able to be available every single game, every single time. We want to also ensure that they are fit for the big tournaments. We need to manage them before that.
Haryana badminton player Unnati Huda clinched gold medal in women's badminton event at Khelo India Youth Games. After a glorious victory against Tasneem Mir in the girls' badminton finals, Unnati Huda received the honour of being felicitated by Shri Manohar Lal Khattar, the Chief Minister of Haryana. Its West Warriors face off against the Eastern Conference champion Boston Celtics in 2022 NBA Finals. NBA Final showdown will take place on Warrior grounds, where the Dubs have maintained the league's best home playoff record, entering the best of 7 championship series against the Celtics. A late deflected goal from Ajdeen Heuristic secured a 2-1 win for Australia in an Asian playoff over the United Arab Emirates and sets up an intercontinental showdown with Peru for a spot at the World Cup in Qatar.
The Reserve Bank of India is likely to increase the key rates, that's repo rate, by 25 to 50 basis points, and it is going to focus more on inflation rather on growth. That has been predicted by several economists. To know the proper breakdown, keep watching Republic Media Network.
केजरीवाल जी, उनकी क्या ऐसी मजबूरी है कि आज तक वो दिल्ली के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से बने हवालात मिनिस्टर सत्येंद्र जैन का इस्तीफा नहीं ले पा रहे?
Kanpur police has been very swift in acting against the entire incident through hours of CCTV footages. Now 40 people have been identified and action has been taken against them. An inquiry has also been put in place. All India Muslim Personal Law Board has given out a statement. Central government is being extremely biased in taking the action. These two organizations have been raising similar objections ever since the central government is trying to nab the perpetrators who are behind such violence.
एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आपको कोतवाली पुलिस स्टेशन से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर इस वक्त इसको रोमानी को रखा गया है और इससे कल देर रात तक पूछताछ भी की। आपसे हाशमी ने क्या कहा था? हाशमी आपसे मिला था?
हमसे उन्होंने कहा 20-20 ये निकाल दो, मैंने निकाल दिया।
तो हाशमी से आप पहले मिले थे? आपकी मुलाकात पहले भी है?
एक बार पहले हुई है बस।
एग्जिट किया कि उसमें बहुत से बच्चे भी थे, लड़के भी थे, और जो पुलिस उसको उठा रही है झूठ मूठ फंसाने के लिए, अपना काम करने के लिए लोगों को उठाती जा रही है, एक एक करके डेली उठाती जा रही है। ये इसलिए उन लोगों को हटाया।
Well, we are now getting visuals of a clash between various groups in the national capital. Now, what we understand is that this clash took place last night. These are CCTV pictures which Republic TV has now managed to access. This is the Jahangirpuri area of New Delhi. Stone pelting has also been reported. These incidents, of course, have been caught on CCTV. Now, do remember that Jahangirpuri has been a sensitive area in the national capital, and about a month ago, we saw similar type of clashes that had broken out. So news that we are getting is that there has been incidents of stone pelting as well as clashes that have been reported from Jahangirpuri in Delhi. I'm going to try and go across to Anuj, who's reporting on this. Anuj, give us more details as to what set off these clashes. Okay, I don't think we've got Anuj, but what we know so far is that pictures that you see on your screen appear to be that have been accessed from CCTV. There were clashes that were reported last night, I think, and what we also understand is that several cars, you can see those broken windows over there, smashed window panes as well. Let me go back, I think, to Anuj. We've got Anuj back. Anuj, give us more details if you are now learning about what led to this clash.
Well, this has been reported same from the right affected area which happened last month, as you were pointing it out very rightly, what has happened. So what we have been told that this was around a dozen of people who were doing stone pelting. It could be clearly seen in the CCTV footage. What exactly is the damage that has reached to the properties there and the vehicles over there? What we have been told that these were the local people who were trying to show their influence. What exactly was the matter? The police is looking into the matter. The investigation at this point in time is on. So far, no arrest has been done, what we have been told. On the other hand, the situation
is under control. That is something which has been reported by the Delhi police. The Delhi police is looking into the angle that what exactly has happened and who all are the people that are involved. We are showing in the pictures that what exactly is the damage that has reached to the property there, that has reached to the vehicles over there. But we need to wait and watch what exactly will be coming out officially from the Delhi police, that what has happened, what exactly were the reason. Was these the people of two communities as we have seen last time, or is it about the influencing, or rather that some local were trying to show their influence? What exactly has happened? That is something is the part of investigation, and that is something which is under the investigation by the Delhi police. But the situation at this point in time is under control. That is, we have been told. On the other hand, we are clearly showing in the visuals what exactly is the damage. So we are waiting for the official confirmation, but no arrest so far. No arrest so far has been done in this particular case. We are waiting from the police side that what exactly are the angles that has been taken up to do the investigation. But police is going through the CCTV footages. What we have shown, the CCTV footages, what Republic Media Network has accessed. The police is going through the investigation, but this is again the worrisome situation, because this exactly is the place of the Jahangirpuri in the national capital where this riot happened. So the situation is tense. But on the other hand, this has been confirmed by the Delhi police that situation is under control. But police is keeping a close eye, a tight vigil on the ground that nothing should go ahead of this, and the miscreants who all have done this should be caught as soon as possible, should be nabbed as soon as possible. Yes, back to you.
Absolutely. As you're pointing out, of course, we are now beginning to get some more details as to what happened. What we are also given to understand, Anuj, is that the situation has been brought under control as of now. We were, of course, seeing the windshield of that car smashed in the CCTV images.
Well, exactly, because the stone pelting was done, this was around, as I was telling you earlier also, dozen of people who were doing this stone pelting. So it may be the part of the stone pelting which was done by the two groups. It may be that one group or the people who are seeing in the CCTV footages which has been accessed by the Delhi police also, they might be doing the stone pelting which has been done last night in the Jahangirpur area. That is all the part of investigation, that who all are involved in this stone pelting and what exactly were the reason behind the same. Was it to show the influence? Was it about two different community? So that is something we are waiting from the Delhi police side, that what exactly has happened. But the visuals are there. We can clearly see the damage which has reached to the vehicles, to the property over there, and we will have to understand it from the locals also, that what exactly has happened, because as if till now, let me tell you, locals are claiming that these were the local people only from the Jahangirpuri area itself who were trying to show their influence. But as I told you earlier, as I'm mentioning it, that this is the part of investigation, and the police at this point in time is doing the investigation in the same, that who all are the people that are involved. But the area is sensitive. So that is why what we have been told, that the police at this point in time is keeping a very tight eye, very tight vigil on the ground, that nothing should go ahead this and everything should be in control. And that is something what we have been told, that at this point in time the situation is under control, but we are waiting for the latest update from the Jahangirpuri area and by the Delhi police. Yes.
Right, Anuj, as you're pointing out, of course, this is a very sensitive area, and all the more reason to be vigilant for the police forces. Now, give us a sense, over the past month, Anuj, we have seen, security presence there, and CCTVs like this one have been installed at various locations to ensure if the situation does get out of hand, the police does get to know very quickly. But this particular clash, it appears that there was a small group of people, not very large in what we are seeing right now.
Oh, well, exactly. That is the first information what we have been given, that these were the small number of people, around 12 people, around a dozen people was there who was doing a stone pelting. But we will have to again wait whether these people were from the one group or from the same group trying to show their influence, or was this the part of the fight between the two groups, and what exactly were the reason behind this particular stone pelting. And if we talk about this particular area, then if we talk about the sensitivity of the area, then yes, from the last 1 month, Delhi police is keeping a very tight eye on the ground, because we have seen the situation tensed over there. We have seen how the barricading was done over there. We have seen the police march which was done over there to control the situation, to give a message to the people over there that no miscreancy should happen there. All the miscreants were nabbed last time also, we have seen. And what exactly has happened this time is the part of investigation, what we have been told. And Delhi police at this point in time is doing the investigation. But the bigger thing here to mention is, so far no arrest has been done. So we are waiting for the update if somebody has been nabbed, if somebody has been taken into the custody, to understand what exactly has happened. But the locals is being questioned by the Delhi police, what we have been told, the part of investigation, that the locals being asked that if anybody has seen anyone, if any eyewitness is there. On the other hand, what we have been told, that the locals were telling that these were the people from the same area only, from the Jahangirpuri area only. So this is, I believe, that not going to take much time for the police also to come out with the investigation, that who all are the people who were involved. Because since from the last night, what I have been told, the top brasses of the Delhi police is looking into the angle, is looking into the investigation, that who all are the people who are involved in this particular riot, or rather we should say stone pelting, which has happened last night. So we are waiting for the update from the Delhi police, but the locals is going to play an important role in that, what we have been told. And the CCTV, numbers of CCTV, what I have been told, has been accessed by Delhi police. So they are looking into the angle, they are looking into the footages, that who all are the people, the local being asked if they know, if they are known face. So these all are the things which is being looked up by the Delhi police as of till now. So we are waiting for the update from the Delhi police, that what exactly is going to be the next course of action, and when these people are going to be nabbed, and when they are going to be in the custody of Delhi police. Yes.
Right. So Anuj, for now at least we are getting a quick update. What we understand is that the Delhi police has ruled out a communal angle at the moment. The Delhi police says, sources within the police are telling Republic TV that it appears to be a group of perhaps local goons who resorted to this stone pelting.
Well, exactly. That is something what we have been told, that this has been informed by the locals to the Delhi police when they were doing the investigation, that these are the people from the local area, from the Jahangirpuri itself, and these are the goons, these are the gundas of that particular area. They were trying to show their influence. They might had some heated argument with someone. It may be the part, it may be the reason, but we are just waiting for the official confirmation. But on the other hand, the communal angle is being denied. That is something what we have been told by the Delhi police. The sources within the Delhi police is claiming that there is no communal angle if we are talking about the stone pelting which happened last night. But on the other hand, the important part here, as I was mentioning it earlier also, that these are the local people. So local people are known to each other, and that is why the CCTV footages has been recovered, has been taken by the Delhi police, and they are looking into the investigation. The local people whosoever were present over there, the eyewitness whosoever was there, being questioned by the Delhi police, and they are trying to get information that who these goons are. But yes, the denial for the communal angle is something which has been given by the Delhi police. The sources within the Delhi police is claiming that there was no communal angle if we talk about this last evening stone pelting. So that is something where we are telling our viewers that the investigation is going on. This would be early to claim that what exactly has happened, but communal angle is denied. Communal angle is denied is the important part, and one more important part here to mention is that these were the locals who were involved in this stone pelting. The reason is being looked up, the footages has been recovered, the investigation at this point in time is on, but we are waiting for the next course of action and the statement from the Delhi police. Yes.
Well, just to tell our viewers, we are also now getting a press release that has been issued by the Delhi police. Now, in the particular press release, the Delhi police has categorically said, and I quote, there is no communal angle to the quarrel as both groups belong to the same community. No one has been injured in the said incident, unquote. Also going on thereafter to say that legal action is being taken. The Delhi police, of course, says that there appears to be a drunken rivalry that broke out between two gangs in the same area. They pelted some stones in which the windshields of 3 vehicles have been damaged. So that's the latest that we are getting from the Delhi police in terms of what really took place. I think I'm going to go back to Anuj on this. Now, Anuj, so that press release that has come out from the Delhi police categorically appears to suggest that this is an argument that broke out between people who were drunk, and what you see on your screens is what followed.
Well, exactly as we were just telling it to our viewers, that the police, since from the last night it happened, the incident was reported, is doing the investigation, and the top brasses of the Delhi police was also involved in doing the investigation, and the instruction was clearly given, and that is why now the statement is there in which it is being claimed that no communal angle is there. Yes.
And in news that's just coming in, a proud moment for India as Avni Lekhara has become the world record holder. Avni Lekhara, the new world record holder in the R2 10-meter air rifle SH1 event, is in fact India's first winner at the Chaturoo 2022.
Last shot, the tension is rising.
Yes.
Lekhara really looks so confident, so calm.
We can hear the cheers.
Yes. You can never imagine Lekhara being in the final World Cup and fighting with 10.8.
Yes. Very beautiful shot for the last one.
Yeah, she finished with the style, like she was shooting
yes.
all final, very good shots from her, and she finished with the style.
And 10.0 for Emilia Babska.
And we have something else. We have world record from Lehari Amani, 250.6.
Beautiful for her.
Yes, it is space shooting from her with the world record and really good shooting. second place. Babs Camelia, she was also here very good in this final. She started not so good, and this took on her.
Up to up.
Yeah, but
could take
climbed up the ladder.
her second place.
And last shot, the tension is rising.
Yes.
Lehara really looks so confident, so calm.
We can hear the cheers.
Yes. You can never imagine Lehara being in the final World Cup and fighting every
10.0 for Emilia Babska.
And we have something else. We have world record from Lehari Avani, 250.6.
Beautiful for her.
Yes, it is space shooting from her with the world record, and also here very good in this final. She started not so good, and this took on her.
Up to up.
Yeah, but
could take
climbed up the
her
ladder.
second.
Last shot, the tension is.
Well, so the Tokyo Paralympics champion Avni Lekhara winning the gold at the Para Shooting World Cup. And Srijani now joins me from the newsroom. Srijani, it's in fact 3 feats for her. She's broken the world record. She's won the Para Shooting World Cup, and also she's got herself an entry into the 2024 Paralympics in Paris.
Well, absolutely, Nipur. What a delight to watch her play. What a delight to watch her shoot. Yet another gold medal winning performance for Paralympics gold medalist shooter Avni Lekhara. She went on to win the title, the World Cup title, with a world record score, from being on the verge of almost missing the title, from almost missing the tournament due to her visa issues. But she finally, kept her nerves of steel and went on to grab a title at the World Cup. And she also, however, secured a podium finish and also qualified for Paris Olympics.
All right, so as you're pointing out, of course, Srijani, there were some visa issues right before she actually went for the tournament, and she didn't really get off to a good start. Let's once again see that record that she's created.
Last shot, the tension is rising.
Yes.
Lehara really looks so confident, so calm.
We can hear the cheers.
Yes. You can never imagine Lehara being in the final World Cup and fighting every
10.0 for Emilia Babska.
And we have something else. We have world record from Lehari Avani, 250.6.
Beautiful for her.
Yes, it is space shooting from her with the world record, and also here very good in this final. She started not so good, and this took on her.
Up to up.
Yeah, but
could take
climbed up the ladder.
second.
Last shot, the tension is rising.
Yes.
Lehara really looks so confident, so calm.
We can hear the cheers.
Yes. You can never imagine Lehara being in the final World Cup and fighting every.
Well, the investigation into the Kanpur riots is now gaining pace. What we understand is that a team of the Crime Scene Investigation Department has now reached the violence-affected areas and will be collecting evidence. Republic, of course, is on the ground, and in fact, what we understand is that our reporter will be joining us in just a bit for more information on what's happening over there. But do remember that the Kanpur police has also been investigating this, and there have been several arrests that have already made in the rioting case in Kanpur. Now, pictures on your screen, of course, are of the investigation team, which is at the spot. Now, the investigation team essentially taking pictures as well as gathering forensics evidence to boost the investigation in this particular case. Do remember that we saw clashes break out in Kanpur, and there were several people who were injured in these clashes. The police, of course, have arrested several people, and what we saw immediately in the aftermath of the clashes was that posters of about 50 people who were believed to be involved in the clashes were put out very swiftly, and thereafter some of them surrendered themselves to the authorities and some of them were nabbed by the investigation team. In fact, we are trying to get you the latest details on what's happening over there, but at the moment, let's look at the investigation so far.
Sheer defiance of law and order was witnessed during the Kanpur clashes, with mobs carrying sticks, stones and petrol bombs on the streets.
The Kanpur police has formed a special investigation team, an SIT, to probe the violence that took place in the city on the 3rd of June. The Kanpur police very clearly saying that it will leave no stone unturned to get to the rioters, to get to the people who incited the violence in Kanpur on the 3rd of June.
But the UP government and the police have taken stern action against the rioters.
कानपुर के जो हिंसा हुई थी शुक्रवार को 3 तारीख को, उस संबंध में अब तक 50 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है और हम लोगों ने जो पत्थरबाज थे उनके फोटोग्राफ्स भी लगा रखे हैं और उस आधार पे ही और पर्याप्त साक्ष्यों के आधार पे ही कार्रवाई हो रही है। ये भी सुनिश्चित कराया जा रहा है कि किसी भी निर्दोष व्यक्ति के विरुद्ध कार्रवाई न हो और केवल उन्हीं लोगों के विरुद्ध कार्रवाई हो जो कि वहाँ मौके पर मौजूद थे और हिंसा में पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे थे।
And the response to police action was swift.
12 more arrests have been made in the Kanpur violence case, taking the total tally of people arrested to 50. Also, after the poster was released by the Kanpur police, one of the minors, a 16-year-old minor, also surrendered in the police station. Now, it's very clear after the Kanpur police has put out posters of the ones who were participating in the stone pelting in Kanpur. And the police has also said that there will be more posters like that. There will be a complete chase. The police is going to be chasing all those who were pelting stones in Kanpur city, and there will be no way out for them. So the way a minor went on and surrendered in front of the police, it will be a similar story. Either they surrender or they will be nabbed by the police, is what the Kanpur police is very clearly saying.
And while evidence hints that the clashes may have been pre-planned, the naysayers continue to keep their eyes shut and refuse to speak against the rioters.
बेगुनाहों की गिरफ्तारियां ज़्यादा हो रही हैं। दूसरी बात ये इतना बड़ा मसला नहीं था जो इसकी गिरफ्तारी की जा रही है। एनआरसी का मसला आया, इतना बड़ा मैटर था, सैकड़ों गिरफ्तारियां हुई, हम लोगों ने छुड़वा दिए, छूट भी गई, 10-15 रह गई थी।
While many brazenly blaming the administration for the violence,
माना जाए आपके द्वारा कि पुलिस जो कार्रवाई करी वो गलत कर,
बिल्कुल गलत कर रही है, अपना सच छुपा रही है, नाकाम रही वो इसको बचाने के लिए, बिल्कुल नाकाम रही। पुलिस का काम है, एक छोटा सा अगर दंगा हुआ भी है तो पुलिस का काम है, उसको पहली चीज तो ये है कि ये जो दंगा हुआ है उस टाइम परेड से उठा है और परेड के चौराहे पे जहाँ से ये दंगा, चंदेश्वरी हाथा कौन है जहाँ से दंगा उठा है वहाँ पे तो पुलिस रहती है हमेशा। ये दंगा को क्यों भड़कने दिया?
But the government is firm on its stand, and rightly so.
देखिए, उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार अपराध के प्रति अपराधियों के साथ जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति अपना रही है। जो भी कानून तोड़ेगा उसके खिलाफ हम कड़ी कार्रवाई करेंगे। माफियों को चिन्हित किया गया, उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई जारी रहेगी।
The clamor against the police action notwithstanding, it's high time that people responsible for the destruction of public property and disruption of social harmony be brought to book. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
So we are in fact getting an update in the Kanpur clashes. We are learning that about 54 people have so far been arrested in the Kanpur clashes. Now, there has been very swift police action in this particular case. There were posters that were put out immediately, and what we now understand is that a total of 54 arrests have been made.
Kashmiri Pandits have gathered here in large numbers to pay obeisance at Mata Kheer Bhavani Temple on the eve of Mata Kheer Bhavani Mela. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. Now, I never thought that doing great law and order management would be such a problem with the lobby. They seem to have a real problem with Yogi. But across the country, you and I, people across the country are utterly delighted with the way in which Yogi has arrested 50 rioters of Kanpur. He deserves to be congratulated. The pincer-sharp process, the release of their photographs, the visual identification using unquestionable technology, fantastic, by the Yogi government. In fact, these rioters, they've got such a lesson, ladies and gentlemen, that they, who were strutting around trying to burn Kanpur down on Friday, are forced to quietly, meekly surrender in front of the Uttar Pradesh police on their own. It's just marvelous. It's absolutely marvelous. The way in which Yogi has taught these rioters a lesson. But oh, these hypocrites, the same hypocrites who were absolutely roaring in support when 70 people had criminal charges framed against them for the Capitol Hill riots in Washington, saying, we must learn from this. Saying, this is the kind of law and order that we don't have in India. This is the kind of law and order.
In news coming in, a proud moment for India as Avni Lekhara becomes a world record holder. Avni Lekhara is the new world record holder in the R2 10-meter air rifle SH1 event with a WR score and India's first Paris 2024 quota at the Chateauroux 2022. The Indian shooter just crushed the former record.
Last shot, the tension is rising.
Yes.
Lekhara really looks so confident, so calm.
We can hear the cheers.
Yes. You can never imagine Lekhara being in the final World Cup and fighting.
10.0 for Emilia Babska.
And we have something else. We have world record from Lekhara Avani, 250.6.
Beautiful for her.
Yes, it is space shooting from her with the world record, and also here very good in this final. She started not so good, and this took on her. Yeah, but climbed up the ladder. Last shot.
So, how was your day of competition?
I was very excited and happy to, compete after the Paralympic Games. It was my first international event, so I was excited and I was looking forward to it.
Okay, what are you very happy of this new world record?
Yeah, definitely. I topped the qualification, so I knew that I'm halfway there, and I had to focus more on per shot routine and then concentrate in the finals to finish at the top two. And I was not thinking about the world record or getting a gold or a quota. I was just doing my process, and it happened. And I'm just happy that I got the first one to win the quota for the country.
Okay, thank you. And to finish, did you have a quote or something to say, or not?
I just want to say that just work and focus on your process and not the outcome, and you will definitely succeed.
Joining us now is Avni's dad, Praveen Kera. Mr. Kera, many congratulations on your daughter's wonderful achievement. The entire India is proud. Mr. Lekhara, when we talk about when we talk about this achievement, Avni is already an Olympic champion, and now she's gone from strength to strength. Your reactions?
ये बहुत अच्छा सुखद एहसास है कि अवनी ने पैरालंपिक की इवेंट के बाद करीब 6 महीने बाद उसने दोबारा मैच खेला और अपनी परफॉर्मेंस बरकरार रखी, वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड बनाया। तो पूरे देश के लिए गर्व की बात है।
Well, congratulations once again. आपको बहुत-बहुत मुबारक और entire India is proud of her daughter Avni at this point. आप क्या बता सकते हो हमें जो challenges रहे on the road to this success?
इसने प्रैक्टिस करी यहाँ जयपुर में और दिल्ली में, तो इसके साथ 2-3 चैलेंजेस इस बार रहे। एक तो इनको कोच चेंज करना पड़ा, नया कोच के साथ और नई राइफल के साथ मैच करना पड़ा। दूसरा, लास्ट मोमेंट पे इसका वीजा का भी प्रॉब्लम्स हुआ था, वो हमने सॉर्ट आउट कराया, लेकिन अल्टीमेटली उसने अपना परफॉर्मेंस दिया।
जी, एंड अगर आज के इंडिया के बारे में कहेंगे, सरकार भी इतना स्ट्रेस दे रहे हैं ऑन द डेवलपमेंट ऑफ एथलेटिक्स, द स्पिरिट ऑफ स्पोर्ट्स अमंग द यूथ, इसके बारे में आपका क्या सोचना है? हाउ नेसेसरी इज इट, हाउ इम्पोर्टेंट इज इट?
खेल स्पोर्ट्स पूरे इंडिया का एक परसेप्शन चेंज करता है, उसका अपने बारे में क्या सोचता है पर्सन वो चेंज करता है, और खुद दूसरों के बारे में क्या सोचता है ये भी चेंज करता है। तो स्पोर्ट्स बहुत जरूरी है देश के लिए, स्वास्थ्य के लिए और कोऑर्डिनेशन के लिए।
जी मिस्टर लेखारा, आप हमारे साथ बने रहिए। लेट्स लिसन वंस अगेन टू व्हाट अवनी हैड टू से ऑन हर ट्रेमेंडस अचीवमेंट।
So, how was your day of competition?
I was very excited and happy to, compete after the Paralympic Games. It was my first international event, so I was excited and I was looking forward to it.
Okay, are you very happy of this new world record?
Yeah, definitely. I topped the qualification, so I knew that I'm halfway there, and I had to focus more on per shot routine and then concentrate in the finals to finish at the top 2. And I was not thinking about the world record or getting a gold or a quota. I was just doing my process, and it happened. And I'm just happy that I got the first one to win the quota for the country.
Okay, thank you. And to finish, did you have a quote or something to say or not?
I just want to say that just work and focus on your process and not the outcome, and you will definitely succeed.
And moving on to more national news, former Bihar Chief Minister and RJD Chief Lalu Prasad Yadav appeared before the special MP MLA court in Palamu in connection with the Model Code of Conduct violation case of 2009. Security has been beefed up outside the court. In more updates coming in, we have learned that the case has been closed and the RJD Supremo has been fined. Bharatiya Janata Party's youth wing leader Harshit Srivastav arrested and sent to jail in UP over his controversial tweet in view of clashes in Kanpur that broke out recently. According to sources, Srivastav has been arrested for trying to vitiate the atmosphere through his posts. Sharply reacting to prime accused in Kerala gold smuggling case, Swapna Suresh's allegations, Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan hits back, terms it a part of the political agenda. Suresh reveals she has declared in court about the involvement of Pinarayi Vijayan, his wife and daughter in the case. Vijayan further added that the public will dismiss the fake allegations aimed at tarnishing his government. Bharatiya Janata Party National Executive Meeting to be held on the 2nd of July and 3rd in Hyderabad, considered a stronghold of Telangana Rashtra Samiti. Meeting assumes significance as it will be held months ahead of the crucial assembly polls in the two states. Meeting would be chaired by party's national president, JP Nadda. All top leaders of the party, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi, to take part in the two-day meet. Raising strong objection to textbook revisions made by Karnataka's government, Congress State President D.K. Shivkumar has said the BJP is carrying out cultural atrocities while also suggesting to throw the revised textbooks into the trash. Shivkumar further said this is the first time in the history of the state that pontiffs of mutts, writers and organizations, except political leaders, have strongly condemned the government's attitude towards textbook revision. And breaking news coming in now. Crime scene investigation team has reached the violence-affected areas of Kanpur to collect evidence. 54 people have been arrested so far in the Kanpur clashes. For more, we have with us Gaurav Trivedi, our reporter who's been on the story since the very beginning. Gaurav, what can you tell us about this latest development? 54 arrests made so far.
चौवन लोग यहाँ पर जो फॉरेंसिक की टीम है फसल की वो यहाँ पर पहुंची है। लगातार सात कलेक्शन का जो कार्य है वो चल रहा है। खुद एसीपी जो आपको तस्वीरें अगर दिखाई तो देखिए बड़ी यही वो टीम है
गौरव त्रिवेदी
जो आई थी और उसने सात कलेक्शन चार्ज यहाँ पर किया है और लगातार यहाँ से वीडियोग्राफी भी की गई है। और इनसे एक बार जानते हैं सर क्या कलेक्शन किया गया आप
सारी चीजें हम लोगों ने किया है, जैसे कि एविडेंस से संबंधित जो भी चीजें हैं अपनी विवेचना से संबंधित सारी चीजों का हम लोग कलेक्शन कर रहे हैं और उस पर वैधानिक कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं।
सर क्या क्या साक्ष्य कुछ मिले?
जैसे कि ईटा पत्थर आदि शीशे वगैरह टुकड़े जो भी थे सब चीजों कुछ चीजों जगह पे एकत्रित था वो हम लोगों को मिल गया और कुछ ऐसी थी जो हमारे सफाई कर्मी भाई बहन उसको कहीं डाल दिए थे तो उनकी निशानदेही पे उनका बयान लिखते हुए उसको लेकर।
सर वीडियोग्राफी भी की गई है क्या?
उसकी वीडियोग्राफी भी किया हूँ और उसकी फोटोग्राफी भी की।
कुछ लोगों के बयान भी दर्ज हुए हैं?
करीब 25-30 लोगों का हमने बयान दिया।
देखिए बिल्कुल साफ तौर पे आपको दिखाएं कि यहाँ पर जो साक्ष्य कलेक्शन का कार्य था वो लगातार चल रहा था और जो यहाँ पर एविडेंस थे वो उन्होंने कलेक्ट किए हैं। कई लोगों के बयान भी दर्ज हुए और मौके से वीडियोग्राफी भी यहाँ पर की गई है। तो ये तस्वीरें साफ तौर पे कानपुर की थी जहाँ स्पॉट पर अगर आपको दिखाएं तो यहीं पर जो टीम थी उसने यहाँ पर पूरा एविडेंस कलेक्शन का कार्य है वो यहीं पर किया है। कई लोगों के बयान भी दर्ज किए गए, वीडियोग्राफी की गई है पूरे स्पॉट की जहां जहां निशान थे ईंटे पत्थर का। जो ईंटे पत्थर यहाँ से हटा दिए गए तो समझ जा रहा उनको भी लेकर के जो लोगों से बयान है वो दर्ज कराए गए और उनकी भी जो जांच है वो की जाएगी। बैक टू यू।
So Gaurav Trivedi, our reporter there in Kanpur, even as the crime scene investigation team has reached the violence-affected areas. We got you that exclusive bite of the police official there. And also, the team has collected evidence. Right. Well, Gaurav, when we talk about, there was a lot of suspicion, speculation about how this was a pre-planned riot. Have any more details emerged after the interrogation of the accused, of those suspects who have been rounded up, that there could be a confirmation of this, that it was pre-planned? Take us through all the various elements that go to present the entire picture.
देखिए बिल्कुल व्हाट्सएप चैट्स जो थी उसको लेकर के अहम खुलासे हुए हैं और इस तरह से चैट्स में बात हुई थी। जो पीएफआई मेंबर्स की बात आ रही थी, जो 3 पीएफआई से लोग अरेस्ट गए हैं उनसे लगातार चैट जो बराबर कांटेक्ट में था, जो आज उसको लगातार जो चैट से की बात निकलती आ रही है कि जिस तरह से 3 जून को यहाँ पर हिंसा हुई थी, पथराव हुआ था, उसको लेकर के बड़े अहम खुलासे यही हुए थे कि पीएफआई के दोस्त थे वो कहीं ना कहीं लगातार कांटेक्ट में थे और कई ऐसी संस्थाएं थी जिनसे लेकर के उसके कनेक्शन थे जो व्हाट्सएप चैट के जरिए उनसे बराबर बातचीत में मौजूद थे। तो पुलिस ने कहीं ना कहीं जो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एविडेंस है उन सबको कलेक्ट किया है और उनकी जांच की जा रही है और उसी के तहत देश की बात है कि गिरफ्तारियों का दौर है वो जारी है।
जी, and well, we are talking about how the crime scene investigation team, those are exclusive visuals accessed by Republic there, Republic TV, and a reporter Gaurav Trivedi on the ground in Kanpur, where the violent incidents of June 3rd took place, in which there were riots and clashes, stone throwing and pelting among others. The crime scene investigation team has now reached.
बातों को हम लोग करके उसका निस्तारण कर रहे हैं।
और कब तक सर ऐसा लगता है कि ये रिपोर्ट पूरी तैयार हो जाएगी? क्या आम लोगों से भी यहाँ पर आप लोगों ने बात की? क्योंकि
30 लोगों से हमने बात किया है और उस बात क्रम में जो भी चीजें आई सब चीजें अपनी केस डायरी में हम अंकित करेंगे।
ठीक है, ये आप एएसपी को सुन रहे थे, लेकिन अभी भी आप देख सकते हैं कि पीछे फॉरेंसिक की टीम जो है वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है और बताया जा रहा है कि सुबह 5 बजे से ही लगातार ये कोशिश यहाँ पर जारी थी। सर, जिस तरीके से आप लोगों ने अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया, फॉरेंसिक की पूरी टीम पहुंची थी, क्या क्या चीजें खास तौर पर चिन्हित की गई?
यही किया गया है कि यहाँ पे पथराव हुआ है, उसके स्पॉट फोटोग्राफ किया गया है। बाकी हमारे अधिकारी लोग खड़े हुए हैं।
सर, क्या और लोगों से भी बात हुई है? कहा जा रहा था 3 मंजिला 7 मंजिला जो इमारतें हैं वहां से पत्थर फेंके गए थे, उनकी भी फोटोग्राफी की गई?
जहाँ जहाँ चिन्ह मिल रहे हैं पत्थर फेंकने के, वहाँ स्पॉट पड़े हुए थे, बने हुए थे, तो वहाँ की फोटोग्राफी हम लोगों ने की है।
लोगों से भी बात हुई?
नहीं, लोगों से बात नहीं हो पाई नहीं, बाकी हमारे आला अधिकारी बात कर रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल, तो ये फोरेंसिक की टीम थी और जो एएसपी वो लगातार ये बात कह रहे हैं कि आगे की इन्वेस्टिगेशन जारी है। 35 से 40 लोगों से उन्होंने अभी तक बात भी की है इस पूरे मामले को लेकर, और जहां जहां से पत्थर फेंके गए थे, लोगों से बात करके उस जगह को चिन्हित किया गया, उसकी फोटोग्राफी भी की गई है। ये तमाम बातें हैं जो निकलकर अब यहाँ पर सामने आ रही। तो इस केस में इन्वेस्टिगेशन लगातार बढ़ती जा रही है। आपको बता दें कि एसआईटी या कोई भी जिस तरीके से यहाँ पर पुलिस कमिश्नर की बात करें, अब देखिए टीम यहाँ से रवाना होती हुई दिखाई दे रही है। चाहे हम एसआईटी की बात करें, एसआईटी की टीम इससे पहले भी पहुंची थी, आपने देखा था कि किस तरीके से ड्रोन से निगरानी यहाँ पूरे इलाके की रखी जा रही थी, लेकिन अब फोरेंसिक की टीम यहाँ से रवाना हो रही है। तस्वीरों के जरिए आप यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं कि टीम यहाँ से जा चुकी है, लेकिन जहां जहां से भी पत्थरबाजी की गई है उन तमाम जगहों को चिन्हित किया गया है, ये बताया गया है एएसपी की ओर से, और लगातार वो रिपोर्ट तैयार की गई है जो कि आने वाले समय में बेहद मददगार होगी इस केस को और ज्यादा बेहतर तरीके से इन्वेस्टिगेट करने के लिए। ये बड़ी जानकारी हम आपको इस वक्त लगातार दे रहे हैं। ये फोरेंसिक की टीम है जिसने यहाँ पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया, क्राइम सीन को एक बार अच्छे से टटोला है। एसपी ने कहा कि किसी प्रकार का कोई भी क्लू जो है वो छूटना नहीं चाहिए, इसलिए फोरेंसिक की टीम यहाँ पर पहुंची थी और लगातार हम इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहे हैं कि कहां कहां से उन जगहों को चिन्हित किया गया है, कि कहां कहां से पत्थरबाजी की गई है और किस तरीके से यहाँ पर पत्थर फेंके गए हैं खास तौर पर। तो गिरफ्तारियों के साथ साथ लगातार इन्वेस्टिगेशन भी जारी है। कल आपने देखा कि प्राधिकरण की ओर से एक कार्रवाई की गई कि 3 मंजिला और 7 मंजिला जो इमारतें हैं उसकी वीडियोग्राफी की जाएगी, क्योंकि यहाँ के लोगों ने बताया कि बड़ी बड़ी इमारतें जो लोगों ने यहाँ पर बनाई हैं वहीं से पत्थरबाजी खास तौर पर की गई है, और जहाँ जहाँ से पत्थर फेंके गए हैं आज फोरेंसिक की टीम ने उन जगहों को चिन्हित किया है और आगे जाकर वो अपनी रिपोर्ट तैयार करेगी और सीधे तौर पर आगे की कार्रवाई में ये मददगार साबित होगा। उन घरों को चिन्हित किया जाएगा जहाँ जहाँ से पत्थर फेंके गए, वो किसके घर हैं, कौन लोग वहाँ पर रहते हैं, क्या उनकी सिर्फ छतों का इस्तेमाल किया गया, उनकी छतों पर इतने भारी पैमाने पर पत्थर कहां से पहुंचे, वो पत्थर कब पहुंचाए गए, वो पत्थर किसने पहुंचाए, ये तमाम बातें हैं जो जानना भी जरूरी है। अपराधियों की गिरफ्तारी के साथ साथ कैसे कैसे ये षड्यंत्र रचा गया है उसके तह तक जाना बहुत जरूरी है। तो एक बार फिर से आपको तस्वीरें हम दिखा दें। अभी माहौल तो यहाँ पर शांत है। जब से हिंसा हुई है, पिछले शुक्रवार को ये हिंसा हुई, उसके बाद यहाँ पे आलम आपको ऐसे ही दिखाई देगा। रोड लगातार चलती है, दुकानें भी खुलती हैं, लेकिन शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से अब सब कुछ होता है। जी।
Well, a reporter there on the ground in Kanpur, where the crime scene investigation team has reached the violence affected areas, the areas affected by the riots of June the 3rd. In which there were clashes between two communities just after a bandh was called by various antisocial elements. And well, many thanks to both our reporters for joining us there. The annual Kheer Bhavani Temple Mela in the valley begins today. The usual rush is missing due to the targeted killings that have been taking place in recent days. Amid tight security, over 200 Kashmiri Pandits left yesterday to attend the annual Kheer Bhavani Mela in the valley, one of the biggest functions of the Pandit community. Joining us is Gursimran with all that's happening there at the temple grounds, at the Mela grounds. Gursimran, it's over to you to take us through all that's happening there. What are the rituals that are taking place right now? And tell us more about the atmosphere, the sense you're getting of the people gathered.
See, right now we are at the Kheer Bhavani temple, and the people, the Kashmiri Pandits, have gathered here in large numbers. They are praying to Mata Kheer Bhavani. Sarjeevan is showing you the visuals that a large number of Kashmiri Pandits have gathered here, and they are praying for the peace and prosperity of the country. Pertinent to mention that this is a replica of the original Mata Kheer Bhavani temple that is in Tulmula in Gangrape. This time, due to the prevailing security scenario, the Kashmiri Pandits have not gone in large numbers to the Kashmir Valley, but they are hopeful that the situation will improve, and they are praying to God that the situation improves at an earliest. आपका नाम?
मेरा नाम मोहित रावल।
मोहित, मुझे ये बताइए, जिस तरह से माँ भवानी के मेले के लिए कश्मीर घाटी उतने पंडित समुदाय के लोग नहीं जा पाए, यहाँ से आप क्या माता से प्रार्थना करें?
माता से यही प्रार्थना करते हैं कि कश्मीर में सब ठीक हो जाए, सारे हालात ठीक हो जाएं, कि मतलब जो ये सब हो रहा है टारगेटिंग किलिंग से बंद हो जाए, और सेंटर को कुछ सोचना चाहिए इस बारे में, क्योंकि पिछले कई सालों से मतलब राउंड अबाउट जब से इंडिया आज़ाद हुआ है तब से वहाँ पे हो रहा है, और बस सिर्फ पॉलिटिक्स हो रहा है, कुछ हो रहा नहीं है।
So they are praying for the safety and peace in the Kashmir Valley. Mata Kheer Bhavani Mela is epitome of faith for the Kashmiri Pandit community, and the people are coming here in large numbers, thronging in large numbers to pay obeisance. I'll request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the visuals that how these devotees of Mata Kheer Bhavani, they are offering kheer to Mata, which is considered that this is the prasad for Mata, a bhog for Mata. This is one of the biggest epitome of the faith for the Kashmiri Pandit community here in Jammu and Kashmir, and the Kashmiri Pandits from the various parts of the Jammu region, they too have arrived here. They are performing puja, they are offering their prayers, because it has an historical importance that the Mata Kheer Bhavani, she went on to 5 places in Kashmir, and there are 5 temples of Mata Kheer Bhavani in Kashmir. And in Jammu, when the exodus of the Kashmiri Pandits took place in 1990s, they established a replica of Mata Kheer Bhavani, and those Kashmiri Pandits who could not go back due to the prevailing situation, they have gathered here in large numbers. Adequate security arrangements too have been made by the J&K government so as to ensure that all goes well in time, because we have seen that how the security situation prevails in Jammu and Kashmir. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
A horrific incident has come to light with a minor girl in a moving bus in West Champaran district of Bihar. For more updates, keep watching Republic TV.
एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आपको कोतवाली पुलिस स्टेशन से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर इस वक्त इसको रोमानी को रखा गया है, और इससे कल देर रात तक पूछताछ भी की। आपसे हाशमी ने क्या कहा था? हाशमी आपसे मिला था?
हमसे उन्होंने कहा 20-20 ये निकाल, रोमानी निकाल दी।
तो हाशमी से आप पहले मिले थे? आपकी मुलाकात पहले भी है?
एक बार पहले हुई है बस।
एग्जिट किया कि उसमें बहुत से बच्चे भी थे, लड़के भी थे, और जो पुलिस उसको उठा रही है झूठ मूठ फंसाने के लिए, अपना काम करने के लिए लोगों को उठाती जा रही है, एक एक करके डेली उठाती जा रही है, ये इसलिए उन लोगों को हटाया।
केजरीवाल जी, उनकी क्या ऐसी मजबूरी है कि आज तक वो दिल्ली के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से बने हवालात मिनिस्टर सत्येंद्र जैन का इस्तीफा नहीं ले पा रहे?
The Kanpur police has been very swift in acting against the entire incident. Through hours of CCTV footages, now 40 people have been identified and action has been taken against them. An inquiry has also been put in place. All India Muslim Personal Law Board has given out a statement. Central government is being extremely biased in taking the action. These two organizations have been raising similar objections ever since the central government is trying to nab the perpetrators who are behind such violence.
एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आपको कोतवाली पुलिस स्टेशन से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर इस वक्त इसको रोमानी को रखा गया है और इससे कल देर रात तक पूछताछ भी की। आपसे हाशमी ने क्या कहा था? हाशमी आपसे मिला था?
हमसे उन्होंने कहा 20-20 ये निकाल दो, मैंने निकाल दिया।
तो हाशमी से आप पहले मिले थे? आपकी मुलाकात पहले भी है?
एक बार पहले हुई है बस।
एग्जिट किया कि उसमें बहुत से बच्चे भी थे, लड़के भी थे, और जो पुलिस उसको उठा रही है झूठ मूठ फंसाने के लिए, अपना काम करने के लिए लोगों को उठाती जा रही है, एक एक करके डेली उठाती जा रही है। ये इसलिए उन लोगों को हटाया।
Breaking, and as we were telling you before going in for that break, a rape incident has been reported from Bihar's Betia. For more, we go across to our correspondent Prakash, who joins us with all the details. Prakash, what can you tell us about this incident? We believe it happened in Betia inside a bus, if I'm not wrong. Take us through everything as it happened. What are the details available?
Well, there's been a preliminary report that in a moving bus, a young minor girl was raped by the conductor, the driver of the bus. And what we get from West Champaran district is that the girl was in a conscious state when after the incident took place, and after some time she was banging the door when the bus was parked on the outskirts of Betia district, and thereafter some onlookers were passing by and they somehow managed to open the door of the bus and rescued the young girl, and they took them to the nearby district hospital where she is being treated. What we get to know also is that 2 people have been arrested, the driver and the conductor of the bus, and the young girl is being tested and is under treatment in the local hospital. Back to you.
The security has been beefed up of the civil judge Ravi Kumar Divakar, and in fact the responsibility has been given to 10 policemen who ordered the probe of and survey of Gangrape Mosque. Keep watching Republic Media Network to know more on this story.
एग्जिट किया कि उसमें बहुत से बच्चे भी थे, लड़के भी थे, और जो पुलिस उसको उठा रही है झूठ मूठ फंसाने के लिए, अपना काम करने के लिए लोगों को उठाती जा रही है, एक एक करके डेली उठाती जा रही है। ये इसलिए उन लोगों को हटाया।
केजरीवाल जी, उनकी क्या ऐसी मजबूरी है कि आज तक वो दिल्ली के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से बने हवालात मिनिस्टर सत्येंद्र जैन का इस्तीफा नहीं ले पा रहे?
Kanpur police has been very swift in acting against the entire incident. Through hours of CCTV footages, now 40 people have been identified and action has been taken against them. An inquiry has also been put in place. All India Muslim Personal Law Board has given out a statement. Central government is being extremely biased in taking the action. These two organizations have been raising similar objections ever since the central government is trying to nab the perpetrators who are behind such violence.
एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आपको कोतवाली पुलिस स्टेशन से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर इस वक्त इसको रोमानी को रखा गया है और इससे कल देर रात तक पूछताछ भी की। आपसे हाशमी ने क्या कहा था? हाशमी आपसे मिला था?
हमसे उन्होंने कहा 20 मिनट ये निकाल, तो मैंने निकाल दिया।
तो हाशमी से आप पहले मिले थे? आपकी मुलाकात पहले?
And in live and breaking, we bring you the latest news regarding the Kanpur probe, tracking closely all developments in the Kanpur clashes probe. Hearing on the police remand of key accused Hayat Zafar will take place shortly. Gaurav, give us the latest details. Gaurav, over to you.
देखिए, बिल्कुल आज जो सीएमएम कोर्ट में उसकी पेशी होगी और उसी दौरान कल पुलिस ने जो पुलिस कस्टडी की मांग भी की थी। हमारे साथ इस वक्त एसआईटी के मेंबर हैं त्रिपुरारी पांडे जी, वो मौजूद हैं। सर, आज उसकी पेशी होनी है, उसकी पुलिस कस्टडी रिमांड मांगी थी, इस पर क्या कहना है?
पुलिस कस्टडी रिमांड के लिए कल हम लोग गए थे, लेकिन चूँकि सीएमएम महोदय हमारे बाहर छुट्टी पे अवकाश पे हैं, आज पूरा पेश किया जाएगा और जो भी माननीय न्यायालय का आदेश होगा।
कितने दिन की रिमांड मांगी है?
हम तो 14 दिन का सर से प्रयास करेंगे।
ठीक, तो ये देखिए हमारे साथ थे एसआईटी मेंबर है त्रिपुरारी पांडे। इनका साफ तौर पे कहना है कि 14 दिन की पुलिस कस्टडी रिमांड जो है वो मांगी जाएगी। आज सीएमएम कोर्ट में ये रिमांड मांगी जाएगी और उसके बाद लगातार जो हाशमी है और जो उसके अन्य साथी उनसे पूछताछ की जाएगी। चूंकि अब इस पूरे मामले में पीएफआई कनेक्शन में निकल के सामने आ गया, व्हाट्सएप जो चैट्स है उनका भी।
The Reserve Bank of India is likely to increase the key rates, that's repo rate, by 25 to 50 basis points, and it is going to focus more on inflation rather on growth. That has been predicted by several economists. To know the proper breakdown, keep watching Republic Media Network.
केजरीवाल जी, उनकी क्या ऐसी मजबूरी है कि आज तक वो दिल्ली के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से बने हवालात मिनिस्टर सत्येंद्र जैन का इस्तीफा नहीं ले पा रहे?
Kanpur police has been very swift in acting against the entire incident through hours of CCTV footages. Now 40 people have been identified and action has been taken against them. An inquiry has also been put in place. All India Muslim Personal Law Board has given out a statement. Central government is being extremely biased in taking the action. These two organizations have been raising similar objections ever since the central government is trying to nab the perpetrators who are behind such violence.
एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आपको कोतवाली पुलिस स्टेशन से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर इस वक्त इसको रोमानी को रखा गया है और इससे कल देर रात तक पूछताछ भी की। आपसे हाशमी ने क्या कहा था? हाशमी आपसे मिला था?
हमसे उन्होंने कहा 20 मिनट ये निकाल, तो मैंने निकाल दिया।
तो हाशमी से आप पहले मिले थे? आपकी मुलाकात पहले भी है?
एक बार पहले हुई है बस।
एग्जिट किया कि उसमें बहुत से बच्चे भी थे, लड़के भी थे, और जो पुलिस उसको उठा रही है झूठ मूठ फंसाने के लिए, अपना काम करने के लिए लोगों को उठाती जा रही है, एक एक करके डेली उठाती जा रही है। ये इसलिए उन लोगों को हटाया।
केजरीवाल जी, उनकी क्या ऐसी मजबूरी है कि आज तक वो दिल्ली के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से बने हवालात मिनिस्टर सत्येंद्र जैन का इस्तीफा नहीं ले पा रहे?
The Kanpur police has been very swift in acting against the entire incident through hours of CCTV footages. Now 40 people have been identified and action has been taken against them. An inquiry has also been put in place. All India Muslim Personal Law Board has given out a statement. Central government is being extremely biased in taking
all-out resort politics ahead of the Rajya Sabha elections. After Rajasthan, Maharashtra, now Haryana Congress MLAs are sent to a hotel. India sets a new world record. Indian shooter Avni Lekhara wins gold at the Parachuting World Cup in France. Stone pelting incident reported in New Delhi's Jahangirpuri. Delhi police rules out communal angle in the clashes. The gold scam accused, Swapna Suresh makes a sensational charge against the Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan in an exclusive interview to Republic TV. The Varanasi police deploys security for Varanasi judge who received threat letter. Judge had ordered a survey of the Gangrape mosque. And the RBI's monetary policy set to be announced today, likely to hike the repo rate by 25 to 50 basis points. Good morning and welcome. You are watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. The Tokyo Paralympics champion Avni Lekhara has won gold at the Parachuting World Cup with a world record of 250.6 in the women's 10-meter air rifle standing SH1. We will get you the details of that, but let's cut across to the RBI's much-awaited briefing.
Market turbulence, monetary policy shifts in advanced economies and their spillovers. The process of economic recovery in the EMEs is also getting affected. During these difficult and challenging times, the Indian economy has remained resilient, supported by strong macroeconomic fundamentals and buffers. The recovery has gained momentum despite the pandemic and the war. On the other hand, inflation has steeply increased much beyond the upper tolerance level. A large part of the rise in inflation is primarily attributed to a series of supply shocks which can be linked to the war. In these circumstances, we have started a gradual and orderly withdrawal of extraordinary accommodation instituted during the pandemic, that is the COVID-19 pandemic. Similar to our resolute and timely actions to limit the economic damage emanating from the COVID-19 pandemic, the Reserve Bank will continue to be proactive and decisive in mitigating the fallout of the ongoing geopolitical crisis on our economy. We have already reprioritized our policies to control inflation without losing sight of the growth requirements. Our approach underscores a commitment to move towards normal monetary conditions in a calibrated manner, and our steps will be measured. We will remain focused on bringing down inflation closer to the target and fostering macroeconomic stability. Let me now focus on the decisions and deliberations of the Monetary Policy Committee meetings, the meeting which we had recently. Against this background, the Monetary Policy Committee, that is MPC, met on 6th, 7th, and 8th of June, and based on an assessment of the macroeconomic situation and the outlook, the MPC voted unanimously to increase the policy repo rate by 50 basis points to 4.90% with immediate effect. Consequently, the standing deposit facility, that is the SDF rate, stands adjusted to 4.65%. And the marginal standing facility, that is the MSF rate and bank rate, to 5.15%. The MPC also decided unanimously to remain focused on withdrawal of accommodation to ensure that inflation remains within the target going forward while supporting growth. Let me now explain the MPC's rationale for its decisions on the policy rate and the stance. The protracted war in Europe and the accompanying sanctions have kept global commodity prices elevated, and this is across the board. This is exerting sustained upward pressure on consumer price inflation well beyond the targets in most of the economies. The ongoing war is also turning out to be a dampener for global trade and growth. The faster pace of monetary policy normalization undertaken by systemic advanced economies, that is AEs, is leading to heightened volatility in global financial markets. This is reflected in sharp corrections in major equity markets, sizable swings in sovereign bond yields, US dollar appreciations, capital outflows from EMEs, and even from some advanced economies. The EMEs are also witnessing depreciation of their currencies. Global stagflation concerns are growing and are amplifying the volatility in global financial markets. This is feeding back into the real economy and further clouding the overall outlook. The MPC noted that in such challenging global environment, domestic economic activity is gaining traction, while inflation pressures have intensified further. The upside risks to inflation, as highlighted in the April and May 2022 policies of the MPC, have materialized earlier than anticipated, both in terms of timing and magnitude. Inflationary pressures have become broad-based and remain largely driven by adverse supply shocks. There are growing signs of a higher pass-through of input costs to selling prices. The MPC noted that inflation is likely to remain above the upper tolerance band of 6% through the first 3 quarters of the current financial year, that is 22-23. In this context, supply-side measures taken by the government in reducing excise duties on petrol and diesel, along with other measures, would help in mitigating the inflationary pressures to some extent. The MPC also recognized that sustained high inflation could unhinge inflation expectations and trigger second-round effects. The MPC therefore judged that further monetary policy measures are necessary to anchor the inflation expectations. Accordingly, the MPC decided to increase the policy repo rate by 50 basis points to 4.9%. The MPC also decided to remain focused on withdrawal of accommodation to ensure that inflation remains within the target going forward while supporting growth. It may be noted in this context that the repo rate still remains below its pre-pandemic level. I would now like to provide an assessment, a more detailed assessment of growth and inflation. And first, I would like to take up growth. According to the provisional estimates released by the National Statistical Office, that is NSO, on May 31st, India's gross domestic product, that is GDP growth, in 21-22 is estimated at 8.7%. This level of real GDP in 21-22 has exceeded the pre-pandemic, that is the 2019-20 level. On the supply side, major categories also surpassed the 2019-20 level. Available information for April and May indicates that the recovery in domestic economic activity remains firm, with growth impulses getting increasingly broad-based. Manufacturing and services purchasing managers indices, that is the PMI, for May point towards further expansion of activity. This is also corroborated by movements in railway freight and port traffic, domestic air traffic, GST collections, steel consumption, cement production, and bank credit. While urban demand is recovering, rural demand is gradually improving. The contact-intensive services related to trade, hotels, and transport have recovered in Q4 of 21-22. Going by the early results of our surveys, capacity utilization in the manufacturing sector increased further to 74.5% in the fourth quarter of 21-22 from 72.4% in Q3 of 21-22. So that is in the last financial year, 21-22, between Q3 and Q4, the capacity utilization in the manufacturing sector increased from 72.4 to 74.5%. Capacity utilization is also likely to increase further in the current financial year. Investment activity is thus expected to strengthen, driven by rising capacity utilization, government's capital expenditure, and deleveraged corporate balance sheets. Improvement in investment activity is also reflected in pickup in demand for bank credit and persisting growth in imports of capital goods. Merchandise exports have remained buoyant with double-digit growth for the 15th successive month in May this year, while high growth of non-oil, non-gold imports is indicative of recovery in domestic demand conditions. Looking ahead, real GDP is expected to broadly evolve on the lines of the April MPC resolution. The forecast of normal southwest monsoon should boost kharif sowing and agricultural output. This will support rural consumption. The rebound in contact-intensive services is expected to sustain urban consumption. Our surveys suggest further improvement in consumer confidence and households' optimism for the outlook a year ahead. Business sentiment remains upbeat according to early results of our surveys. Nevertheless, the negative spillovers from geopolitical tensions, elevated international commodity prices, rising input costs, tightening of global financial conditions, and slowdown in world economy continue to weigh on the outlook. Taking all these factors into consideration, the real GDP growth for 2022-23, that is for the current year, is retained at 7.2%, with Q1 at 16.2%, Q2 at 6.2%, Q3 at 4.1%, and Q4 at 4%, with risks broadly balanced. I would now like to focus a little more on inflation. The CPI headline inflation in April registered a further sharp increase to 7.8%. It was the fourth consecutive month when inflation touched or was above the upper tolerance level of 6%. The surge in headline inflation was seen across all major categories. The global geopolitical situation remains fluid and commodity markets remain on the edge, rendering heightened uncertainty to domestic inflation outlook. Certain positive developments on the prices front in recent weeks may help to ease the acute price pressures to some extent. These would include expectations of a normal southwest monsoon and kharif agricultural season, the recent supply-side measures taken by the government and the unfolding of their impact, lifting of palm oil export ban by a major supplying country, that is Indonesia, and signs of moderation in global industrial metal price indices. Our quick survey of urban households undertaken after the excise duty cuts of petrol and diesel on May 21st shows a significant moderation in inflation expectations of the urban households. And we notice declines of 190 basis points in their 3-month ahead expectations and 90 basis points in their 1-year ahead expectations. In such a scenario, further reduction of state VATs on petrol and diesel across the country can certainly contribute to softening the inflationary pressures as well as the inflationary expectations. Notwithstanding these positive developments, upside risks to inflation do persist. These risks emanate from elevated commodity prices, revisions in electricity tariffs across many states, high domestic poultry and animal feed costs, continuing trade and supply chain bottlenecks, rising pass-through of input costs to selling prices in the manufacturing and services sectors, the recent spike in tomato prices, which are adding to fuel inflation, and most important of all, the elevated international crude prices. With assumption of a normal monsoon in 2022 and average crude oil price in the Indian basket of $105 per barrel, inflation is now projected at 6.7% in 2022-23, that is the current year, with Q1 at 7.5%, Q2 at 7.4%, Q3 at 6.2%, and Q4 at 5.8%, with risks evenly balanced. It may be noted that around 75% of the increase in inflation projections can be attributed to the food group. Further, the baseline inflation projection that we are making now at 6 and 7% for the current year, it does not take into account the impact of monetary policy actions taken today. Between February and April, headline inflation has increased by about 170 basis points. With no resolution of the war in sight and the upside risks to inflation, prudent monetary policy measures would ensure that second-round effects of supply-side shocks on the economy are contained and long-term inflation expectations remain firmly anchored and inflation gradually aligns closer to the target, or rather close to the target. The monetary policy actions, including withdrawal of accommodation, will be calibrated, keeping in mind the requirements of the ongoing economic recovery. I would now like to touch upon the liquidity and financial market conditions. It may be recalled that in April, we introduced the Standing Deposit Facility, that is the SDF, as the floor of the liquidity adjustment facility, that is the LAF corridor, at an interest rate of 3.75%. This was effectively a rate hike of 40 basis points over the fixed rate reverse repo of 3.35%. As a result, the weighted average call money rate, that is the WACR, which is the operating target of monetary policy, moved from an average of 3.32% in March 2022 to 3.54% during April 8th to 30th. Following the repo rate hike of 40 basis points on May 4th, the WACR, that is the weighted average call money rate, has further increased, averaging 4.07% during May 5th to 31st. I'm taking May 5th because there was a rate hike on May 4th, as you would recall. In line with the emphasis on gradual withdrawal of accommodation articulated in the MPC resolutions of April and May, systemic liquidity has moderated in the recent period. Surplus liquidity, as reflected in average daily absorption under the liquidity adjustment facility, that is the absorption under SDF and the variable rate reverse repo auctions of 14 days and 28 days at 5.5 lakh crore. In other words, what I'm saying is that the surplus liquidity as reflected in the daily absorption under the LAF at 5.5 lakh crore during May 4th to 31st was lower than 7.4 lakh crore during April 8th to May 3rd. Nevertheless, the overhang of excess liquidity has resulted in overnight money market rates on an average trading below the policy repo rate. At the longer end of the money market term structure, interest rate on 91-day treasury bills, commercial papers and certificates of deposits have firmed up post the rate hike in May. Yields on AAA rated 5-year corporate bonds have also increased. The rate hike also led to an upward adjustment in the benchmark lending rates by the banks. The term deposit rates of banks have also increased, and this will augment stable funding resources amidst increasing credit demand. Going ahead, while normalizing the pandemic-related extraordinary liquidity accommodation over a multi-year time frame, The Reserve Bank will ensure availability of adequate liquidity to meet the productive requirements of the economy. The Reserve Bank will also remain focused on orderly completion of the government's market borrowing program. I have not listed out in my statement what steps we will take to ensure orderly implementation of the government's borrowing program. That is because we are monitoring the GSEC market very closely, and necessary steps would be taken by the RBI as and when required, as per the evolving scenario. A direct fallout of the geopolitical tensions and the rapid pace of monetary policy normalization by advanced economies is the exodus of portfolio capital flows from most EMEs. Several EME currencies have thus faced depreciation pressures. Safe haven demand for US dollar has increased amidst all this. The Indian rupee has moved in an orderly fashion and has depreciated by 2.5% against the US dollar during the current financial year so far, that is till yesterday. Now this has fared much better than many of the EME peers. In other words, the performance, the Indian rupee has actually performed much better than the other EMEs and the many of the EME peers. Amidst all this, the Indian banking system remains strong and its health has improved in recent years as reflected in key indicators: capital adequacy, asset quality, provisioning coverage, and profitability. Bank credit offtake has gradually improved in recent months, supported by both resilience of the banking system and progressive normalization of economic activity. The strength of the banking sector and deleveraged corporate balance sheets will help us in sustaining economic recovery. I would now like to touch upon the external sector. India's exports have performed exceptionally well despite weakening recovery across major trading partners. The impact of rising crude oil prices on petroleum, oil, and lubricants, that is the POL import bill, has been partly offset by export of petroleum products, which also benefited from better price realizations in the recent months. Optimism on exports of both goods and services and remittances should help contain the current account deficit at sustainable level, which can be financed by normal capital flows. As on 3rd June this year, that is as on 3rd June, India's foreign exchange reserves were of the order of $601.1 billion US dollars, which are further supplemented by a healthy level of net forward assets of the RBI. Now, before I proceed to announcing certain additional measures, let me just say that the situation overall is challenging, but as we have dealt with the difficult situation that we were confronted with during the pandemic, we are committed and determined and resolute in dealing with the current challenge to the Indian economy, most of which are emanating from external factors. So that is a point which I would like to make emphatically. I shall now announce certain additional measures, the details of which are set out in the Statement of Developmental and Regulatory Policies, which form Part B of the MPC statement, and this will be uploaded in the RBI website soon after my statement is over. And the additional measures are important, and they are as follows. The first set of announcements relate to regulatory measures in respect of cooperative banks. Considering the importance of cooperative banks in promoting inclusive growth, 3 measures are being announced for the cooperative banking sector. 1, the limits for individual housing loans being extended by urban cooperative banks and rural cooperative banks, which are basically state cooperative banks and district central cooperative banks, which were last fixed in 2011 and 2009 respectively, are being revised upwards by over 100%, taking into account the increase in house prices. This will facilitate better flow of credit to the housing sector. Second, The second point relating to UCBs, the cooperative banking sector, the second announcement is that in line with the dispensation available to scheduled commercial banks and urban cooperative banks, it is now proposed to permit rural cooperative banks, and they consist of, as I mentioned, state cooperative banks and district central cooperative banks, to extend finance. So we are permitting the rural cooperative banks to extend finance to commercial real estate, that is residential housing. And this will be basically loans for residential housing projects within the existing aggregate housing finance limit of 5% of their total assets. This measure will further augment credit flows from the cooperative banks to the housing sector. The third measure in respect of cooperative banks is that we have decided to permit urban cooperative banks to extend doorstep banking services to their customers. This will enable the urban cooperative banks to meet the needs of their customers, especially the senior citizens and the differently abled. The next announcement relates to margin requirements for non-centrally cleared derivatives. Basically, I am referring to the OTC bilateral derivatives. With the objective of strengthening the resilience of OTC derivative market and in line with the G20 reforms, the Reserve Bank is putting in place margin requirements for non-centrally cleared OTC derivatives. Let me repeat. With the objective of strengthening the resilience of OTC derivative market and in line with the G20 reforms, the Reserve Bank is putting in place margin requirements for non-centrally cleared OTC derivatives. In the first phase, directions on exchange of variation margin for these non-centrally cleared derivatives were issued on 1st of June after consultation with the stakeholders. In the second phase, it is now proposed to mandate the requirements of the exchange rate. In the second phase, it is now proposed to mandate the requirements for exchange of initial margin for such derivatives. To garner feedback from stakeholders on these requirements, draft directions on exchange of initial margin for these derivatives will be issued shortly. The next announcement is important. It relates to e-mandate on cards for recurring payments, enhancement of the limit. The framework for processing of e-mandate based recurring payments was introduced by the Reserve Bank, keeping in mind the benefits of convenience, safety, and security to the users. Under this framework, over 6.25 crore mandates have been registered in favor of large number of domestic and over 3,400 international merchants. To further facilitate recurring payments like subscriptions, insurance premia, education fees of larger value under the framework, the limit is being enhanced from rupees 5,000 to rupees 15,000 per transaction. This will further leverage the benefits available under the framework and augment customer convenience. The next announcement relates to UPI, that is Unified Payment Interface, and their linking of the UPI to RuPay credit cards. UPI has become the most inclusive mode of payment in India with over 26 crore unique users and 5 crore merchants on the platform. The progress of UPI, in fact, in the recent years has been unparalleled, and its overall functioning has been quite exemplary, and now many other countries are engaged with us in adopting similar modes and similar methods in their countries. In May this year alone, about 594 crore transactions amounting to rupees 10.4 lakh crore were processed through the UPI. At present, UPI facilitates transactions by linking savings or current accounts through users' debit cards. It is now proposed to allow linking of credit cards on the UPI platform. To begin with, the RuPay credit cards will be linked to the UPI platform. This will provide additional convenience to the users and enhance the scope of digital payments. And finally, the final announcement relates to review of Payment Infrastructure Development Fund scheme, that is the PIDF scheme. We had launched a fund if you remember last year, to sort of proliferate and to spread the payment infrastructure, the digital payment infrastructure across the country, and this relates to that. The Payment Infrastructure Development Fund, that is the PIDF scheme, was operationalized by the Reserve Bank in January 2021 to incentivize the deployment of payment acceptance infrastructure such as physical point of sale, that is POS machines, mobile POS machines, quick response codes, that is QR codes, in Tier 3 to Tier 3 centers and in the northeastern states. Beneficiaries of the PM Swanidhi scheme in Tier 1 and 2 centers were included in this scheme in August 2021. As at the end of April this year, over 1.18 crore new touch points have been deployed under the scheme against a target of 90 lakh touch points to be deployed over 3 years, that is till end of 2023. In fact, we had kept the targets a bit conservative because in the beginning we did not want to overcome it. But now I am happy to report that in just about 1.5 years, we have exceeded the target which was set for ourselves and for the banks for the next 3 years. So it is therefore proposed to make certain modifications to the PIDF scheme by enhancing the subsidy amount simply.
So RBI governor there announcing the monetary policy, hiking the repo rate by 50 basis points to 4.90%, and this is very much on the expected lines. We have Abhishek, our senior executive editor, to give us more details. Abhishek, if you could take us to the key highlights of this monetary policy of the RBI.
Well, to begin with, Samiksha, the bank rate or the rate at which the RBI lends to banks has been increased by 50 basis points to 4.9%. What this does is this controls the money supply available in the economy and hence has a bit of a calming effect on inflation, and that's the intended target. Essentially, what we have seen is the economy has, or the financial economy or markets have run ahead of the real economy, and that has led to inflationary pressures, apart from the fact that fuel supply constraints and food supply constraints and supply side issues, supply side disruptions because of war, because of climate change have caused supplies to be affected and hence adding to the inflation, not just in India, around the world. So the RBI essentially changing its accommodative stance, which was essentially about letting money supply take care of growth during the pandemic period, and now moving to a little restrictive cycle where just about a month and a half back, 2 months back, in fact, the last monetary policy review, the RBI had raised the rates, the repo rate actually by 0.4 percentages and now by 0.5 percentages. This is going to have a cumulative effect of calming the inflation, both the WPI, which is wholesale price index, which is hovering at around 16%, and the consumer price index, which is the retail inflation, which is hovering at around 7.98%. The RBI believes that with the measure announced today, and money supply constrained, the inflation would come down to 6.7%. At the same time, not affecting the economic recovery. In fact, the RBI Governor Shaktikanta Das painted a very rosy picture so far as economic recovery is concerned. The urban demand is stable, the rural demand is recovering. All other financial macroeconomic indicators which show good health of the economy, for example, the uptake in cement demand, steel demand, essentially the industries which reflect upon increasing macroeconomic consumption. I think that's looking in good streets. So RBI there increasing repo rate, essentially aimed at taming inflation, but at the same time painting a very good picture of economic recovery of the country vis-a-vis other emerging markets as well.
All right. Abhishek, thank you so much for taking us to the key highlights of this monetary policy of the RBI. So RBI there hiking the interest rates by 4.9%. And on to more breaking news coming in right now. This one from the national capital, where we are told a massive fire that has engulfed Delhi's motor park. Now this parking in which the fire broke out is in Delhi's Jamia Nagar, we are told. As we speak, we are told 7 fire tenders are on the spot to douse the fire. We are also told that the fire is now under control. We have Piyush joining us live to give us more details. Piyush, what more can you tell us? Massive fire there in Jamia Nagar area of the national capital.
Well, absolutely. This is what we are now given to understand. Earlier, 7 fire tenders were rushed to the spot. Now, what we are learning is that 4 additional fire tenders have been rushed, which means that 11 fire tenders have now been rushed here at Jamia Nagar, Okhla area, where fire broke out in a parking lot. Many vehicles got charred. Many e-rickshaws, those who were there in that particular parking lot, were burnt. As of now, there is no report of any injury or casualty. A manager, senior level officer was present there. He has informed 2 fire officers about, in fact he made a call about this, and so after the call was made, the fire tenders were rushed to the spot. The fire has now come under control. We are also getting these visuals from the same area where you can see massive smoke emitting from parking lot after fire broke out there. Massive fire is can be clearly seen there. A good number of vehicles have come under this fire. Many vehicles have been burnt. Many rickshaws have been burnt. No casualty. This is a sign of relief, and no person has been reportedly injured in this fire. The fire officers have confirmed to us that now fire is under control. 11 fire tenders were rushed to the spot.
Piyush, also if you could give us more details as to how did the fire really break out in this particular area in which so many vehicles were also charred?
Well, as of now, the officers are trying to ascertain the reason behind the fire which broke out there in Delhi's Jamia Nagar. As of now, there is no confirmation which is coming in. But what we are now learning is that investigation has been launched, and in few minutes from now, we will be able to get an updated version, official statement from a fire department, Delhi, and then we will be able to tell to our viewers the reason behind the fire which broke out there in Delhi's Jamia Nagar. But the fire broke out in a parking lot where multiple vehicles were parked. Many vehicles have come under the fire, and many vehicles have also been burnt down. Many e-rickshaws, those were there, they have also they also got burnt because of the massive fire which was reported there. We can also see the smoke which is billowing out of the very parking lot area where the fire had basically broken out. So we are still trying to get in more details from fire officers. As and when it comes, we'll update to our viewers. The officers have launched investigation, and they are trying to ascertain the reason behind the fire which broke out there today in the morning. A big sign of relief is that the fire is now under control. No casualty, no injury reported from the site.
Piyush, stay with us while we are getting more details of this massive fire that broke out. We are told several vehicles were charred, which also include 10 cars, 1 motorcycle, 2 scooty, 30 new auto rickshaws, e-rickshaws as well, and 50 old e-rickshaws in this metro parking that were charred in this massive fire. So, of course, no casualty there, but heavy damage, Piyush, that seems to have been reported as a result of this fire.
Absolutely, Samiksha. Heavy damage has been reported from that particular place. If you talk about this entire area, entire vicinity, it is very congested area. This is near Jamia Nagar in Okhla. We have reported from that area multiple times because of the protests those have taken place during the Shine Bagh protest. Because all the lanes connected to that particular area is very much congested. So people would have faced multiple problems while going there, or the fire tenders officers would have faced multiple problems while reaching to that particular place. But the information which we are right now getting is that the 10 cars, 1 motorcycle, 2 scooty, 30 new e-rickshaw and 50 old e-rickshaw in the metro parking were parked. Those were charred because of this massive fire which broke out in Delhi's Jamia Nagar. These visuals somewhere tell us the story, the kind of mayhem that would have created there when the fire would have broken out. But biggest sign of relief here is that not even a single person has been injured and no casualty has also been reported from that particular site. Still, fire officers are there, though they have confirmed to us that fire has now come under control. They are still trying to ascertain the reason as to why the fire broke out, and the investigation has been launched to ascertain the reason behind this fire which broke out during the summer season. We have seen whenever temperature rises, we have seen fire incidents being reported from different parts of not only national capital but across the country. But these days we are continuously seeing the cases of fire being reported because of the rising temperature. Also, we'll have to wait and watch what kind of investigation the fire officers are going to do in this very case. After this short break, we'll get more and more details as fire breaks out in Okhla of national capital. Stay tuned.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. Now, I never thought that doing great law and order management would be such a problem with the lobby. They seem to have a real problem with Yogi. But across the country, you and I, people across the country are utterly delighted with the way in which Yogi has arrested 50 rioters of Kanpur. He deserves to be congratulated. The pincer-sharp process, the release of their photographs, the visual identification using unquestionable technology, fantastic, by the Yogi government. In fact, these rioters, they've got such a lesson, ladies and gentlemen, that they who were strutting around trying to burn Kanpur down on Friday are forced to quietly, meekly surrender in front of the Uttar Pradesh police on their own. It's just marvelous. It's absolutely marvelous. The way in which Yogi has taught these rioters a lesson. But oh, these hypocrites, the same hypocrites who were absolutely roaring in support when 70 people had criminal charges framed against them for the Capitol Hill. People across the country are utterly delighted with the way in which Yogi has arrested 50 rioters of Kanpur. In fact, these rioters who were strutting around trying to burn Kanpur down on Friday are forced to meekly surrender in front of the Uttar Pradesh police. Now, I never thought that doing great law and order management would be such a problem with the lobby. They seem to have a real problem with Yogi. What does this lobby really hate more? Yogi Adityanath or the law itself? You can call this model anything. What matters is that the Yogi model works. That's all that matters.
In Kerala's Malappuram, a 4-tier makeshift gallery made for local spectators using bamboo and wood suddenly collapsed minutes before a football match. The incident stirred tension all over the ground. The visuals show the panic that unfolded after the collapse. At least 10, including children, were injured in this unfortunate incident that unfolded at the Pookodupadam Government High School ground in Malappuram. The organizers and several others rushed to the spot after the incident. The injured are being treated at Nilambur District Hospital and at hospitals in Bandur and Perinthal Manna. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The Pandits have gathered here in large numbers to pay obeisance at Mata Kheer Bhavani temple on the eve of Mata Kheer Bhavani Mela. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आपको कोतवाली पुलिस स्टेशन से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर इस वक्त इसको रोमानी को रखा गया है और इससे कल देर रात तक पूछताछ भी की। आपसे हाशमी ने क्या कहा था? हाशमी आपसे मिला था?
हमसे उन्होंने कहा 20-20 ये निकाल दो, मैंने निकाल दिया।
तो हाशमी से आप पहले मिले थे? आपकी मुलाकात पहले भी है?
एक बार पहले हुई है बस।
एग्जिट किया कि उसमें बहुत से बच्चे भी थे, लड़के भी थे, और जो पुलिस उसको उठा रही है झूठ मूठ फंसाने के लिए, अपना काम करने के लिए लोगों को उठाती जा रही है, एक एक करके डेली उठाती जा रही है। ये इसलिए उन लोगों को हटाया।
केजरीवाल जी, उनकी क्या ऐसी मजबूरी है कि आज तक वो दिल्ली के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से बने हवालात मिनिस्टर सत्येंद्र जैन का इस्तीफा नहीं ले पा रहे?
The Kanpur police has been very swift in acting against the entire incident. Through hours of CCTV footages, now 40 people have been identified and action has been taken against them. An inquiry has also been put in place. All India Muslim Personal Law Board has given out a statement. Central government is being extremely biased in taking the action. These two organizations have been raising similar objections ever since the central government is trying to nab the perpetrators who are behind such violence.
एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आपको कोतवाली पुलिस स्टेशन से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर इस वक्त इसको रोमानी को रखा गया है और इससे कल देर रात तक पूछताछ भी की। आपसे हाशमी ने क्या कहा था? हाशमी आपसे मिला था?
हमसे उन्होंने कहा
Quick roundup of news in brief. Former Bihar Chief Minister and RJD Chief Lalu Prasad Yadav appeared before the special court in Palamu in connection with the Model Code of Conduct violation case of 2009. Security has been beefed up outside the court. In more updates coming in, we have now learned that the case has been closed and RJD Supremo Lalu Yadav has been fined 6,000 rupees. BJP's youth wing leader Harshit Srivastava has been arrested and sent to jail in Uttar Pradesh over his controversial tweet in view of clashes in Kanpur district that broke out recently. According to sources, Harshit has been arrested for trying to vitiate the atmosphere through his posts. And reacting to prime accused Swapna Suresh in Kerala gold scam, Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has hit back and termed it a part of political agenda. Suresh revealed that that she declared in court about the involvement of Pinarayi Vijayan, his wife and daughter in the case. Vijayan further added that the public will dismiss the fake allegations aimed at tarnishing his government. BJP National Executive Meet will be held on 2nd of July and 3rd of July in Hyderabad, which is considered a stronghold of the TRS, the party in power. The meeting assumes significance as it will be held months ahead of the crucial assembly polls in two states. The meeting would be chaired by party National President JP Nadda. All the top leaders of the party, including Prime Minister Modi, will take part in this two-day meet. Raising strong objection to the textbook revision made by the Karnataka government, Congress State President D.K. Shivakumar said that the BJP is carrying out the cultural atrocity while also suggesting to throw the revised textbook into trash. Shivakumar further said that this is the first time in the history of state that the pontiffs of mutts, writers and organizations except political leaders have strongly condemned the government's attitude towards textbook revision. And a short break now will get you more updates as JP Nadda en route Bengal.
इसलिए एग्जिट किया कि उसमें बहुत से बच्चे भी थे, लड़के भी थे, और जो पुलिस उसको उठा रही है झूठ मूठ फंसाने के लिए, अपना काम करने के लिए लोगों को उठाती जा रही है, एक एक करके डेली उठाती जा रही है। ये इसलिए उन लोगों को हटाया।
केजरीवाल जी, उनकी क्या ऐसी मजबूरी है कि आज तक वो दिल्ली के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से बने हवालात मिनिस्टर सत्येंद्र जैन का इस्तीफा नहीं ले पा रहे।
The Kanpur police has been very swift in acting against the entire incident. Through hours of CCTV footages, now 40 people have been identified and action has been taken against them. An inquiry has also been put in place. All India Muslim Personal Law Board has given out a statement. Central government is being extremely biased in taking the action. These two organizations have been raising similar objections ever since the central government is trying to nab the perpetrators who are behind such violence.
एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आपको कोतवाली पुलिस स्टेशन से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर इस वक्त इसको रोमानी को रखा गया है और इससे कल देर रात तक पूछताछ भी की। आपसे हाशमी ने क्या कहा था? हाशमी आपसे मिला था?
हमसे उन्होंने कहा 20-20 ये निकाल दो, मैंने निकाल दिया।
तो हाशमी से आप पहले मिले थे? आपकी मुलाकात पहले भी है?
एक बार पहले हुई है बस।
एग्जिट किया कि उसमें बहुत से बच्चे भी थे, लड़के भी थे, और जो पुलिस उसको उठा रही है झूठ मूठ फंसाने के लिए, अपना काम करने के लिए लोगों को उठाती जा रही है, एक एक करके डेली उठाती जा रही है। ये इसलिए उन लोगों को हटाया।
केजरीवाल जी, उनकी क्या ऐसी मजबूरी है कि आज तक वो दिल्ली के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से बने हवालात मिनिस्टर सत्येंद्र जैन का इस्तीफा नहीं ले पा रहे।
The Kanpur police has been very swift in acting against the entire incident. Through hours of CCTV footages, now 40 people have been identified and action has been taken against.
The stone pelting was done. Around a dozen people was there who was doing a stone pelting. These were the locals who were involved in this stone pelting. The reason is being looked up. The footages has been recovered. The investigation at this point in time is on.
Welcome back, viewers. These are the live shots that we have got now of the massive fire which happened in Delhi's Jamia Nagar. In the visuals, you can see the intensity of the fire very clearly. A lot of vehicles also that were charred in this massive fire that broke out at E-Motor Park in Jamia Nagar. So the visuals there in which you can see plumes of smoke rising from this E-Motor Park where the fire broke out in Jamia Nagar. A lot of details that are also coming in. Several e-rickshaws that were burnt to ashes in the massive fire that broke out. Several fire tenders were also rushed to spot. We are told 11 fire tenders were rushed to the E-Motor Park to douse the flames, but a lot of vehicles there that have been reduced to ashes as a result of the massive fire that broke out. The cause of the fire is still not known, but as Piyush was pointing out, that there is an investigation also that has been launched into the fire that broke out in Delhi's Jamia Nagar in this E-Motor Park. Several vehicles, we are told, were charred in this fire. We will go across to Piyush as well, who's reporting live on the massive fire that broke out in Delhi's Jamia Nagar. A lot of vehicles, including e-rickshaws as well as motorbikes, that were reduced to ashes as a result of the massive fire. We have Piyush with us. Piyush, what more can you tell us?
Well, the recent information which you are getting is that the fire has now come under control around 10 cars, 1 motorcycle, 2 scooters, 30 new e-rickshaws and 50 old e-rickshaws have come under the fire. What we're now learning is that the senior officers of the fire department are there at the spot, and they are trying to ascertain the reason behind the fire which broke out there in parking lot in Jamia Nagar of Okla in National Capital. If you talk about this case, remember that the officers, the fire officers had received the call regarding this entire fire at around 5 a.m. today in the morning. They're in Tikona Park in Jamia Nagar. Around 7 fire tenders initially were rushed to the spot, after which, looking at the fire, 4 more fire tenders were rushed, so which means that 11 fire tenders were rushed to the fire. And the fire, as of now, as we are speaking, has now come under control. No casualty has been reported. No injury has been reported from the spot. The fire has now come under control. The officers are there to try to ascertain the reason behind this fire which broke out in Delhi's Jamia Nagar in a parking lot. We'll have to wait and watch what is the reason behind this. We are still, trying to get the details and trying to understand the reason behind the fire which broke out in Delhi's Jamia Nagar.
Well, Piyush, thanks for getting us all those details. So the visuals there on your screens as well of the massive fire that broke out in Delhi's Jamia Nagar's e-motor park earlier this morning. A call was given to the fire tenders at around 5 a.m. and several fire tenders, you're told 11 to be precise, were rushed to the spot to douse the flames. A lot of vehicles that were charred in this fire that broke out. Several new e-motor rickshaws, we are told, several motorbikes as well that were reduced to ashes as a result of the massive fire that broke out in Delhi's Jamia Nagar motor park. So several vehicles that were charred in the massive blaze that broke out in this park, which is in Delhi's Jamia Nagar. Several e-rickshaws that were burned to ashes. Several fire tenders, of course, were rushed to the spot. No casualty has been reported, but heavy damage in terms of the vehicles that were reduced to ashes as a result of the massive fire that broke out in this park. You can see the plumes of smoke as well billowing from this e-motor park. And we do not yet know the cause of the fire, but an investigation has been launched.
See, Jammu and Kashmir government has made adequate arrangements for the Kheer Bhavani Mela that has begun, and now the senior officials of the J&K government, police and administration are also visiting the Kheer Bhavani Mela to take stock of the situation as well as to pay obeisance. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV.
केजरीवाल जी, उनकी क्या ऐसी मजबूरी है कि आज तक वो दिल्ली के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से बने हवालात मिनिस्टर सत्येंद्र जैन का इस्तीफा नहीं ले पा रहे?
Kanpur police has been very swift in acting against the entire incident. Through hours of CCTV footages, now 40 people have been identified and action has been taken against them. An inquiry has also been put in place. All India Muslim Personal Law Board has given out a statement. Central government is being extremely biased in taking the action. These two organizations have been raising similar objections ever since the central government is trying to nab the perpetrators who are behind such violence.
एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आपको कोतवाली पुलिस स्टेशन से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर इस वक्त इसको रोमानी को रखा गया है और इससे कल देर रात तक पूछताछ भी की। आपसे हाशमी ने क्या कहा था? हाशमी आपसे मिला था?
हमसे उन्होंने कहा 20-20 ये निकाल दो, मैंने निकाल दिया।
तो हाशमी से आप पहले मिले थे? आपकी मुलाकात पहले भी है?
एक बार पहले हुई है बस।
एग्जिट किया कि उसमें बहुत से बच्चे भी थे, लड़के भी थे, और जो पुलिस उसको उठा रही है झूठ मूठ फंसाने के लिए, अपना काम करने के लिए लोगों को उठाती जा रही है, एक एक करके डेली उठाती जा रही है। ये इसलिए उन लोगों को हटाया।
केजरीवाल जी,
All-out resort politics ahead of Rajya Sabha elections. After Rajasthan and Maharashtra, Haryana Congress holds its MLAs in a hotel now. India sets a new world record. The Indian shooter Avni Lekhara wins gold at the Parachuting World Cup in France. A stone pelting incident is reported in Delhi's Jahangirpuri. Delhi police rules out the communal angle. Al-Qaeda issues pan-India threat. Multiple cities are under the Al-Qaeda's threat. The gold scam accused Swapna Suresh makes a sensational charge against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. In an exclusive to Republic, Swapna alleges bag full of cash was sent to Dubai for the Chief Minister. The Varanasi police deploy security for the Varanasi judge who received threat letter. Judge had ordered the survey of the Gangrape mosque. The Reserve Bank of India hikes the repo rate to 4.90% by 50 basis points. EMIs and home loans will now be costlier. Good morning and welcome. You are watching Republic TV. This is live and breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. And as the name suggests, we begin with breaking news. In fact, visuals on your screens are of a dramatic road accident that has taken place in Chennai. In these pictures, you can see how a car has fallen into a pit in the middle of the road. Now, why was there a pit in the middle of the road is a question that civic authorities need to answer. In these pictures, it appears to be a car which the car fell into this ditch. We are still, of course, waiting details. What we understand is that this is a big ditch that has been dug in the middle of the road in Chennai. Apurva is on the phone line with us. Apurva, give us more details of what really happened in this particular case.
We are learning that this accident had taken place in Adyar, and as from the visuals, what we can see, we are also seeing that the car, preliminary investigation says that the car driver, the car owner was under the influence of alcohol, following which they had not been able to drive properly, and that is when this accident had occurred. If you can see from the visuals over there as well, you can see how they have broken out of the barricade that had been already placed there, and they had this accident had taken place there, where this car had come in at a high speed and had crashed through the barricade, following which they had hit the median and the road as well. This is the visuals that we are seeing of accident that taken place. Police officials are investigating into the condition of the driver, as well as seeing if there is any CCTV footage for the car and the accident that had taken place. More investigation is ongoing, but as of now, the preliminary details show that because of rash driving and influence under alcohol, that is the reason why this accident has taken place by the car driver.
All right, so as you're pointing out, of course, it appears that this is a case of DIU with the driver actually losing control of the vehicle and slamming out through the barricades to fall into this pit. So is that the word that you're getting from the police as well, that this driver was driving under influence?
Well, that's right. That is what we are hearing, that the driver was under the influence, and that is why they had been driving rashly. That is what we are learning. We are also learning that because of the nature and the speed at which the car was being.
All right, we are going back to the big story that we've been tracking for this past half hour. 7 fire tenders have now been rushed to the Jamia area. This is a fire that broke out at an e-motor park in Jamia Nagar. Now, several vehicles, of course, have been damaged in this fire so far. What we understand is that the fire brigade is continuing still to battle the blaze at this fire park. So you can, of course, see in these visuals smoke bellowing out of this area. Now, the Delhi Fire Service earlier, of course, had released some details saying that there have been no casualties so far, fortunately, in this incident, but a total of 10 cars and 50 e-rickshaws have caught fire. All right, so the Delhi Fire Service has pressed about 7 fire tenders into action to douse the flames. But as you can see, dark plumes of smoke bellowing out of this fire that has broken out at an e-rickshaw park. There is a large amount of damage reported to vehicles that were parked there. We understand that about 50 e-rickshaws have caught fire. There are a certain number of cars and motorcycles also parked in this area. This fire, of course, broke out earlier today, and the Delhi Fire Service is still trying hard to contain the blaze. But so far, as you can see from those visuals, they haven't been quite very successful in it. Obviously, it's going to be tough to get this under control very, very quickly, but about 7 fire tenders have been sent to the spot to help douse the flames. Fortunately, there have been no casualties in this particular accident that has been reported. We are still trying to ascertain the cause of this fire, but this fire broke out at an e-motor park in Jamia Nagar in New Delhi. Anuj is on the phone line. Anuj, any new details emerging? Anuj, are you there with us? All right, I don't think we've got Anuj with us on the phone line, but as you can see in these visuals that are coming to you on Republic TV, this appears to be a massive blaze that has broken out at a parking facility for electric motors in the Jamia Nagar area. Well, Prime Minister Modi has tweeted and congratulated Avni Lekhara. He has, on his Twitter handle, put out a note for her saying, "Congratulations, Avni Lekhara, for this historic accomplishment. May you keep scaling newer heights of success and inspiring others. My best wishes." Well, the Tokyo Paralympics champion Avni Lekhara won the gold at the Parachuting World Cup with a world record score of 250.6 in the women's 10-meter air rifle standing SH1 in the Châteauroux area in France on Tuesday. Now, the 20-year-old shooter broke her own record of 249.6 to secure her a spot in the 2024 Paralympics as well.
Last shot, the tension is rising.
Yes.
Lekhara really looks so confident, so calm.
We can hear the cheers.
Yes. You can never imagine Lekhara being in the final World Cup and fighting.
10.0 for Emilia Babska.
And we have something else. We have world record from Lekhara Avani, 250.6.
Beautiful for her.
Yes, it is space shooting from her with the world record, and also here very good in this final. She started not so good, and this
could take her second.
Last shot.
So, how was your day of competition?
I was very excited and happy to, compete after the Paralympic Games. It was my first international event, so I was excited and I was looking forward to it.
Okay, what are you very happy of this new world record?
Yeah, definitely. I topped the qualification, So I knew that, I'm halfway there, and I had to focus more on per shot routine and then concentrate in the finals to finish at the top 2. And I was not thinking about the world record or getting a gold or a quota. I was just doing my process, and it happened. And I'm just happy that, I got the first one to win the quota for the country.
Okay, thank you. And to finish, did you have a quote or something to say or not?
I just want to say that just work and focus on your process and not the outcome, and you will definitely succeed.
आपको बहुत बहुत मुबारक और entire India is proud of her daughter Avni at this point. आप क्या बता सकते हो हमें जो challenges रहे on the road to this success?
इसने प्रैक्टिस करी यहाँ जयपुर में और दिल्ली में, तो इसके साथ 2-3 चैलेंजेस इस बार रहे। एक तो इनको कोच चेंज करना पड़ा, नया कोच के साथ और नई राइफल के साथ मैच करना पड़ा। दूसरा, लास्ट मोमेंट पे इसका वीजा का भी प्रॉब्लम्स हुआ था, वो हमने सॉर्ट आउट कराया, लेकिन अल्टीमेटली उसने अपना परफॉर्मेंस दिया।
जी, एंड अगर आज के इंडिया के बारे में कहेंगे, सरकार भी इतना स्ट्रेस दे रहे हैं ऑन द डेवलपमेंट ऑफ एथलेटिक्स, द स्पिरिट ऑफ स्पोर्ट्स अमंग द यूथ, इसके बारे में आपका क्या सोचना है? हाउ नेसेसरी इज इट, हाउ इम्पोर्टेंट इज इट?
खेल स्पोर्ट्स पूरे इंडिया का एक परसेप्शन चेंज करता है, उसका अपने बारे में क्या सोचता है पर्सन वो चेंज करता है, और खुद दूसरों के बारे में क्या सोचता है ये भी चेंज करता है। तो स्पोर्ट्स बहुत जरूरी है देश के लिए, स्वास्थ्य के लिए और कोऑर्डिनेशन के लिए।
Well, that of course was Avni Lekhara's father over there speaking about the last minute visa glitches that we saw right before she went into this tournament. Now that was something that was of course that she had to overcome, but apart from that, of course, at the beginning of the tournament she wasn't looking too good, so this is as a bit of a surprise. But what this has done is also that she's now been qualified for the Paralympics in Paris in 2024 as well. Well, we are now getting the latest as far as the investigations into the Kanpur riots is concerned. In fact, we are now learning that the NCPCR chief has spoken to Republic TV after the clashes and has asked for a report on this. Do remember that there has been very swift action that's been taken by the Kanpur administration in this particular case. But let's first listen into what the PCR chief has said.
कानपुर में हाल ही हुए क्लैशेस में बच्चों का जो पार्टिसिपेशन है उसका कॉग्निसेंस लेते हुए एनसीपीसीआर ने कानपुर अथॉरिटीज़ से रिपोर्ट मांगी है। इस वक्त हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं एनसीपीसीआर के चीफ प्रियांक कांगनू जी। सर, धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। क्या वो ऐसे इंसिडेंट्स थे जिनको ध्यान में रखते हुए आपने ये रिपोर्ट मांगी है?
ये एक बार की बात नहीं है, अनेकों बार ऐसा देखने में आया है कि बच्चों का उपयोग हिंसक गतिविधियों के लिए लगातार करवाया जा रहा है। कानपुर में भी ये बात आयोग के संज्ञान में आई कि हाल ही में हुई हिंसा की घटनाओं में बच्चों का उपयोग पत्थर फिकवाने के लिए, पेट्रोल बम चलवाने के लिए किया गया है। और हिंसा में इस प्रकार का बच्चों का उपयोग जुवेनाइल जस्टिस एक्ट के तहत अपराध है। जो लोग ऐसा कृत्य करते हैं उनके ऊपर जेजे एक्ट की धारा 83 में मुकदमा दर्ज होना चाहिए। हमने यही बात कही है कि जिन लोगों ने भी बच्चों को सम्मिलित किया है उनके विरुद्ध इन धाराओं का इजाफा किया जाए।
सर, पुलिस से और अधिकारियों से आपने किस तरीके की डिटेल रिपोर्ट मांगी है? आपने कहा है कि जल्द से जल्द 3 दिन के अंदर अंदर ऐसी रिपोर्ट आ जानी चाहिए।
हमने केवल एक सामान्य बात कही है। हमने ये कहा है कि जिन लोगों ने भी बच्चों का हिंसा में उपयोग किया है उनके विरुद्ध जुवेनाइल जस्टिस एक्ट की धारा 83, धारा 75 और आईपीसी के जो रिलेवेंट सेक्शंस हैं उनमें एफआईआर करिए और उसकी कॉपी हमको दीजिए।
सर, जैसे देखिए हाल ही में ये दूसरा ऐसा किस्सा है, आप भी कह रहे हैं कि आम बात है, जहांगीरपुरी में भी हमने देखा, आपने वहाँ भी कॉग्निसेंस लिया और दोबारा कानपुर से ऐसा हुआ। तो ये जो इंसिडेंट्स हैं इनको कम करने के लिए भी अगर क्या उपाय ढूंढा जा सकता है?
देखिए, केवल जहांगीरपुरी की या केवल नादिया की, पश्चिम बंगाल की बात नहीं है। ये देश भर में इस तरीके का कोऑर्डिनेटेड एक दहशतगर्दी करने वाले लोगों ने तरीका अपनाया हुआ है और इसकी शुरुआत उन देशों के कॉपी करने से हुई है जहां पर बड़े पैमाने पर हिंसक घटनाओं के लिए बच्चों का उपयोग किया जाता है। जाहिर है इसमें सीरिया जैसे देश शामिल हैं जहां पे बच्चों का उपयोग हिंसक वारदातों के लिए किया जाता है। बच्चे जब टेंडर एज में होते हैं तो उनकी बुद्धि को गलत तरीके से मोल्ड किया जाना आसान होता है और बच्चों का इस प्रकार हथियार बना के उपयोग किया जाना बहुत ही गलत बात है। भारत में इसके लिए दुनिया के सबसे सख्त कानून हैं। हमने ये जम्मू कश्मीर में भी देखा और उसके बाद जिस तरीके के कानून देश में बने हैं उनका बेहतर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन किया जाना ही एकमात्र रास्ता है जो इस प्रकार की बुराई को रोक सकता है।
News in brief, an incident of gang rape of a minor girl has come to the fore from Bihar's Betia. A minor girl was allegedly raped inside a bus by the driver and the helper and the conductor. The police so far has arrested the 2 accused, the bus helper and the conductor. The driver is still absconding. The Reserve Bank of India has raised its pre-interest rate by 50 basis points, taking the repo rate to 4.9% and raised its inflation projection for the current fiscal to 6.7%. All the 6 members of the Monetary Policy Committee, headed by the RBI Governor Shaktikanta Das, unanimously voted for the latest rate hike. Social activist Anna Hazare is set to launch his own organization on his birthday. According to sources, he's scheduled to visit the national capital on the 19th of June and float a Rashtriya Lok Andolan. His organization will work against corruption. An incident of stone pelting was reported from the Jahangirpuri area in New Delhi. The CCTV footage accessed from the area shows around a dozen suspects throwing stones at the residential area. Now, the Delhi police have ruled out the communal angle and have claimed that the situation is currently under control. According to the Union Health Ministry, India has reported more than 5,000 new coronavirus infections today, taking the overall tally of COVID-19 cases in the country to 4 crores. Notably, the positivity rate of 1.62% has been observed in the last 24 hours, while the weekly positivity rate is now at 0.91%. In fact, news just coming in, we are now learning that the Union Home Minister is now responding to a threat that has been released by the Al-Qaeda. Do remember that the Al-Qaeda had issued a pan-India threat. The Al-Qaeda had in its threat said that it's got multiple Indian cities under its radar. Now, what we are learning is that there is a response that's coming in from the government. We are now getting a response from Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi, who has spoken about this, saying that India, of course, is well prepared to deal with any sort of terrorist threat that is issued against India. I think we've got Piyush live with us. Piyush, give us more details of what India's response has been. All right, I don't think we've got Piyush right now, but the Al-Qaeda, do remember, had threatened suicide attacks in Delhi, Mumbai, UP and Gujarat over remarks that were made over the Prophet. The Al-Qaeda, of course, had threatened these terrorist attacks, saying that in a letter that was dated the 6th of June, it had said that they will fight the honor of the Prophet. Now, what we are getting right now is that the Indian government has also responded to this threat that was issued by the Al-Qaeda.
वो मुसलमानों की हिफाजत नहीं, मुसीबत है। और जो अलकायदा मुसलमानों की हिफाजत के बजाय मुसीबत हो, उसके बारे में आपको समझना होगा कि ये इस्लाम को सुरक्षा कवच बना करके इंसानियत को लहूलुहान करना चाहते हैं। जहाँ तक हिंदुस्तान का सवाल है, हिंदुस्तान में दुनिया के सभी धर्मावलंबी रहते हैं। हिंदू हों, मुसलमान हों, सिख हों, ईसाई हों, पारसी हों, यहूदी हों, या जितने भी दुनिया के धर्म आप गिन लीजिए, हिंदुस्तान में रहते हैं। और उनकी सामाजिक, आर्थिक, शैक्षणिक, संवैधानिक और धार्मिक स्वतंत्रता और सुरक्षा यहाँ महफूज भी है और मजबूत भी है। और इसलिए जिस तरह से पाकिस्तान प्रायोजित प्रोपेगेंडे के चक्रव्यूह में कुछ लोग फंस रहे हैं, उन्हें एक बात समझना चाहिए कि हिंदुस्तान की एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की ताकत, अनेकता में एकता की ताकत को कोई कमज़ोर कर ही नहीं सकता। ये देश वो देश है जो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के संकल्प और संस्कारों से आगे बढ़ रहा है। लेकिन इसका कतई अर्थ नहीं है कि ये देश कमज़ोर है और इस तरह के आतंकवादी संगठन या इस तरह के पाकिस्तान प्रायोजित प्रोग्रामों के ज़रिए हमारे देश की एकता और हमारे देश के सौहार्द को कोई नुकसान पहुंचा लेगा। पड़ोस में हिंदुस्तान जो है वो अपने आप, हमने पंथनिरपेक्षता अपनाई, पड़ोस में पाकिस्तान ने अपने को इस्लामिक देश घोषित किया। क्या हो रहा है वहाँ पर? जिस वक्त बंटवारा हुआ था वहाँ पर 24% से ज़्यादा अल्पसंख्यक थे, आज 2% नहीं रह गए। हिंदुस्तान में लगभग 8% थे, आज 22% से ज़्यादा हैं। वहाँ पर हर दिन कत्लेआम न केवल अल्पसंख्यकों का हो रहा है, ख़ुद मुसलमानों का हो रहा है। मस्जिदों में धमाके हो रहे हैं, बेगुनाहों के खून खराबे हो रहे हैं। तो ये जो सेलेक्टिव मानवाधिकार की बात जो लोग कर रहे हैं और जहाँ पर मानवाधिकार की धज्जियाँ उड़ाई जा रही हैं,
The Kerala gold smuggling case has come again. The Kerala gold smuggling case has come again to spotlight after one of the key accused in this case, Swapna Suresh, has come forward alleging that Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, his private secretary, his family member, including his wife and daughter, has been involved in the smuggling. And now this Swapna Suresh, who is the key accused in this case, has now stated that her life is under threat. Now it's also very shocking in the matter in which she has stated that her life is under threat, and she is also deposing before the Enforcement Directorate. And now we are tracking the story to find out what is the latest update. Stay tuned to Republic TV as we bring the latest story about this gold smuggling case. Joining us is senior Congress politician Ramesh Chennithila, who has been at the helm of this entire case, and he has been carefully also condemning and also always bringing out new details about this case. So Ramesh Chennithila, the senior Congress leader from Kerala, is joining us to tell us his reaction after Swapna Suresh has come forward stating that Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan himself and his family have been involved in the gold smuggling and reverse hawala case.
The new revelations of the Swapna Suresh, the new revelations, can you hear me? The new revelations of...
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Today is shocking. Actually speaking, the opposition in Kerala was in this issue time and again. And we demanded an impartial inquiry about the whole episode. At that time also, we were mentioning that the Chief Minister and his office is the prime suspect in this case. And the central agencies were had taken this probe. Unfortunately, nothing has come out of the probe. And because of that, she has come to the court voluntarily. And on 164, she has mentioned the illegal connection of the Chief Minister, his family, and the close officials of Kerala government in the entire gold smuggling. The opposition, led by Congress Party, Kerala was right. But unfortunately, the central agency has keeping one of the and also they are suspecting That was the reason for nothing has been coming out of this entire inquiry. And also it was reflected in the last assembly election. 69 constituencies, BJP voted for CPM. That is why the Left Democratic Front government came again. Otherwise, the result would have been different. And now, also the central agencies
want to ask you this.
They are shielding the culprits and the chief minister. Why the central agencies were not questioned the chief minister? Even before giving this 164 statement in the court, Swapna Suresh mentioned earlier all these things to the inquiry officer. Nothing happened. Congress Mukta Bharat, that is the idea of BJP. That is why they voted for CPM. That is the reason of
Mr. Chinnithala.
Yes. Yes, tell me.
We would like to ask you as now Swapna Suresh has also mentioned some of the names, including the former Principal Secretary M. Shivashankar, as well as even the additional Private Secretary CM Ravindran, along with the bureaucrat Nalini Netto, and even KT Jalil name has been taken. Now the allegations raised by Swapna Suresh is even greater, because she says there has been reverse hawala, and 2016 in Dubai, Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan had told to carry a bag containing currency. Now these are huge allegations, and what do you think? Will how can this be a fair and impartial inquiry in this matter?
We have no belief on the central agencies. They actually helped the chief minister. We have leveled these allegations with proofs, but nothing happened.
But now, Mr. Chinnithala, it is the enforcement directorate. She is right now deposing. She is deposing before the enforcement directorate. The enforcement directorate is just has its processes in place. She has. There have always been, even when the central agencies have been probing, there were cases filed against the central agencies by the state. There has been ways to scuttle the CBI investigation in cases which are related to the Kerala gold smuggling. The central agencies has been at the forefront of it. The CBI is here, the enforcement directorate is probing the matter, the customs is probing the matter. So the central agencies have been doing, of course, the process it takes is long, that is no doubt. But, coming back to the main subject, what do you think, what is the Congress going to do now in the face of this allegation? Can we expect a statewide protest which has been led by the Congress in the state of Kerala?
See that for last 3 years, they were probing. What are you talking? 3 years the central agencies are probing. Nothing has been come out. Even they were not ready to interrogate the chief minister. They were not ready to interrogate.
The customs has filed a 5,000-page. The customs has filed a 5,000-page charge sheet, Mr. Chinnithala, and also there has been show cause notice which has been issued to 52 people. The process is on. It has never been, but the CBI is being scuttled. Will the Congress put pressure? Will the Congress put pressure to ensure that the CBI probe is done smoothly?
What are you talking? Why are you shielding the central agencies? For last 3 years, what happened? You tell me. And they are only taking Tom, Dick and Harry. They are not reaching to the chief minister. They are not going to the chief minister's office. They are not interrogated any of the close aides of the chief minister. Now you are telling that they had given charge sheet to whom? And there was a total cover-up of the whole issue. That is why she has gone to the court and she has deposed before the central agencies. I don't think that central agencies will take cognizance of this matter. For 3 years we were waiting.
You've seen that cases were filed against enforcement directorate. Cases were filed against the enforcement directorate by the state at that time. There were 2 times an audio tape had emerged against the enforcement directorate, stating that enforcement directorate is trying to scuttle and name the chief minister and trying to put a fake case against the chief minister. We have seen all that. We have seen how within the limitations of the probe, even the CBI probe in the connected case of Life Mission was scuttled.
The central agencies.
So, Mr. Chinnithala, what would you like to know? you so much.
Where the kingpin of this case. This is one of the great and helped by the chief minister. So now you have issued notices. Who care for the notices? They have never interrogated any of the senior people who are involved in it. And now, when this lady has gone and deposed before the court, now more and more evidences are coming up. So there is under the supervision of the High Court,
yes,
and the court demand an inquiry, impartial inquiry. Under the otherwise, there will be always a nexus between BJP and CPM in this case. That is why nothing is coming out.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chinithala, for your time. That is Senior Congress Leader Ramesh Chinithala speaking, stating that the central agencies are slowly doing their process and they're not done their due job, is what he's alleging. And he is also saying that for last 3 years, the entire probe has been slow and it needs to be speeded up. And Congress will keep on the pressure to ensure that the Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan and the people who Swapna Suresh has accused will also be booked in this case.
All right, Ashwin, do stay with us. Mr. Varakan also on the phone line with us. Mr. Varakan, good afternoon. Thank you for speaking to us on Republic TV. Now, Mr. Varakan, we've just heard from Ramesh Chinithala, who seems to suggest that the BJP and, of course, the state government in Kerala were hand in glove, and that is why, despite the allegations that were made by Swapna Suresh, what he says is that there wasn't a proper probe into the gold scam. The Chief Minister was not questioned. Your reactions?
Well, that's an utter lie. In fact, the information that has come out and the information that is in public domain has been a result of the investigation process. The investigation agencies are in a situation where the state government has put in a lot of riders. It is still working hard and it's a work in progress. For the Congress party and its former leader of the opposition to say that the agencies are not looking after the case or not investigating enough is a blessed lie. The case has moved this further because of the central agencies and their endeavor to expose the current dispensation.
Right now, Mr. Varakan, how do you react to the allegations that have again been made by Swapna Suresh? Now, there is also a demand that's being made of a reinvestigation into this particular case.
Well, I think with the new evidences that are coming up, further investigation is called for, and I'm sure the agencies are fully aware of the ramifications, and the final truth will come. The truth is something that that nobody can hide. Whoever high and mighty may be involved. If there is such a situation in my state, we will investigate, and the government of India will get to the bottom of it.
Absolutely. Mr. Tom Varakan, thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV. Asking for a new investigation over there in light of new evidences that have come out. Now, yesterday, of course, Swapna Suresh spoke to Republic TV's executive editor Niranjan and made these stunning disclosures.
She was named the accused in the Kerala gold scam, and she's made a series of new revelations. Joining us live on the broadcast is Swapna Suresh, who was the gold scam accused. Swapna, thank you for joining us. You've made a new claim now, saying that you're saying that a bag, I saw your statement there, you said that a bag was delivered to the Chief Minister, a bag of cash. Is that correct?
Yes.
What was in that bag?
You just said it. Way back in 2016, the Chief Minister had travelled to Dubai, and his secretary, Mr. Shiv Shankar, had contacted us, asking us to arrange the protocol arrangements and the facilitations at the airport. Following that, Shiv Shankar had called up requesting that the Honourable Chief Minister has left out a very, very important bag, and that has to reach the Honourable Chief Minister with immediate effect. And he sought our assistance from the consulate. So I actually informed the Consul General regarding the same, and the Consul General assigned a diplomat, a UAE national diplomat. a UAE national diplomat, to fly the very same night to UAE carrying this baggage. So one of the officers from the consulate actually brought the baggage to the consulate, and there is a protocol or a procedure that any parcel from outside comes to the consulate has to be scanned from the scanning machine of the consulate. And he identified that there was cash in that, but then it was taken and handed over to somebody, somebody assigned by Shiv Shankar in the UAE to hand it over to the Honorable Chief Minister.
Now, why do you think? Why did he want the cash? Now, you were named the accused in this case. Why did he want the cash delivered in a bag in Dubai? What was it meant for?
Well, I cannot get into the details like that because I have restrictions from the Honorable Court. All I could just tell was, or just mention about the two incidents so that, the media can actually investigate as well. These statements have been given already to the investigating agencies prior to this. I have already given my 164 statement in the customs case. And I don't think I have said anything different. I have said the same thing, but nothing has seen the light of the day. So I want to live without threat. And I just want to take care of my children. So whoever has whatever role it is, whether it's small or big, should come to light, or the Honorable Court should know it, and the investigation should go further in a proper manner. And that's all what I want. And that is why I took this decision of going voluntarily to the Honorable Court and the Enforcement Directorate and give all the details that I know about the incidents that has taken place. That's it.
The social activist Anna Hazare has now come out with an announcement that he is going to launch his own organization, Rashtriya Lok Andolan. It is going to be a social reforming organization. And in fact, the close aide of Anna Hazare has also made it clear that this organization will not give space to any of the political biggies, and in fact no political leaders will be given any sort of platform in this particular organization. He's going to launch this organization on June 19th, and in fact his intention is to launch this organization on his birthday, and for the same he's going to arrive to the national capital from where it all started. In fact, he was the person who led the indefinite hunger strike back in 2011 to demand the current government at the time to set up Lokayuks and or Lokpal bill, to come up with a Lokpal bill. And 7 years later, he also went on a hunger strike to protest against the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government, against the farm laws that it had come with. This is Sumi Rajpun for Public Media Network with video journalist Bhishma Giri, New Delhi.
Pandits have gathered here in large numbers to pay obeisance at Mata Kheer Bhavani temple on the eve of Mata Kheer Bhavani Mela. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
The Kanpur police has been very, very swift in acting against the entire incident. Through hours of CCTV footages, now 40 people have been identified and action has been taken against them. An inquiry has also been put in place. All India Muslim Personal Law Board has given out a statement. Central government is being extremely biased in taking the action. These two organizations have been raising similar objections ever since the central government is trying to nab the perpetrators who are behind such violence.
एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आपको कोतवाली पुलिस स्टेशन से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर इस वक्त इसको रोमानी को रखा गया है और इससे कल देर रात तक पूछताछ भी की। आपसे हाशमी ने क्या कहा था? हाशमी आपसे मिला था?
हमसे उन्होंने कहा 20-20 ये निकाल, रोमानी निकाल दी।
तो हाशमी से आप पहले मिले थे? आपकी मुलाकात पहले भी है?
एक बार पहले हुई है बस।
All-out resort politics ahead of Rajya Sabha polls after Rajasthan and Maharashtra. Haryana Congress hoards its MLAs in a hotel. India sets a new world record in shooting. Shooter Avni Lekhara wins gold at Para Shooting World Cup in France. Stone pelting incident reported in Delhi's Jahangirpuri. Delhi police rules out communal angle in the clashes. Al-Qaeda issues pan-India threat. Multiple cities under Al-Qaeda threat. Gold scam accused Swapna Suresh makes sensational charges against Chief Minister Vijayan. In an exclusive to Republic, Swapna alleges bag full of cash was sent to Dubai for the Chief Minister. Varanasi police deploys security for Varanasi judge who received threat letter. Judge had ordered survey of the Gyanvapi mosque. RBI hikes repo rate to 4.90%. EMIs and home loans to get dearer. And the latest Jahangirpuri clash, eyewitness spoke to Republic. Let's listen in to what he had to say.
Stone pelting reported from the right affected area, Jahangirpuri. Right now I'm reporting from the same area. First, let me give you the sense and the visual what exactly has happened. This has been reported that last evening around 10:30 p.m. these were the goons of Jahangirpuri. These were the local goons who has done stone pelting. They were drunk, what has been told. Police is doing the investigation. 2 people as of now has been already detained, and let me tell you that the police has denied the communal angle. Police has denied the communal angle, and at this point in time you can clearly see how the things might have happened. This exactly is a car which has been damaged. The windshield has been broken, the back mirror has been broken. On the other hand, this is not limited to this only. The full gully, I've been talking to the people, is complaining about the same, where they are telling us that what exactly has happened, and this has been claimed that these were the 2 groups and the local goons who have done the same. And there in the visual you can clearly see and understand that what exactly would have been the situation. So this is not the first time when we are seeing this kind of situation in Jahangirpuri. We have seen Jahangirpuri very much tense earlier. We will try and talk to some of the people. Mata ji, क्या कौन लोग थे? ये तो अभी शायद नहीं पहचान पाए होंगे आप लोग को।
अरे तो हम क्या बता, अब हम मतलब ये गली में रहते हो और उधर ही गली में से निकले, डंडा तलवारियां ध इनको गाड़ियों को मार रहा था। अगर गाड़ियों की जगह इंसान को मार जाता तो हम क्या करते भाई? कुछ नहीं कर पाते ना। तो हम तो दरवाजा बंद कर करके माँ ही बढ़ गए और क्या कर सकते।
कितने बजे लमसम की?
ये 10 बजे,
10-10 बजे।
हाँ,
तो कितने लोग होंगे ये?
50, कम से कम भी 25 लोग होंगे।
ये क्या मोटरसाइकिल से पैदल थे?
नहीं, पैदल तलवारें ऐसा घुमा रहा था, डंडा मार रहा था, तलवार घुमा रहा था, डंडा मार रहा था।
अच्छा, पुलिस ने अभी कुछ लोगों को डिटेन
कुछ नहीं करा।
तलवारें ले रहे थे भैया, तलवारें बजाई हैं हमारी गाड़ी में और ऐसे हाँ। अच्छा। और इधर से इतने पत्थर मारते हैं उधर तक कि हम देख नहीं सकते, ऊपर से भी। अच्छा। इतने पत्थर, यानी हमारे इस तरफ तो जाते हैं ऐसे पत्थर।
क्या ये लगातार होता रहता है यहाँ?
हाँ, 4 बार तो कम से कम हो गया कि सर्दी से लेके अब तक।
आप लोगों ने पुलिस को कंप्लेंट करी?
पुलिस भी आती है, बार-बार आती है पुलिस,
लेकिन एक्शन अभी नहीं हुआ है कुछ।
अब एक्शन का तो पता नहीं हम लोगों को क्या हो पाता है।
और ये जैसे गाड़ी आपकी टूट गई, पत्थर आप बता रहे हैं मारते हैं, क्या किसी को ऐसे में तो चोट भी लग सकती है? कोई उन्हें
हाँ, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, सब इधर उधर थे, एकदम सब भाग जाते हैं।
जैसा आप बता रही हैं काफी टाइम से ये ऐसा होता रहता है, कभी पथराव कर देते हैं, कभी गाड़ी तोड़ देते हैं और ये सब होता है। तो कभी कुछ पता चला कि कौन लोग हैं ये लोग, कहाँ से आते हैं, कौन है?
झुग्गी वाले बताते हैं, उधर से आते हैं वो झुग्गी वाले बताते हैं।
जी जी बताइए।
घर में हम रह भी नहीं सकते, घर में घुस जाते हैं, ऊपर पत्थरबाजी करते हैं। अरे ये लड़ के आते हैं, पता नहीं कौन है, अब बाइक में आग लगा के चले जाते हैं यहाँ पे। हाँ, पता नहीं कौन कौन है, और बहुत ज्यादा जीना आराम कर रखा है यहाँ पे। घर में हम रह भी नहीं सकते, अपने घरों से हमें भागना पड़ता है यहाँ पे 1-1 हफ्ता।
Amid high security, Kashmiri Pandits came out in large numbers to the Kheer Bhavani temple. Here's an exclusive report filed by my colleague Zinat.
Arrival of devotees has begun here at Mata Kheer Bhavani's temple. One can see the temple and the number of devotees that have come here to pay their obeisance. The temple is a revered goddess of Pandits in Tulmula area of Central Kashmir's Gangrape district. Despite the security arrangements that have been put in place, we see only the 30% rush of devotees, mostly migrant Kashmiri Pandits. We also, while talking to the people here, they say that because of the target killings on rise in the Kashmir Valley, they preferred staying away. In fact, the empty buses were also witnessed from Sheikhpura, Budgam. The administration has made arrangements for them. Buses were sent to the Kashmiri Pandits in Sheikhpura colony, but the buses returned empty. They're only saying that it is not possible to be part of the festival when the target killings are going around. Security elaborate arrangements had been made by Jammu and Kashmir police. CCTV cameras have been set up. Meanwhile, we are also seeing the nakas and deployment. But despite all this, Kashmiri Pandits, only the 30% rush this time is of the devotees here at the Tulmula Ganderbal. With Vijay Firdoswani, I'm Zinat Zishan Fazil for Republic in Ganderbal.
The stone pelting was done. Around a dozen people was there who was doing a stone pelting. These were the locals who were involved in this stone pelting. The reason is being looked up. The footages has been recovered. The investigation at this point in time is on.
These are the kind of stories I would think that the media, in the context of 75 years celebration, should capture, should summarize, should put forth to the people to know, so that gives the
एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आपको कोतवाली पुलिस स्टेशन से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर इस वक्त इसको रोमानी को रखा गया है और इससे कल देर रात तक पूछताछ भी की। आपसे हाशमी ने क्या कहा था? हाशमी आपसे मिला था?
हमसे उन्होंने कहा 20-20 ये निकाल, रोमानी निकाल दिए।
तो हाशमी से आप पहले मिले थे? आपकी मुलाकात पहले भी है?
एक बार पहले हुई है बस।
एग्जिट किया कि उसमें बहुत से बच्चे भी थे, लड़के भी थे, और जो पुलिस उसको उठा रही है झूठ मूठ फंसाने के लिए, अपना काम करने के लिए लोगों को उठाती जा रही है, एक एक करके डेली उठाती जा रही है। ये इसलिए उन लोगों को हटाया।
केजरीवाल जी, उनकी क्या ऐसी मजबूरी है कि आज तक वो दिल्ली के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से बने हवालात मिनिस्टर सत्येंद्र जैन का इस्तीफा नहीं ले पा रहे?
The Kanpur police has been very swift in
And you're watching live and breaking news now. Investigation team has arrived at the Nataraja temple in Chidambaram in Tamil Nadu for the second day to conduct inquiries. Temple authorities are not allowing officials of the Hindu religious and charitable endowments to check their accounts, stating that they have no jurisdiction to call for records to inspect the temple premises. Apurva, our reporter, our correspondent on this. Apurva, what is this latest development? Well, authorities refusing inspection of records. Tell us all the details.
Well, what we are learning as of now is that the day 2 of investigation is still ongoing there at Chidambaram temple. We are also learning that despite the inspection that has been ordered here, the Tamil Nadu's minister there, HRNC Minister Shekhar Babu, has already stated that yes, there were earlier yesterday as well, the temple officials refused to cooperate with the officials who had come in for inspection, and that if yet again today as well, if the temple authorities refuse to cooperate with the officials, then they will not only be able to file legal proceedings, but they will also be able to go ahead to the court and see what will be the next step of legal action as well. While explaining this, today the team has been on ground for inspection for day 2 there at Chidambaram temple, and we are learning that yet again the authorities refused, citing the court hearing that is ongoing. This even as HRNC Minister Shekhar Babu has clearly stated that as per the 2014 ruling, the Chidambaram temple has now become a public temple and comes officially under the records of the Chidambaram, under the records of HRNC ministry here in Tamil Nadu, and that the state, following several violations and complaints that had been put forth by anonymous people, that is why the officials had come in to check for and come in for the inspection of the temple as well. In fact, we are also learning that not only is that for the inspection, they are also looking into the treasury and several other documents that the temple has been handling over the last couple of years. They're looking into the exchequers, books and several other important documents with respect to the temple and seeing that all funds are in place. Remember, the Chidambaram temple is one of the oldest and largest temples.
So the authorities refusing entry, Apurva. Many thanks for joining us there, and well, you keep your eyes on that story. We'll be back with you later for more. And in other news, breaking news stories, taking on the RBI, Congress leader Manish Tiwari claims that growth will suffer if the repo rate is increased. He said GDP figures are misleading.
Well, first of all, on repo rates, obviously growth will suffer because you are making cost of lending much higher. So the RBI always tries to do this balancing act because inflation has been rising, especially consumer inflation has been rising, and so therefore they are trying to balance things out. But in a sense, whenever you raise interest rates or you make lending costlier, growth is obviously going to suffer. And these numbers with regard to the GDP are extremely misleading because they come from a very low base year. Let us not forget that the Indian economy had plummeted to minus 7.2% during the fiscal 2021. So therefore, under those circumstances, what you see when you talk about 7.5% or 8% growth, essentially in real terms translates into a 1.5 or 2% growth rate of GDP also, because the bulk of the expansion is actually recovering that negative sphere into which GDP growth had slipped. So under those circumstances, there is nothing to really, the government has nothing to pat itself on the back on. In real terms, Indian GDP should be growing at about 1.5 to 2% only.
The security has been beefed up of the civil judge Ravi Kumar Divakar, and in fact the responsibility has been given to 10 policemen who ordered the probe of and survey of Gangrape Mosque. Keep watching Republic Media Network to know more on this story.
एग्जिट किया कि उसमें बहुत से बच्चे भी थे, लड़के भी थे, और जो पुलिस उसको उठा रही है झूठ मूठ फंसाने के लिए, अपना काम करने के लिए लोगों को उठाती जा रही है, एक एक करके डेली उठाती जा रही है। ये इसलिए उन लोगों को हटाया।
केजरीवाल जी, उनकी क्या ऐसी मजबूरी है कि आज तक वो दिल्ली के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से बने हवालात मिनिस्टर सत्येंद्र जैन का इस्तीफा नहीं ले पा रहे।
Kanpur police has been very swift in acting against the entire incident through hours of CCTV footages. Now 40 people have been identified and action has been taken against them. An inquiry has also been put in place. All India Muslim Personal Law Board has given out a statement. Central government is being extremely biased in taking the action. These two organizations have been raising similar objections ever since the central government is trying to nab the perpetrators who are behind such violence.
एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आपको कोतवाली पुलिस स्टेशन से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर इस वक्त इसको रोमानी को रखा गया है और इससे कल देर रात तक पूछताछ भी की। आपसे हाशमी ने क्या कहा था? हाशमी आपसे मिला था?
हमसे उन्होंने कहा 20-20 ये निकाल, रोमानी निकाल दी।
तो हाशमी से आप पहले मिले थे? आपकी मुलाकात पहले भी है?
एक बार पहले हुई है बस।
एग्जिट किया कि उसमें बहुत से बच्चे भी थे, लड़के भी थे, और जो पुलिस उसको उठा रही है झूठ मूठ फंसाने के लिए, अपना काम करने के लिए लोगों को उठाती जा रही है, एक एक करके डेली उठाती जा रही है। ये इसलिए उन लोगों को हटाया।
केजरीवाल जी, उनकी क्या ऐसी मजबूरी है कि आज तक वो दिल्ली के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से बने हवालात मिनिस्टर।
And in live and breaking, fire broke out at a plastic godown in Bhiwandi. The fire is extinguished now. Firefighting operations are underway. So those are visuals there of when the fire was in full blaze. The fire department has been successful now in dousing the fire, as you can see in those visuals. It was a plastic godown that caught fire. The fire, of course, spread rapidly, and as you can see, thick plumes of black smoke emerging from that godown in Bhiwandi. The fire, as of now, has been extinguished. We're trying to get more details about if there are any casualties and what kind of a godown it was, and more details. As of now, details are very sketchy.
Kashmiri Pandits have gathered here in large numbers to pay obeisance at Mata Kheer Bhavani temple on the eve of Mata Kheer Bhavani Mela. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
केजरीवाल जी, उनकी क्या ऐसी मजबूरी है कि आज तक वो दिल्ली के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से बने हवालात मिनिस्टर सत्येंद्र जैन का इस्तीफा नहीं ले पा रहे?
Kanpur police has been very swift in acting against the entire incident through hours of CCTV footages. Now 40 people have been identified and action has been taken against them. An inquiry has also been put in place. All India Muslim Personal Law Board has given out a statement. Central government is being extremely biased in taking the action. These two organizations have been raising similar objections ever since the central government is trying to nab the perpetrators who are behind such violence.
एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आपको कोतवाली पुलिस स्टेशन से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर इस वक्त इसको रोमानी को रखा गया है और इससे कल देर रात तक पूछताछ भी की। आपसे हाशमी ने क्या कहा था? हाशमी आपसे मिला था?
हमसे उन्होंने कहा 20-20 ये निकाल, रोमानी निकाल दी।
तो हाशमी से आप पहले मिले थे? आपकी मुलाकात पहले भी है?
एक बार पहले हुई है बस।
एग्जिट किया कि उसमें बहुत से बच्चे भी थे, लड़के भी थे, और जो पुलिस उसको उठा रही है झूठ मूठ फंसाने के लिए, अपना काम करने के लिए लोगों को उठाती जा रही है, एक एक करके डेली उठाती जा रही है। ये इसलिए उन लोगों को हटाया।
People across the country are utterly delighted with the way in which Yogi has arrested 50 rioters of Kanpur. In fact, these rioters who were strutting around trying to burn Kanpur down on Friday are forced to meekly surrender in front of the Uttar Pradesh police. Now, I never thought that doing great law and order management would be such a problem with the lobby. They seem to have a real problem with Yogi. What does this lobby really hate more? Yogi Adityanath or the law itself? You can call this model anything. What matters is that the Yogi model works. That's all that matters.
Good afternoon and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, news just coming in. We are learning that the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights has summoned the SP of Alapura in Kerala to appear before the Commission on the 13th of June. Now, this is in connection with the rioting case with the boy was raising hate slogans at a PFI rally. This PFI sloganeering case, of course, has so far seen a large number of people arrested already. About 18 people were arrested in this particular case. But what we are now understanding is that the NCPCR has also summoned the Superintendent of Police of Alapura to appear before it on later this month. Now, what we understand, of course, is that just to tell our viewers that this case revolves around the viral video in which a boy is seen raising slogans which are seen incriminating, and obviously the NCPCR has now finally taken notice of this and asked for the SP to appear before it. Ashwin is reporting live on this. Ashwin, give us more details.
Absolutely. What we now get to gather is that Jaydev Ji IPS, who is the SP of the district of Alapura, has been summoned by the NCPCR in connection with the hate slogan that was raised during the PFI rally held in Alapura, where a boy was seen raising slogans that was intimidating the Christian community as well as the Hindu community, where he had raised slogans stating that both these communities must set things for their funeral. Now, this has been exposed by Republic. We also had exposed many children being used by the PFI for similar rallies as well. So SP had in fact given in the High Court that the law and order situation will be controlled when a case was filed to stop this PFI rally. And now, after this whole video became viral, the SP has been held responsible, and that is the reason right now the NCPCR has summoned the SP of Alapura in connection with the hate slogan raised by the child.
Even as the SP has been summoned, give us more details, Ashwin, of the investigation so far. We understand that about 18 people have already been arrested in this case.
I would like to just correct you there. Just 26 PFI activists have so far been taken into custody in connection with the with the hate speech. This includes the district president of PFI in Alapura, the secretary as well, and the state committee member of the PFI was also picked up, and the latest was the treasurer of the PFI, the state treasurer of PFI was also picked up with regard to this case. The police have been vigilant and has been trying to get more people who had chanted these slogans along with the boy, followed by the boy who was leading it. So there has so far been about 26 arrests. But what are the cases? Many of them are under remand, of course. But what is the implication? Because it's a child who had raised the slogan. What is the state of counseling that needs to be given? And Republic has also exposed many children being used. So we are looking very closely in this case.
All right, Ashwin reporting on that. Thank you for joining us. All right, the BJP National President JP Nadda, of course, is on a 2-day visit to West Bengal, during which we are told that he will be holding a large number of organizational meetings. Currently, of course, he's in Hooghly in West Bengal. Earlier, of course, he was received at the international airport in Damdan by senior leaders of the BJP. He's got a large number of meetings that are scheduled for JP Nadda, including, of course, several of those meetings at the organizational level. But apart from that, we are also learning that he will be at the Bose Research Institute at the in Chandan district. Also, what we are told that he has a large number of meetings with public representatives of the party and Mandal presidents. Now, Nadda's West Bengal visit, of course, takes place at a time when the party is looking forward to working on its organizational machinery. Let's go across to Mayuk, who's reporting on this as well. Mayuk, give us a sense of what the BJP's cadre is expecting from Nadda's visit.
Well, right now, JP Nadda is in the home of Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay, the famous writer who has also written our national song Vande Mataram. And this is the very place where the Vande Mataram was written, in this room, and the guide of this place, the Vande Mataram Bhavan, is showing JP Nadda the old pictures of the Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay and the famous people who have joined in commemorating Vande Mataram in this house, as well as the place. He's taking an entire tour of this Vande Mataram Bhavan, the original residence, the ancestral home of Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay. This is in Chuchura in Hooghly district, and you can see right now they are showing the different tributaries of the river that is flowing just outside the Vande Mataram Bhavan. It's one of the tributaries of Ganga, where this on the banks of which this Vande Mataram Bhavan is located, and JP Nadda today went to pay tribute to Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay, who had written Vande Mataram, and the book the Ananda Math was written right here in this home. And this is a very nostalgic trip for JP Nadda, and it's a private visit for JP Nadda. Along with JP Nadda, you can see the BJP Bengal chief Sukhanto Majumdar is there, along with Shubhendu Adhikari is there. All the top leaders of BJP, they have assembled here, along with Loket Chatterjee, the MP from Hooghly, as well as Amit Malviya, the BJP media chief, the IT cell head of BJP. The trip regarding this visit is primarily based on and we can also see Dilip Ghosh, the the General Secretary of BJP, also taking a trip of this entire bhavan that has been dedicated to Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay. And right now, the JP Nadda is seeing the family photo of Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay. The Loket Chatterjee is showing JP Nadda the pictures of the rare pictures of Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay's family. The Vande Mataram Bhavan has also been announced as a heritage institution, as a heritage bhavan in Bengal. And right now, the BJP leaders are taking a trip. This has nothing to do with politics. That's what BJP leaders are saying. This is plain and purely because of the tribute that is going to be paid to Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay. And right now, what we are seeing is that after this, the JP Nadda is coming out of the main room that has been dedicated to Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay's memory, and it has been turned into a museum of Vande Mataram, the history behind the Vande Mataram song, the novel of Ananda Math. And right now he's standing just outside the Vande Mataram Bhavan. That's the ancestral home of Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay, and he's shortly going to speak to the media that is standing there. And we are also trying to get a reaction of JP Nadda right now, who's going to speak.
जगह আছে बैठो
দাদা আমাকে
आराम से एक मिनट आराम से सुरेंद्र इनको जगह दे दो आज आज मुझे यहाँ भारत की महान विभूति बंकिम चंद्र चट्टोपाध्याय जी, जिनको हम सब लोग बंकिम बाबू के नाम से जानते हैं, उनके कर्मस्थली पर आने का सौभाग्य मुझे मिला है, जहां उन्होंने अपने जीवन के 5 साल गुजारे हैं और साथ ही साथ उन्होंने यहाँ बहुत सी रचनाएं को एक कार्य रूप दिया, जो रचनाएं सारी दुनिया में और सारे देश में और बांग्ला लिटरेचर में और बंगाल की संस्कृति को प्रदर्शित करने वाला, सुगंधित करने वाला ऐसे रचनाओं का प्रस्तुतिकरण और उसका बनना इस पवित्र भूमि पर संभव हो पाया। ऐसी जगह पर आकर के मैं अपने आप को अभिभूत महसूस करता हूं, मैं गौरवान्वित महसूस करता हूं और साथ ही साथ बंगाल की संस्कृति का दर्शन करने का भी मुझे सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ, जिसको हमारे आदरणीय स्वर्गीय और महान विभूति बंकिम चंद्र जी जीते थे और जीने के साथ साथ उन्होंने बंगाल ही नहीं सारे देश को एक दृष्टि और दिशा दी। आज जो हमारा राष्ट्रीय गीत है, वंदे मातरम गीत, जो कि हमारे देश के आजादी का मंत्र बन गया, उसकी रचना यहीं गंगा नदी और हुगली नदी के तट पर हमारे बंकिम चंद्र जी ने रची थी। आज मुझे ऐसे स्थान पर आने का सौभाग्य मिला है। मैं सच में अपने आप को पुनः अभिभूत महसूस करता हूं, गौरवान्वित महसूस करता हूं और नई ऊर्जा और संचार के साथ मां भारती की सेवा के लिए तत्पर होकर के आगे बढ़ने का और अपनी पार्टी को और राष्ट्रवादी ताकतों को बढ़ाने का मुझे सौभाग्य प्राप्त होगा और हुआ है। उसको नई ऊर्जा और संचार के साथ बढ़ाने का काम हम करेंगे। बंकिम बाबू से हम सब लोग प्रेरणा लेते हैं। उन लोगों ने जिस तरीके से अपना जीवन देश के लिए अर्पित किया, उस प्रेरणा को लेकर के हम भी कोशिश करेंगे और हमारे पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता भी कोशिश करेंगे कि पूरी ताकत से देश खुशहाल, सुफलाम और जिसको कहते हैं कि हर दृष्टि से मंगलमय हो, परिपूर्ण हो, देश हर दृष्टि से भरा पूरा रहे, समाज में मंगलमय वातावरण रहे और उसके लिए जो मां भारती का आशीर्वाद हमें मिलता है, उससे प्रेरणा लेकर के हम आगे बढ़ेंगे।
पहला सवाल ये है
सवाल नहीं लूंगा, जो बोलना था बोल। बस आगे जाइए, थोड़ा आराम से नहीं आगे जाइए।
Well, that of course is JP Nadda. He is on a visit to West Bengal. He'll be visiting West Bengal over the next 2 days. Right now, of course, he's at the place where Bankim Chandra Chatterjee wrote the Vande Mataram. He was, of course, speaking to the media a short while ago as well. Well, we're now learning that The ED has now taken custody of Sanjay Chabaria, the promoter of the Radius Group, for the next 7 days. Do remember that Chabaria was earlier arrested by the CBI in connection with the Yes Bank DHFL case on the 28th of April. So Sanjay Chabaria has now been sent to the ED's custody. This, of course, was approved by a special court under the PMLA on Tuesday, which had granted permission to the ED to take custody of Sanjay Chabaria, who was the promoter of the Radius Group. Let me go across to Shavan for more details on this. Shavan, tell us more.
Well, in fact, Nupur, he was arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation in April. Now his custody has been taken by the Enforcement Directorate. Remember, Sanjay Chabaria happens to be the director of the Radius Estate and Developers Private Limited, as well as Raghulila Builders Private Limited. Now he's been arrested in the DHFL Yes Bank fraud case. Primarily, the allegation against him is of duping Yes Bank of nearly 122 crore rupees. He's taken long-term loans, and there was an overdraft facility from the Yes Bank, and he has defaulted on the repayment. In fact, both the agencies, the Enforcement Directorate as well as CBI, is basing this on the bank's internal inquiry, which had essentially revealed that he had diverted these funds, utilized them for other purposes, rather than what they were essentially availed for. In fact, not just the central agencies, in fact, even Mumbai police had filed an FIR against him. The Economic Offences Wing is already investigating multiple fraud cases on the complaints of the bank. And remember, based on that, even the Mumbai police have begun a case against him. The first case essentially is embezzlement of funds through an overdraft facility, causing a loss of about 30 crore rupees to Yes Bank. And then there are others also in terms of borrowings that he has taken from the DHFL. Now, this comes on an interesting day, Nupur, because Avinash Bhosle, Pune-based builder, is also in the custody of the Central Bureau of Investigation, and he will be produced before the special CBI court today for further custody. And in fact, he was following Sanjay Chabaria's questioning that was done by the Central Bureau of Investigation. That is also going to be linked today once Avinash Bhosle is produced before the court in Mumbai.
All right. So, Shavan, as you're pointing out, of course, now we understand that the ED, has so far said that a money trail of about 2,000 crore rupees is there, which clearly indicates that the money was granted by Yes Bank was not utilized for the purposes for which it was granted. Okay, I don't think we've got Shavan. Yes, Shavan, please go ahead.
Well, as far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned, remember there have been multiple charge sheets that have already been filed in the DHFL case, particularly against Rana Kapoor and his family members. But what is interesting here is that the Yes Bank scam, the ambit of it widened. They are looking at multiple other companies which have actually got loans and which have essentially turned into bad loans. And these companies have effectively helped Rana Kapoor in some way or the other. They are looking at how these companies were floated, money was diverted. Eventually, the money that was they had taken as loan from the bank was not utilized for the same very purpose that they had sought for. So all that put together, what we are given to understand, Nupur, in the days to come, following the questioning of Avinash Bhosle at the Central Bureau of Investigation, and now Sanjay Chabaria in the Enforcement Directorate's custody, you, in all likelihood, will come across more names in this entire scam, which is only now being further probed by both the agencies.
Absolutely. So, as you're pointing out, perhaps after this custody that has been granted for about 7 days to the ED, we could see the widening of this investigation?
Well, in fact, Nupur, yes, there is absolutely no doubt about the fact that the investigation, the scope of the investigation is only increasing by every passing day. And with Avinash Bhosle being questioned, remember he is one of the most prominent builders in Maharashtra with deep connections is what we are given to understand. And in fact, it was certainly a huge task for the Central Bureau of Investigation also to get his custody. The man was actually called in for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate also last year, but he was in place under arrest. this was finally done by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Now, the reason why in the days to come you would look at more summons to be sent out by the Enforcement Directorate as well as the Central Bureau of Investigation is because they believe that they have got fresh evidence in this entire case. And the number of builders, or for that matter, number of companies that have actually got loans from Yes Bank and have never repaid, they have now once again come under the scanner of both the agencies. And it turns out that both the agencies are now working in tandem as far as the DHFL case is concerned.
All right, Shravan Sen reporting on that. Thank you for joining us.
The judge of Varanasi court, Mr. Ravi Divakar, who had also heard the Gangrape matter, has now claimed that he has received a threat letter from Islamic Agaz Movement National Capital. He has now handed over that particular letter to the senior police officers. What we are now given to understand is that the police officers have launched investigation into this very case. At the same time, the security has also been beefed up of the residences of Judge Ravi Divakar there at his residences in Varanasi and Lucknow. Additional 9 personnel of Uttar Pradesh police will be deployed for giving security to judge. Now we'll have to wait and watch as to how the investigation in this very case is going to further proceed. If we talk about this entire Gangrape case, remember that the district court is going to resume the hearing on 4th of July, where it is going to decide the maintainability clause into this entire Gangrape Mashangar Gauri case. With Nalin Sharma, I'm Piyush Mishra for Republic TV.
Well, we are now learning that the Shiv Sena has issued a whip to all party MLAs for the Rajya Sabha elections that are scheduled for the 10th of June. Of course, earlier we have seen hectic political activity in terms of the MVA actually having a coalition meeting yesterday in the evening. The MVA leaders, of course, had said that the meeting was attended by all 125 MLAs from all 3 parties and also, of course, from the 13 other parties and independents. What we are seeing right now is that the Shiv Sena, of course, has issued a whip. Now, the voting for the Rajya Sabha elections is set to take place on the 10th of July. 7 candidates are in the fray for 6 seats in the state assembly. Based on their strength, the 3 ruling parties can get 1 nominee elected each, while the BJP can get 2 on its own. Now, what we are, of course, seeing is, of course, a jostling of power. We've also seen ahead of the elections how all these MLAs have been hoarded to various hotels across the city of Mumbai. Let me go across to Alisha, who has more details on this. Alisha, with fears of horse trading right ahead of the Rajya Sabha elections, we are now learning that the Shiv Sena has issued a whip to all party MLAs.
Well, of course, it's not only about the horse trading, but importantly, the statement that has been coming in from the BJP clearly stating that there are many of the MLAs that are in support and not happy with the Maha Vikas Aghadi and in support with the BJP. Looking after the fact where the Rajya Sabha election that is going to be held on 10th of June, Shiv Sena has issued a whip to all the party MLAs for Rajya Sabha elections on 10th of June, where if you can read the whip that has been issued by the Shiv Sena chief, where clearly stated that Rajya Sabha election that is going to be held on 10th June from morning 9 till 4th. So all the MLAs have been asked to come and vote for the Shiv Sena candidate specifically, and also there have been the clear instructions that has been given in the whip that has been issued by the chief, Shiv Sena chief to the party MLAs, clearly stating that everyone has to come and they have to vote for Shiv Sena. This is a clear indications where the whip that has been issued to the Shiv Sena MLAs clearly giving an indication that the statement that was coming in from the BJP has really make a fear in the mind of Maha Vikas Aghadi. And that was the reason where Shiv Sena at first escort all the MLAs have resorted in MLAs to a resort in Mahad first and now in the Trident. And yesterday we saw there was a meeting of the Maha Vikas Aghadi where also speaking to media, Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray has clearly stated that they are going to win this, and every MLAs of Maha Vikas Aghadi, and also there are other 11 candidates including the independent and other party MLAs that are in support with the Maha Vikas Aghadi. So at here where the Maha Vikas Aghadi is very much confident about winning the 4th seat, whereas the BJP is also claiming that this time they are going to win at least 3 seats for the Rajya Sabha election in Maharashtra.
All right, Alisha reporting on that. Thank you. And here's a look at some news in brief. An incident of gang rape of a minor girl has been reported from Bihar's Betia. A minor girl was allegedly raped inside a bus by the driver, the helper and the conductor. The police have so far arrested the two accused, the bus helper and the conductor, while the driver of the bus is still believed to be absconding. The Reserve Bank of India raised its key interest rate by 50 basis points today, taking the repo rate to about 4.9% and raised its inflation projection for the current fiscal to about 6.7%. All the 6 members of the Monetary Policy Committee, headed by the RBI Governor Shaktikanta Das, unanimously voted for the latest rate hike. A social activist, Anna Hazare, is set to launch his own organization on his birthday. According to sources, he is scheduled to visit the national capital on the 19th of June and will then be floating the Rashtriya Lok Andolan. His organization will work against corruption. Anna Hazare will launch his organization on the 19th of June. An incident of stone pelting was reported from Jahangirpuri in Delhi. CCTV footage that has been accessed from the area shows around a dozen suspects throwing stones in the area. Now, the Delhi police have ruled out a communal angle and have claimed that the situation is under control. According to the Union Health Ministry, India has reported about 5,000 new coronavirus infections today, taking the overall tally of COVID-19 cases in the country to 4 crores. Notably, the positivity rate of 1.62% was observed in the last 24 hours, while the weekly positivity rate is hovering at about 0.91%.
Kashmiri Pandits have gathered here in large numbers to pay obeisance at Mata Kheer Bhavani temple on the eve of Mata Kheer Bhavani Mela. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
Kanpur police has been very, very swift in acting against the entire incident. Through hours of CCTV footages, now 40 people have been identified and action has been taken against them. An inquiry has also been put in place. All India Muslim Personal Law Board has given out a statement. Central government is being extremely biased in taking the action. These two organizations have been raising similar objections ever since the central government is trying to nab the perpetrators who are behind such violence.
एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आपको कोतवाली पुलिस स्टेशन से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर इस वक्त इसको रोमानी को रखा गया है और इससे कल देर रात तक पूछताछ भी की। आपसे हाशमी ने क्या कहा था? हाशमी आपसे मिला था?
हमसे उन्होंने कहा 20-20 ये निकाल, रोमानी निकाल दी।
तो हाशमी से आप पहले मिले थे? आपकी मुलाकात पहले भी है?
एक बार पहले हुई है बस।
एग्जिट किया कि उसमें बहुत से बच्चे भी थे, लड़के भी थे, और जो पुलिस उसको उठा रही है झूठ मूठ फंसाने के लिए, अपना काम करने के लिए लोगों को उठाती जा रही है, एक एक करके डेली उठाती जा रही है। ये इसलिए उन लोगों को हटाया।
केजरीवाल जी, उनकी क्या ऐसी मजबूरी है कि आज तक वो दिल्ली के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से बने हवालात मिनिस्टर सत्येंद्र जैन का इस्तीफा नहीं ले पा रहे?
The Kanpur police has been very, very
Well, we are cutting across to pictures that we are getting of an accident in the Ganga pathway in Patna. What we are given to understand is that this accident took place when a motorcycle rider actually hit someone who was on another two-wheeler, and both of course have been hospitalized and vehicles have both been confiscated. So you can of course see on your screens over there visuals of this road accident that took place in Patna in Bihar. Both the riders of the bike seem to have fallen down, and we are told that they did get injuries and both of them have been taken to hospital.
The social activist Anna Hazare has now come out with an announcement that he is going to launch his own organization, Rashtriya Lok Andolan. It is going to be a social reforming organization, and in fact, the close aide of Anna Hazare has also made it clear that this organization will not give space to any of the political biggies, and in fact no political leaders will be given any sort of platform in this particular organization. He's going to launch this organization on June 19th, and in fact his intention is to launch this organization on his birthday, and for the same he's going to arrive to the national capital from where it all started. In fact, he was the person who led the indefinite hunger strike back in 2011 to demand the current government at the time to set up Lokayuks and or Lokpal bill, to come up with a Lokpal bill, and 7 years later he also went on a hunger strike to protest against the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government against the farm laws that it had come with. This is Sumi Rajpun for Public Media Network with video journalist Bhishma Giri, New Delhi.
Well, demands for Pinarayi Vijayan's resignation grow after Swapna Suresh makes sensational charges against the Chief Minister of Kerala.
एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आपको कोतवाली पुलिस स्टेशन से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर इस वक्त इसको रोमानी को रखा गया है और इससे कल देर रात तक पूछताछ भी की। आपसे हाशमी ने क्या कहा था? हाशमी आपसे मिला था?
हमसे उन्होंने कहा 20-20 ये निकाल, रोमानी निकाल दी।
तो हाशमी से आप पहले मिले थे? आपकी मुलाकात पहले भी है?
एक बार पहले हुई है बस।
इसलिए एग्जिट किया कि उसमें बहुत से बच्चे भी थे, लड़के भी थे, और जो पुलिस उसको उठा रही है झूठ मूठ फंसाने के लिए, अपना काम करने के लिए लोगों को उठाती जा रही है, एक एक करके डेली उठाती जा रही है। ये इसलिए उन लोगों को हटाया।
केजरीवाल जी, उनकी क्या ऐसी मजबूरी है कि आज तक वो दिल्ली के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से बने हवालात मिनिस्टर सत्येंद्र जैन का इस्तीफा नहीं ले पा रहे?
The Kanpur police has been very swift in stunning charges by accused Swapna Suresh in Kerala gold scam. In an exclusive to Republic, Swapna alleges bag full of cash was sent to Dubai for the Chief Minister. Fierce political mudslinging over Kerala gold scam. Congress alleges agencies protecting Chief Minister Vijayan. Chorus grows to sack CM Vijayan after Swapna Suresh makes sensational charges against him. India sets a new world record. Shooter Avni Lekhara wins gold at Parachuting World Cup in France. Union Minister hits back over Al-Qaeda's pan-India threat, says Al-Qaeda using Islam as a protective shield. RBI hikes repo rates by 4.90%, EMIs and home loans to get dearer. Congress politicizes RBI's GDP growth forecast, calls GDP projection misleading. All-out resort politics ahead of Rajya Sabha polls after Rajasthan and Maharashtra. Haryana Congress hoards its MLAs in a hotel.
Hello and welcome to this edition of Live and Breaking. I'm Rukma, and we begin with telling you all about the latest in the Kerala gold scam case. Swapna Suresh, the accused in the Kerala gold scam, in her first interview to Republic, made some sensational claims about Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, alleging that bags of cash were sent to Dubai for Vijayan and metals in vessels were sent to his home. As the clamour for the Chief Minister's resignation grows politically after the stunning allegations, Kerala MLA and top Congressman Ramesh Chennithala joined us in an exclusive interview.
The Kerala gold smuggling case has come again to spotlight after one of the key accused in this case, Swapna Suresh, has come forward alleging that Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, his private secretary, his family member, including his wife and daughter, has been involved in the smuggling. And now this Swapna Suresh, who is the key accused in this case, has now stated that her life is under threat. Now it's also very shocking in the matter in which she has stated that her life is under threat, and she is also deposing before the Enforcement Directorate. And now we are tracking the story to find out what is the latest update. Stay tuned to Republic TV as we bring the latest story about this gold smuggling case. Joining us is senior Congress politician Ramesh Chennithala, who has been at the helm of this entire case, and he has been carefully also condemning and also always bringing out new details about this case. So Ramesh Chennithala, the senior Congress leader from Kerala, is joining us to tell us his reaction after Swapna Suresh has come forward stating that Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan himself and his family have been involved in the gold smuggling and reverse hawala case.
The new revelations of the Swapna Suresh, the new revelations, can you hear me? The new revelations of...
Yes, sir, please go ahead.
Today is shocking. Actually speaking, the opposition in Kerala was in this issue time and again. And we demanded an impartial inquiry about the whole episode. At that time also, we were mentioning that the Chief Minister and his office is the prime suspect in this case. And the central agencies were taken this probe. Unfortunately, nothing has come out of the probe. And because of that, she has come to the court voluntarily. And on 164, she has mentioned the illegal connection of the Chief Minister, his family, and the close officials of Kerala government in the entire gold smuggling. The opposition, led by Congress Party, Kerala was right. But unfortunately, the central agency has keeping one of the and also they are respecting. That was the reason for nothing has been coming out of this entire inquiry. And also it was reflected in the last assembly election. 69 constituencies, BJP voted for CPM. That is why the Left Democratic Front government came again. Otherwise, the result would have been different. And now, also the central agencies are keeping mum.
Want to ask you this.
They are shielding the culprits and the Chief Minister. Why the central agencies were not questioned the Chief Minister? Even before giving this 164 statement in the court, Swapna Suresh mentioned earlier all these things to the inquiry officer. Nothing happened. Congress Mukta Bharat, that is the idea of BJP. That is why they voted for CPM. That is the reason.
Mr. Chennithala.
Yes. Yes, tell me.
We would like to ask you as now, Swapna Suresh has also mentioned some of the names, including the former Principal Secretary M. Shivashankar, as well as even the Additional Private Secretary C.M. Ravindran, along with the bureaucrat Nalini Netto, and even K.T. Jalil name has been taken. Now, the allegations raised by Swapna Suresh is even greater, because she says there has been reverse hawala, and 2016 in Dubai, Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan had told to carry a bag containing currency. Now, these are huge allegations, and what do you think? Will how can this be a fair and impartial inquiry in this matter?
We have no belief on the central agencies. They actually helped the Chief Minister. We have leveled these allegations with proofs, but nothing happened.
But
now
Mr. Chinithala, it is the enforcement directorate. She is right now deposing. She is deposing before the enforcement directorate. The enforcement directorate is just has its processes in place. There have always been, even when the central agencies have been probing, there were cases filed against the central agencies by the state. There has been ways to scuttle the CBI investigation in cases which are related to the Kerala gold smuggling. The central agencies has been at the forefront of it. The CBI is here, the Enforcement Directorate is probing the matter, the Customs is probing the matter. So the central agencies have been doing, of course, the process it takes is long, that is no doubt. But, coming back to the main subject, what do you think, what is the Congress going to do now in the face of this allegation? Can we expect a statewide protest which has been led by the Congress in the state of Kerala?
See that for last 3 years, they were probing. What are you talking? 3 years the central agencies are probing.